All right, now we'll start the music.
Black spider.
Shit. Got it. Music.
Black spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider.
C, the active ingredient in marijuana.
Nice web.
THC,
Crack spider.
the active ingredient in
Web.
marijuana.
Crack spider. Nice web. Crack spider. The web structure was not effective, but the spider behavior was. The spider. Crack spider. The web structure was not effective.
It was a hammock. The spider didn't build. It was a hammock. The spider didn't build. It built a hammock. The spider didn't build a web. It built a hammock.
The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the
It
web.
built a hammock.
The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web.
Hammock. It built a hammock.
Cane spider, the crack cocaine spider, the crack cocaine spider, the cane spider, the crack.
It built a hammock.
The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over.
It built a hammock. It built
The cat in its ass. Then came up behind it and popped the cat in its ass. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. Waited till the cat in its ass was exhausted and came up behind it and popped the cat in its ass. The cat in its ass. Then came up behind it and popped the cat in its ass. The cat in its ass. Then came up behind it until the cocaine spider was exhausted. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. The cat in its ass.
Well, Mr. Crack Spider.
Marijuana spider.
When Litter came, the marijuana.
Head up legend. It ended up crack trash. As the crack
When Litter
spider
came,
did.
the marijuana spider had no
Mr.
place to
Crack
live.
Spider.
It ended up in the crack ground as the crack spider's bitch.
Hello.
Hey, hi there. Oh, I guess I got to push the button too, huh?
After much ado,
Yes, we made it.
we made it. We've got SB Alger here joining us.
Hi, everybody.
How's it going?
It appears Alan Marcus is also with us. And this is my very much furrier friend, Jim. What's up, furry Jim?
How's it going? It's nice to be here.
Black marmalade.
I'm a
That's
kid in a candy store, literally, guys. Ricola. 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 That's not the only reason I'm really kind of giddy right now. I'm kind of happy.
I just had like a vision of them actually finding out you did that and cutting you a small check. Like, wouldn't that be the coolest thing ever? Even if it was only 13 cents, like from Ricola? Wait, for the beginning of the stream? Because I can hold those things up a lot more times.
I like Carmex and Burt's Bees and Ricola. And I got these new Fisherman's Friend Extra Strong Original.
Wow.
Now you're just using them because you enjoy them, or do you have a sore throat?
You missed the last episode, I think.
Yeah, I think I did.
You must not have watched the last episode. I think some people are still catching up on past episodes of weaving Spiders Welcome.
You guys might have noticed that I have at least been able to show up in the chat sometimes, and every single time, like clockwork, I get immediately interrupted by something that can't be ignored. Like I'm like, cool, hey, I'm hanging out. Or like last time I was watching the show, but I paused and then I had to come back. And when I tried to push the live button to catch up to current time, it didn't work. And I thought I was. So I was chatting about something that probably happened an hour and a half into the show. And you guys were actually finishing. And I figured it out from the chat, like, oh, wait. And then it was over. You know, I started to chat up to date and it was like, oh, it's over. Okay, I missed it.
This is
The-
legendary. This is
The agony of live streaming, even as an audience member.
For sure.
we are just so at a loss for words that this legendary meeting of three great minds would happen without too much of a struggle.
Yeah,
And
I knew
we
that there would be some
live.
weirdness.
Yeah. So we have chat. If we can say hi to John Galt, Stella Moon, Oswald Spengler, Krista, Ordab Ko, Alan Marcus, that's me, James Maiden, and everybody.
Howdy ho.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, we're just kind of catching our breath. What
What a great thing. Too bad Barsky's missing it. He's active with the sports watching tonight.
Mhm.
His Bucks are
Oh yeah, I was gonna drop it on Facebook too. Pardon me, gentlemen. I just want to make sure people that might want to see this can log in, do a little promoting like the good old days. Yeah, I really wish Barsky was here. It would be nice. I mean, I was anticipating him.
He may absolutely join us.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. We could always twist his little Barsky arm a little bit.
So let's go back to Wednesday night. After Wednesday night's show, Barsky joins us in the Zoom room after the YouTube show ended. And he was so excited.
I
Yep.
assume he's just stoked if his team's winning. It's a championship, isn't it? Or it's got to be like it's a championship. Yeah. So
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I used to live in a town with sports back when I lived in Portland, and it was a pretty big deal when those Trailblazers made it towards the championships. Oh, the whole town was yelling "Rip City."
I could only imagine because I mean it used to get pretty crazy just when you were in Walla Walla. Like if the Seattle or Portland teams started to make progress, like people would start to get hyphy and get amped up. So, and especially it's been a long time ago now. So Portland, most people don't know Portland used to be a very different caricature of a city than it is now. It was always a caricature of a city, but it was a different caricature of a city back then. It was a more authentic, a proto weirdness, not maybe such a canned manufactured weirdness. And so, yeah, I'm sure it was weird if they were blowing up.
I've been to Portland one time, and there was a mall in Portland, and there was like
Lloyd Center,
say the name again.
the Lloyd Center, LLOYD.
It was a
or
large indoor mall with like
Clackamas.
Spencer's gift store and like mall. And I was on a choir trip in high school. Our choir director decided we were going to do an impromptu choir concert in the middle of the mall where the hallways met. And we were
Yeah.
gonna like face outwards and start singing. We started singing, and about 30 seconds into the song, security was, "Hey guys, could you please keep it down? We're trying to run a mall here."
This is a great story, man. So the teacher was a bit of a renegade, I'm taking it?
He's a bit of a diva, absolutely, and he thought that the acoustics would be perfect in this mall. So if we just started singing as a choir together, facing outwards to fill the space with sound, that it would be appreciated by everyone.
Oh, that sucks.
No, it was fine because that meant we were done singing and we
Yeah,
could go to the mall and
yeah,
relax.
yeah. That's not bad. Now, is it now? I'm gonna here. For some reason, Alan, I've got my head is full of presumptions about you, and so I'm gonna keep using this as as a way to continue the dialogue here. Like,
Absolutely.
and this one might be based on something more realistic than me imagining you were already friends with Barsky, which I don't even know where that came from. But it sounds like this was a Christian school trip and not a secular school trip. Is that right?
No, this was a public
Public school.
public school trip. Yep, I was in 11th grade and we
Ah,
took a bus. No, we had 2 or 3 buses and we drove straight from, shall we say, Minneapolis, St. Paul area all the way to Seattle. We stopped a few times at a few different places, and then our whole goal was to get to Seattle and perform concerts at churches and things along the way. Again, churches because they open the door. Our choir director had gone to a Lutheran college and had a lot of Lutheran connections. So there was a lot of Lutheran churches that opened their doors for us as a
yeah.
public school to sing.
Yeah, I'd say even that falls into a different world than the one we're living in now, where the relationship between the churches and the public schools would be so unimpinged.
Yes, what a strange time we find ourselves in.
It is. The world's changed so fast. It's I find it entertaining, and like I've got a bit of a gotcha. I'm sure we all do, because if you were actually seeing what was coming at all, then it's pretty easy to be like, guess what? We told you. We might have told you for 20 years. And now it's all happening at once. And I have gotten quite. Have you guys been getting messages from people with a lot more? What do you think about this is, and what do you think about that than you used to get? Because I used to always get some, like I'd give somebody a 9/11 DVD, and 5 years later they'd be like, "I was thinking about that movie. I finally watched it, and I wanted to know what you think about this." Like 5 years later, you're like, "Oh, well, good. I'm glad that you're finally somehow going to engage in this dialogue.
My
Here's what I
answer
think of that."
becomes, I don't know. This is the first I've heard of this. Could you tell me more about it? Do you have some links for me so I can do my homework?
What about you? Are you getting more messages too, Jim? Or Jim's not really on social media except for Twitter, and even that, not that I see anyway.
Yeah,
So
I've been playing, hanging. I've been hanging low lately. I haven't really been on Twitter for the last couple of weeks, but yeah, it seems like everything's ramped up pretty seriously in the whole awakeness situation, woke movement,
the woke movement.
the woke movement. Well, there's a ton of blue pilled woke, is what I like to call them.
I like that term woke movement, because if you have a firm grasp of language like all three of us do, at least the English language, it implies that it's woke shit, a movement.
Yeah.
Yeah, a
Mm.
woke movement.
It's a bowel movement.
Like,
It's
there was a time when I would wake up
down.
hungover, and I would have to get up and smoke and drink coffee, and then I would have what I would call a woke movement.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like cement sometimes.
Yeah, it's
Are
the
you guys
WM.
eating, are you guys eating enough prunes?
Oh, I like to eat almost exclusively fruit, so yeah, I'm rocking it on the
I
fibrous
I got
matter.
a food dehydrator recently, so I've been dehydrating everything. I tried baking it
Cool.
first, but that didn't turn out as well as I'd hoped.
Yeah,
But
most ovens won't dehydrate very good. They really won't.
the fruit's great. I mean, dehydrated apples and pineapple is fantastic. It's so much better than any store bought dehydrated food I've ever had.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
It's gone. I like to I peruse the grocery store for when the fruit's on sale, and then I just gobble it up, bring it home, and the hardest thing is the 16 to 18 hours I have to wait, while the oven's dehydrating, while it chooches overnight.
Yeah. Do you guys remember the dark winter that we just had? The dark winter.
Vaguely, yeah.
I met a guy who was a survivor of the Texas freeze over that happened
Okay.
this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was my pontoon driver.
Interesting.
It
Like a
was,
pontoon boat?
yeah, so he's a retired guy, and he returns to Minnesota during the summers because it gets real warm in Texas. And then when it gets cold in Minnesota, he goes to Texas. Except that this year, Texas had freezing temperatures and all their water lines froze, and they were not prepared for that
Yeah.
dark winter. I
I
was
made a piece of
surprised.
art from some of the photography posted on the internet. Yeah. I took a ambulance, I think it was, and the frozen ceiling fan, and combined them together and ran them through my overly intensified post-processing madness. I was very happy with it.
I bring this up because you're talking about dehydrated food. I was buying a lot of dehydrated fruit so I could survive the dark winter.
Yeah. Dude, were you out of power and stuff?
No, I'm in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Every
So
winter
you
is
guys are
dark and long
fully
and cold.
prepared for, yeah,
Yeah.
for cold at all times.
Mm-hmm. It's just another winter for me, but I guess if you're in Texas and you're frozen over, well,
Yeah, your water mains break and then they all freeze solid. It's inconvenient.
it was literal hell for them when hell froze over Hell, Texas.
I think the expectation now is unexpected climate situation, and like my internet goes out at random times, and I feel like it's just to get us all ready for it and
Sure,
expectant.
brownouts.
Yeah.
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 Well, I
Dropping.
mean, they're talking about the next thing, whatever it's called, Polygon or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't, it's
What's the,
and
yeah.
they have their weird Saturnalian, newer boogeyman. I can't even think of his name right now, but I know you guys know who he is. He's the one that's perpetrating the plan, or at least he published part of it or whatever. He's wearing his weird black vest. I just can't think of the guy's name.
Is it like an anon sort of
No,
character?
no, he's a bit like a big name in the
Klaus.
world on the world stage. I just can't think of his name.
Klaus.
Klaus. Yeah. Is it
Klaus.
Hans?
Klaus
Hans Klaus, right?
Schwab.
Oh, Schwab. There we go.
The Schwabby Schwab.
Schwab. Did you ever bank with Charles Schwab?
I don't think I did.
No. I wonder if he's related to Klaus.
Klaus. His name's Klaus, like Santa Claus.
Klaus
Schwab.
Charles
Klaus Schwabe. Klaus Schwabe.
was
This
a
is
lot
going to
like
get the robots to
Schwab.
understand the stream better. Klaus Schwabe. Schwabe Klaus.
Yes, we had a brilliant man who was a lot like a Bloomberg. Bloomberg terminals. Well, we have the connection between Bloomberg terminals and Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab created some banking technologies and started a bank. Yeah. And Bloomberg, what's his first name?
Michael.
Yes, Michael created the Bloomberg terminals
Uh-huh.
for trading stocks. Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting. These guys made financial computer systems, and now the finance is computers. Like you can't even buy a Xbox and a PlayStation lately because people are buying them up because they can use those processors to mine bit, apparently. So people are buying up game systems like crazy.
It's a strange world, man.
Yeah, it's insane.
Everything's tied to blocks with chains on them. It's an emergent quality of the world that there's blocks and there's all these different kinds of chains attached to them. And then they, like, if you're on Twitter, they're like pumping up and being excited about one chain or another. They're like, you should buy some pieces of this chain, or this chain sucks now because they lied. And it's, you know,
Here,
it's a trip.
let me describe an image. There's a book that I read one time, and there's an image of this person who's kind of standing with chains,
Yeah.
and there's like the arms are outstretched, holding chains, and the chains are to a block, and this figure, human like, is holding chains on like a block, and what is
True.
what was that image? I read it in a book.
Yeah, here, maybe I can help.
Man. Has anyone in chat seen that image of
Is that the one?
someone with
Yeah, that one.
Does
yeah,
it look anything like that?
chains? Yes.
That's the one. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, this lady's named after a steak. They call her Meat.
Hmm. When I was at Bible camp and I heard the preacher talking about altars and sacrifices and the god kings, and he said something like priest or mediator, and I heard him say the priests and the meat eaters, and I was like, did he
Nice.
say meat eater or mediator? And for a moment, I was really wondering if I had heard the truth from the pulpit
Yeah.
about the priest kings who were mediators between God and man, and
Meat
yet
eaters.
meat eaters between God and man.
Yeah.
And I just thought, you know what?
That seems really accurate.
These Old Testament restaurant mavens, these restaurant mafias, and their laws against who can sell meat and who can cook it and who can eat it and who can buy it and who's allowed to have it.
It's
Um,
pesky, like those pescatarians in their fish hats.
The pescatarians are weird, man. Like, no, we only eat fish. We don't eat anything with a face that's all on one side. Has to be split right down the middle.
right.
Oh, that, you know, your digression into, it was a wonderful digression into mediator, meat eater. It reminded me of Jim's most wonderful childhood experience of his perception of the activity in the stock market. You want to tell him, Jim?
Oh yeah, I used to think that Dow Jones was selling. Well, my dad used to watch the news all the time, and financial news is on, and I would be playing and hearing it in the background, and I hear about Dow Jones, and chairs are up, chairs are down. So I thought that Dow Jones made and sold chairs.
Yeah, and that it was like important enough that it was being regularly updated and like, all right, well, chairs are way up today. Everybody's very happy. You know, I love, you know, this is like this story occupies a special place inside of my heart, and I reference it way more than I tell anyone, because I would probably be embarrassed if I actually told people, like if I made someone aware how often I have a little personal internal laugh and a joke because I hear something about either a chair or the stock market, and my brain is imagining stacks of chairs and broken chairs that are going to be mended so that chairs will be up tomorrow, but today they're down because, you know, maybe a leg is off, or
Are they folding chairs?
yeah, who knows, right? I imagine all manner of chairs, like even some that you wouldn't even identify as chairs
Lawn
until someone
chairs.
showed you how they worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chairs are up. It always makes me imagine a huge, precariously balanced pile of chairs too. Like they're really up. Like they got 35 without any widening of the base. They're just free form standing. Got a little bit of kink in there, like when you're trying to stack up some dominoes.
So
Yeah,
there are a
they're
lot
up.
of people in chat right now, and they're maybe not understanding these memes that we are just kind of
Yeah, we're not really
just
pleasing the audience yet.
pulling out of the ether here, maybe pulling them off of the blockchain or somewhere. I don't know where these memes are coming from, and we can explain something called what was the prescription only, and all of the memes that were created live and shared on prescription only picture show.
Yeah, it would probably have been easier for everybody if I had said that more often back during the show, because I got a lot of Jim and I together got a lot of RX only show, RX picture show. Like there's, it was really hard, and I didn't, to me, okay, so we have to go before Jim and I started planning the prescription only picture show.
So for those in chat who are completely confused, can you please tell us who are the hosts or were the hosts of the prescription only picture show?
Definitely, I can answer that. So it was myself as the main host and Jim Maiden as the main co-host, and the other main, so what we did is we started a show where we were like juggling and playing with a yo-yo and singing and playing guitar and talking about strange advertisements or other information that we would find on the internet. And we were able to unwittingly court a very well-known and wonderful occult and esoteric author named Tracy R. Twyman. And so she also became a staple of the show. She liked, and she credited the memes in the introduction as part of it. Like, me and Jim made this weird show called, what was it? Maintenance. We called it something about maintenance. And we did a show that was just about talking about how we could do a better job of making sure that picture show was good.
Right.
And so we were talking about how to make sure we were tracking information correctly and keeping in touch with people. And we were just talking about what it takes. Because, that old quote, everybody wants to build or destroy, but no one wants to do maintenance. That was the inspiration for that show. Like, let's intentionally be the guys that at least address the idea of maintenance, even if we do a poor job of doing it later. Let's talk about it. And Tracy, I think that spurned her to contact us, because I remember she's like, if you guys are serious about that maintenance stuff, that's the kind of stuff I need to do too. And so and she said, and I really like your guys' memes. I find myself sitting there just waiting for the next meme. And my mind was blown. Like, it's still blown right now, forever. Like, Tracy liked me, because they were mostly mine and Jim's memes. We were young in our meme creation phase, but we were active, super active. We would interrupt sometimes 2 or 3 hours of a work day to make sure we get some good memes made. Don't tell anyone I said that, please.
Those were the days, man.
I remember there was a pig. You guys were naming a pig or something?
Yeah. Homunculus. That was the winning name. Homunculus. Ham-oinculus.
So who was the pig? Who owned the pig? Who possessed the pig? What is the deal with the pig?
That was our piggy bank.
So yeah, we would take money and we would bring it live on the show and stuff it into the piggy bank, and we would encourage people to join our Patreon so that they could virtually stuff money into the piggy bank. And so we had, I think it was Jim's idea to have a naming contest, and Jim actually mailed out in real life prizes. People received real items in the mail. It was like some chocolate covered almonds, and there was something else too.
There was some other stuff, and I never sent it out. It was a t-shirt, my pig t-shirt that I was wearing.
Oh man, that's a great shirt.
Yeah, I'll have to find it.
We could raffle that off for $1,000, I'll bet.
It's a good idea.
But yeah, so I mean, and the reason the name is so strange, which I started to tell you guys, of the RX Only Picture Show, was because the original idea from my perspective was to add Jim as the keyboard player in my long defunct rock and roll band. And, so I was trying to get my band back together, and I already had told the other members, we haven't played music. Probably the last time we played music was in 2007. And there was a 5-year gap since before that or something. No, it was 7 years. Like, we stopped in like 03, 04, and the band was called RX Only The Panacea. So it makes a little bit more sense when it's prescription only panacea. For those that don't know, panacea is a cure-all. It's a word that means it's a cure-all. It's a medicine that cures everything. And so the original idea was for me to get Jim into the band and use my extremely powerful personal magic to draw the whole band back together, like it was going to be like the Blues Brothers, when we were going to add a keyboard player, this guy with the beard, Jim Maiden. And to me, he still is. We're a band. We're called RX Only Panacea. We may never, ever get together and play, but it's me and Jim and a guy that on the internet goes by Anti-City Supergroove. And we've since become disenchanted as friends and don't stay in touch anymore. And another guy named N8 who made some rare appearances on the old RX Only Picture Show. But it was Jim's idea. We loved the picture show. We chose picture show name before we did, it transformed and evolved and changed so much by the time it became the show that it really didn't make sense if you didn't get the real backstory. Me and Jim were gonna like do music and make like kind of a black and white noir aesthetic music together. And we had lots of ideas we brainstormed about it. Like we would get video clips and be like, this kind of has a picture show vibe, But then it never became a musical practice. We did a little bit of musical practice. We'd play songs together. We had at least 5 or 10 songs on a list, and we'd play through some of them. But it digressed into something more like a strange variety show. And the reason for that is because of a flat earth debate I had with a man who later turned out to be heavily attracted to autistic young women and was funded by Jeffrey Epstein, shockingly enough. I don't know if you knew that, Jim.
Oh,
Can
yeah.
we pause there for a moment? What?
So should I tell you guys want to hear like the quickest backstory history of the flat earth debate on Andy Worski's channel?
Yeah, you might as well.
Because that's really where Picture Show came from, because we got the live streaming bug from that. Okay, so I'm gonna, Lord Jesus help me, move this down into a nice little quaint piece of storytelling. Okay, here I go. Let's see. So I used to watch internet blood sports, and there was a few channels back in the day that would have internet blood sports, and they would just have people come on and like have pretty vehement but reasonably well-managed arguments with each other. And for me, it was a way to distract myself from other deeper and harder to understand subjects like Tracy Twyman, for example. Like sometimes your brain gets full and you need something really stupid that doesn't require anything. And so I think I was on 4chan actually, and I found blood sports. And, one of the main guys who made it huge was named Andy Worski. And there was a few other channels, but Andy Worski at the time had a partner named Jean-Francois Garapi, JFG. And I was chiming in with super chats and trying to get them to respond. And so I sent a super chat asking if they would ever consider interviewing E. Michael Jones, because I thought E. Michael Jones and JFG, the strange Quebecan Frenchman, would be, I thought it would be great. And they didn't really even see it or ignore it, even though I sent them $5. So instead, they kept having the chat was always hammering them, when are you going to have a flat earth blood sports? When are you going to have a flat earth blood sports? So I sent $5 and said, I challenge Jean-Francois Garapi to a flat earth blood sport. And he immediately on the air accepted the offer. And so from there, we worked it out in the chat to have it on April 1st. What was it, 2017 probably, Jim?
Yeah, I think so.
And it was great. There was like 4,000 people live. Jim hosted my live stream experience in his basement and helped me get set up and get ready. And it was really strange. It's still up there. If anybody wants to see me argue flat earth against a strange Frenchman, a very intellectual, and I think he's got his doctorate, and he's a really strange dude. And he did later turn out to have his own channel. He had received grant money from Epstein and openly admitted it on the air. Like, he's like, yeah, I got the money from Epstein to start my channel. Like, so it was really weird. And he did a lot of stuff that was really uncanny and not good, like involved with, like he had an autistic girlfriend who he was trying to marry, but her parents wouldn't let her. And she was in the States and he was from Canada. And, he kind of was able to defend himself against the strange accusations in that situation. But then as time moved on, like more strange stuff came up about him, and him and Worski parted ways. But long story short, me and Jim had a great time producing and being a participant in the Flat Earth debate on Andy Worski's channel. And the next week, Jim and I both had the live streaming bug. And it was Jim's idea, I remember, because Jim's like, let's do it again. Let's do it, because I liked it and I had a great time, but I wasn't thinking like, let's push this and start a show immediately. But Jim's like, and I'm like, cool, yeah, let's do it. So we just like threw everything together as fast as we can to make sure that we could go live. And we were using Google Hangouts at the time. And we just went live. Like we called my brother and asked him if he wanted to come on, ironically, to also talk about weird pedophilia shit from the guy from the Ren and Stimpy show. His name's John K, and he also got caught doing a bunch of weird shit with little girls. And so that was our first guest. And after that, the rest was history. Me and Jim went live almost every week it was probably almost 3 years, I'll bet. And somewhere in the middle of all that, we really, really fell in love with Tracy Twyman and all of her work, and we started trying to communicate with her, and she eventually, received our gestures well and became our friend and did, some of the greatest work I've ever done in my life, along with Jim on that show.
That's right.
The picture show.
That's how I remember it. Yeah.
And it was great because we were able to not completely go away from the, because me and Jim were serious about the, what do you call, the variety show. Like, it was, I saw it going in that direction, and Jim totally agreed. So he knows how to juggle. I know how to yo-yo. We're both artists. So we would like do artsy, weird stuff. I play music and sing. And so Tracy, encouraged us in that. So those are some of my favorite shows, of like her reading out loud while me and Jim sculpt and paint, and like this kind of stuff was just a blast, man. It was a great time.
It was quite a Wild West.
Yeah, I noticed that it influenced other streamers immediately to change their approach to how they stream, because it tripped me out. People would send me private messages on Twitter like, dude, these guys are copying you guys. And I'm just like, it's fine with me if people want to be inspired that we're doing something weird and they want to try to get away from your standard interview format. That's fine with me. But
yeah, it definitely caught on.
Yeah, I mean, we, looking back on it, it's that feeling of like how the fuck did we did that? That was us. We did that. That's how I feel. Like, nah, that's, maybe that's just the Mandela effect. And
it was.
They say it happened, but I've got something like a vague recollection of it happening every week, and some anxiety and tension of not being ready. Like, I remember one time we were gonna get ready to go live with Tracy, and we didn't have anything ready. Like, we didn't, we could barely get her in because of the technical difficulties, and we didn't know what we were gonna do. And I think in that episode, either Alex or this cool guy named Harrison, one of those guys, I think, came in and saved us. And my plan otherwise was I was going to start reading the book of Ezekiel with Ezekiel 1. Like, I was just going to, the wheels within wheels. That was my plan. I was just going to be like, all right, Tracy, I'm going to read this out loud. Let's talk about it. And, Jim would definitely be involved, but Jim used to participate mostly in the chat. Like, Jim really held the chat together, and it made, to me, that was like someone having to keep the hyperdrive ready to go. Like, like you managing the chat. Like, if you would have ignored that, the whole show would have just gone sideways, like the rudder broke or something, because you were able to keep the chat engaged in whatever we were doing and participate in the off to the side madness that is any live stream chat. Live stream chat is a nation unto itself. I haven't even looked, but I see it moving over here. I have a window with the chat, and I know they might be chiming in about what we're talking about, but they're definitely engaged in a whole bunch of other things that probably can't easily be described.
There's always a tendency to have a chat box, and as a viewer, never knowing quite what to say. So you just kind of type in the first thing that comes to your mind to see if chat even works.
Yeah.
Because there's a tendency to not know if there's a conversation going on, but wanting to keep it going. And then the conversation in the chat can be so different from what the on-air folks are talking about.
Yeah.
And that's totally fine. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
To me, it's one of the most wonderful things that's come out of the internet in recent history. I love the internet, but it's kind of gone sideways on us. But the fact that there's really like parallel performances going on between whoever's streaming and whatever they're trying to cover. And especially if it's got any reputation as a show, so there's at least 20 or 30 people that are aware of it, then you get regulars, and the regulars have massive weight and influence in the chat, or if some weirdo shows up that's really popular, like if Keemstar popped into our chat right now, regardless of what we think, it would put huge waves in the pool. We'd be like, oh my God, does he want to come on? Like there'd be all this stuff would happen, and then maybe I'd private message Jim, like, don't have him on, man. I don't want to talk to Keemstar right now, or whatever. Just kidding, Keem. If you're out there, pop on, bro. We'll talk to you right now. We got drama. You want to hear about the drama?
I don't think I've ever watched Keemstar.
Is there
Well,
still
that's to your credit, absolutely. That's almost the equivalent of saying I've never walked into Walmart.
Wow. That's tough.
Do you guys know Keem and what he does? I only know about him because of Worski's show too. And I did see in the chat that the Barsky-Worski connection, we could do a whole show just comparing Andy Worski to David Barsky. Like we could really do our homework, take a couple weeks and pull up these guys' info and bios and their high and low points on the internet and just do a parallel comparison of them.
So the topic now seems to be about live streaming on the internet, going back to the beginning of live streaming. And in 2010, I was live streaming.
Awesome.
I don't know if any of you remember me from that. I've got social media followers that I've had for over 10 years, maybe 15 years, some people, because I've been on the internet. So I don't even remember how I know these people or if they know me. I don't remember because it's been so long. In 2010, there's a website called Blog TV. Does anyone
Oh, that
remember
rings a bell. That
Blog
kind of rings a
TV?
bell.
Blog TV, run out of Israel, was a place where anyone could stream free anytime they wanted to. There was other websites like Stickam.
Yeah, I remember that one too. I don't think I ever used any of these, but I remember them. I'm sure I watched some.
Yeah, there was a lot of opportunities for people with webcams to broadcast themselves publicly or otherwise. Blog TV was trying to get YouTubers to live stream on their platform. YouTube did not have live video at this point.
Yeah.
So Blog TV and Stickam, and I'm trying to remember the other names of some of these services, would allow you to stream live. So if you were a YouTuber, you could have a vlog and then say, I'm going to go live on Blog TV tonight. Blog TV would try to pay people, advertising revenue. So I did get a check from Blog TV for my Blog TV show.
Did you cash it?
Yes. It was a direct deposit into my
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that would be so sweet to have. I would frame the hell out of that printed check. That would be so cool.
I've got a lot of stuff. I'd have to go through records. I don't even remember a lot of the stuff, and then I just open a box and flip through it. And I'm like, oh yeah, that I remember.
Yeah. If you're not careful, you can spend your whole weekend doing that, and then feel really flat and detached and depressed for a month.
It's a way to keep track of history, having actual receipts.
Yeah, items, physical items. It's a madness in the world now.
Yeah, so I pulled
they use propaganda to tell us that it's wrong. They make whole television shows like these people hoard. Look how bad it is to hoard. You shouldn't keep big piles of papers, especially not newspapers.
Oh.
So what was your? I'm really curious now. What was your? I mean, was your show like a pretty big hit? Did you have a big audience? And I mean, you have people still following you, so it must have been pretty awesome if they haven't like fallen off and they're still like, yep.
It was a single man variety show. I'd turn on the camera and sometimes I'd be reading books, like audiobook narration, and I would just keep reading it. And I'd read for about an hour and then I'd say, okay, thank you for listening. Good night, everyone. And then just
awesome.
That sort of thing, whatever. And there'd be times where we'd have dance parties, turn the lights out, have dance parties. I'd do fitness shows where it ended up becoming a striptease. And one time I accidentally shared the link to a Facebook page. My aunt saw it, clicked on the link, watched me dancing around with my abs on full display. And then later on told me this in person and said it was very interesting. I said, yeah.
Jim and I can relate to that because either one of our mothers would occasionally let us know that they had caught portions of the show, Now, my mom is pretty freewheeling and pretty kind of hippie-ish, so I'm not too worried. But Jim's mom, I love her. She's awesome. But sometimes knowing that she might be watching definitely influenced my ability to be completely at ease. I mean, there's more to the story than that. I'm not going to say, but it was like we would have that conversation sometimes. Like, dude, do you think your mom's going to be watching? Like, I don't know. I'm like, oh, and then I would just shake it off. Like, doesn't matter. I just have to do pretty much what I was going to do anyway. But you can't really just do what you were going to do. If extra knowledge has been added, that this is a possibility. But she loved. I mean, she always had nice things. She never gave us any guff. Did she, Jim?
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't know if she could handle it because we were talking about pretty intense stuff. So she would probably.
Yeah, that was my biggest fear. Like, oh no, what if we start, talking about like ancient Jewish pedophile baby eating vampire blood drinking rings that are all directly connected to intelligence agencies who are in cahoots with the blackest of magicians that are all tied directly into Hollywood. Like, and then someone has insight to add to that, like Tracy, like, oh yeah, you're right, Sean. Here, let me tell you a little bit more, and just breaks it down like someone pulling out the accounting book. Here's how it happened, and here's the symbols they used, and here's the time dates, stamps of everything that we think happened 10 years ago, and like, oh god, it was scary. Picture show was pretty scary.
Blog TV was a very scary place, and
I'll bet, man.
I had no
idea. Do you have any of that stuff?
I've got stuff on hard drives. Let me tell you this. So Blog TV, Israel. Okay. So I'm broadcasting there, and I would give out my Skype to people. So we'd go off, and we'd be on Skype because their PM system was terrible. So I would get messages from hackers, legitimate people.
No, I know 2010 is a different world.
They would call me up, never show me their face, but they would talk to me, and they would tell me stuff. There was a person from Canada with a police badge number. He gave me his police badge number and was telling me what was going on, the investigations that were going on to certain users on the platform, warning me not to associate.
Yeah, giving you the heads up. That's nice that he did that, actually, because he could keep you out of a lot of trouble. That's evidence of a good cop. Maybe not all cops are bastards. I know that one saved Little Wayne's life too. So that that we got evidence for at least two.
It's
cop saved Little Wayne, huh?
Crazy. It's crazy, and we take this stuff for granted. 10 years later, I was experiencing all this live on the air on different platforms, and it didn't even seem like a big deal to me. I was just taking it all in stride, writing notes down. Okay, what's your police badge number? Okay, write it down here. Okay, because he would keep telling me, and these other people that have to establish their identities, and it's like, this is a cyberpunk game that I've gotten myself involved with different special interest groups and multinational corporations involved.
Yeah, you were a super early adopter.
I just wanted to play a Beatles movie on a Saturday night and then restream it and watch it with friends and do like a live commentary over it. There was
Mystery Science Theater 2000 with Yellow Submarine. Sounds great.
Restriction anywhere on any of this stuff.
No, it took them a long time to figure out how to wrap their head around and then implement how to make YouTube really suck forever. And they dumped more money than Bezos is worth into making sure that they could invest in their chance to make it suck forever with the 10% chance that they also might be able to make it profitable. And then they just went hard with implementing, like Satan. They just went at it. Like, I know I'm wrong. I'm going to do this. This is all I'm going to do. Because we all remember, especially, I mean, I was definitely on YouTube and screwing around, and I did a lot of early adopter stuff like that too. I used to get in interesting conversations and relationships with people in chat rooms way back, like Yahoo Chat, and and like GeoCities, and I never built a GeoCities, but I dinged around with all those kind of people. And I did you guys ever use ICQ?
Yeah.
I remember the hiccup noise that thing used to make when you get a message. Like I used to send people audio clips, not much video. I wasn't, but I'd send people like I'd sing or play songs or talk on the microphone, and we'd trade stuff back and forth. And I miss it, man. I miss that internet. That internet's gone.
When did you have your first website up?
I never got into. Well, no, that's not true. Let's see. I had an idea to keep track of all of the. I was gonna scrape all the data from all of the different religions in the world that I could find, and put them all into an interactive page called Adherence. So at one point I had adherence.com, and I had the beginning of the data up there, and that would have been a long time ago, man. I don't know, like 2003.
Sure.
And it might have been before that, but that seems close to right. It could have even been like 99 or something, but I just don't remember for sure. But I never did it. I got it up there and then it pooped out. And I tried a few other things, like, I have some blogs that have been around forever. One that I still use, sbalger.blogspot.com. Actually, it's sonio.net now, but because I finally bought a real, my domain. But okay. I never got into design, but I put stuff up. We had Facebook page, MySpace pages and shit like that,
yeah,
for us,
that kind of
for
brings
myself.
us to today, where we have to have our own website and our own host just to publish what we want to.
Yeah.
And have it not vanish.
Have it possibly not vanish.
Or not appear to someone who we want to show it to.
Right.
They can't see it. We can see it. We can't understand why we send them the link. They click the link and there's nothing there.
Yep. No, I think George Orwell would be absolutely astounded at the real level of what he vaguely predicted and was articulating in 1984. I think he'd be like, well, I didn't think it would be like this. This is way, way worse, like to magnitudes than I ever imagined, Because it's so strange. Like they hit you up in DMs now. They're like, bro, you don't want to send that DM, do you? That's going to get you deplatformed over here. You can't have that private correspondence with another user. Click this button and we won't penalize you, and we'll just pretend like it didn't happen. I mean, they act like a bad school teacher does, like they give you that same shitty, like gangster deal. Like, hey, I just caught you doing something bad, but if you want to get out of it, then here's what you do, Or if you try and send, you guys know, if you try and send bootleg media through a Facebook message, it just acts like it doesn't work. Like, here's a book you can pirate to check out before you buy a hard copy. Like, nope, Facebook's like, get out of here with that shit. You can't send that.
They know? Facebook knows?
Yeah, there's lots of websites if you try and drop it in DMs, especially if you try and drop it on Facebook proper, but lots of things if you try and drop it in DMs. Like if I went and found a copy of a book we both like and tried to send you the PDF so that we could easily access it and cover it right now, it wouldn't work. I'd have to text it to you or email it to you, And I saw, so insider tip from someone who is actually somebody who works like tech security, like web security stuff for the state, and I won't say which state, but he told me that it's coming down the pipeline that the Biden administration is trying to do what we were just talking about concerning text messaging. Like they're going to start policing text messaging. Like if I send you some, let's say COVID link, and they don't like it or it's not what they want, then they can start to police that somehow too, which to me is just drastically like, oh my God, what the hell?
Insane.
That's the first I'd heard of it from an insider, because usually I find stuff like you guys do, find it on Twitter, or somebody DMs it to you, or you find it, on some website you probably shouldn't even be on, but there you are. But this guy told me like, oh yeah, it's coming down the pipeline that the Biden administration is trying to start to police, SMS and what is it, MMS? So that's, SMS is text and MMS is multimedia stuff, videos, pictures, audio, or whatever, and that they're looking at that, to take our alleged private correspondence through these cell phone companies and be like, hey, Jim, you can't send that meme. What are you doing with your smartphone that you're making payments on? Push this button and take it back, Jim.
That's insane.
It is insane.
I wonder if it's how much of it's just fear, or if it's actually a possibility that they would do that.
Yeah, that's a good question. But I mean, this guy's like inside of the system as an actual, like a high up, tech security state employee somewhere, and he's seeing it like as a, hey, we're getting ready to deal with this. This is going to be a part of our protocol too, So to me, that means they're implementing to some degree. That doesn't mean it's not still propaganda and fear tactics. I used to always tell people that you can't have enough eyes on the ball to really spy on everybody, but that was before I imagined how they would portray and use artificial intelligence in reality. And I still don't have a lot of faith that AI does what they claim it does, but they definitely can use it to algorithmically do a lot of stuff that takes the reins off of them so they don't have to have eyes on the screen. And we all see how shitty it works. Like sometimes it does the right thing according to their programming, and sometimes it knocks down like your whole healthy eating channel when you didn't do anything. Like, it was fine. And then there's no way to get a human being or ever get your stuff back. And you're just screwed,
Yeah. Damn the machine. Damn the machine to hell.
Or bless it to heaven, but either way, we're still stuck with it.
It's absolutely true. We're living in the Shadowrun world right now. Do you know the Shadowrun RPG?
No, tell us. That sounds really familiar though. Shadowrun.
1989, they decided that there was a cyberpunk world with orcs and goblins and all the Dungeons and Dragons creatures, but it's Seattle. And it's today, it's modern, and they combine the cyberpunk elements of hacking into computer terminals.
Yeah, and it's like, this is a really popular game, right?
Right.
Like huge, right?
In 1989, the pen and paper role-playing game, there's a version for Sega Genesis and a version for Super Nintendo. Two very different games using the same source material.
Interesting.
And those were in the early 90s. They've had a resurgence. They've made some more Shadowrun computer role-playing games. But I made the comment that we're living in a Shadowrun world now because I saw an article on the New York Times describing a shaman on Instagram. Okay, so we have techno shamanism, occult,
it's real,
sorcery. Yeah, it's.
And I follow an amazing witch. I haven't looked for a while, but I enjoyed Tumblr very much. But them taking all of the porn off of it kind of sucked the life out of it. And it was actually the most honest and interesting place that people were posting adult content, in my opinion. And of course, there was some shit on there that shouldn't have been there, like any website. But when you did that, like I never had any fun going back to my Tumblr. But when I was on there and it was active, there was this like, she was in Kuala Lumpur or someplace in that part of the world, and she was just dropping all of the dirt on how her family shamanism whole practice worked. And her dad was the shaman and she was like the priestess in training, and she was talking about making amulets and slaughtering animals for people to perform magic rituals. And it was so insightful and amazing because she was just dropping it like kind of like you described your blog TV channel. Like here I am on Tumblr, and I found a little bit of that stuff on Instagram and stuff, but nothing quite as insightful as that.
This is the New York Times printing the picture of this guy, Derek, Durek, Verrett, Verrett, friend of Gwyneth Paltrow, and consort of the Princess of Norway, wants
Oh
to
my
bring
goodness.
spiritual healing to the masses. He's changed his name from Derek, Derek, to Durek, Durek.
Yeah, Durek.
Yeah, he's more durable now, I guess, as a shaman.
Yeah, I appreciate that about you, Ellen. When I watch you on the stream, when I can tune in long enough to actually participate at all, that you digress into etymology and phonetic word meanings, and that's one of mine and Jim's ancient practices. We didn't do it as much on the show as we would sitting across from each other at work or in person and start breaking it down like Durek. What does it mean? It's like a dirk. It's like a knife. Dirk. Did he name himself Knife? Like. There's all this digression that comes from it, and I love it. It's wonderful. I can tell that you also have etymology apps on your phone, and it makes me happy.
I learned from
Or
you.
if not, hey.
I absorbed it all from you guys, and now I'm just giving it back.
Never even thought of that. It might be our fault.
You guys aren't to blame for a lot of, for some of it. For some of it, we're beginning to untangle this weaving spider's web thing, and I'm trying to get you guys out of my mind. And
Well, I thought that's where we live inside your mind. Isn't that? I thought that was one of the slogans that somebody came up with.
that's true too.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, if as much as it's beautiful and ironic and catchy, I mean, if you say that we live inside your minds, then it becomes true. Because it's just a reminder of the truth anyway. It would be truth no matter what. But if you point it out, like if Jim has a red dot in his face and we don't tell him, then only he doesn't know, and we're doing the best we can. But if we say it's on there, then we're all in a brand new game where
Like Indian
there's the
poker.
red dot, and what do we do about it?
Right.
Well, our
Yeah,
words are
Indian poker.
prayers. So be careful what you say, because we speak reality into existence.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I swore in college that I was going to try my damnedest to have every single thing I say or express be poetry in some regard. And to me, that means the same thing and always has. Poems and prayers are very identical or similar items. So I remember the first time you ever said that to me, Jim, I was like, aha, yes. And I've done okay. I've still made some mistakes with things that I've said that have cost me almost everything. That's happened.
I shared some of my stories about intention and things that I've said on Chance's Interverse show, my episode with.
Okay, you went on Interverse. I'll have to go back and find it. Yeah, because I've been checking out some of his stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, so I share a story, and it might be in the second hour. Basically, I was doing laundry, and I get so tired of doing laundry because it never ends. And sometimes I'll load the laundry, and I want it to soak, right? But if you have to, it's an old laundry, and you spin the dial, and you set it, and you pull it out, and it starts to spin.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll walk away and I'll forget to even put my laundry in it. So it'll just go through the cycle. I'll come back to it and it'll be empty. And I'm like, oh, I got to start it again. So I said to it, I wish you would stop and let me do my laundry. And then at that point, the spring on it broke, the timer on it broke. So the entire thing just went out of commission. I was like, you've got to be kidding me.
Like, that's not really what I meant. I didn't mean I wanted to wash my laundry in the laundromat.
I didn't literally mean that I wanted to wash my laundry manually.
That's right.
I appreciate having a laundry machine that spins and rinses for me. But the timer, just went out.
It happened at the very moment you said it. Yeah, beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And it gets worse. Because as we're calling to have the repairman show up, I get really drowsy. And I have a really bizarre dream as they're trying to repair the wash machine. And that's That's on the Interverse show. So
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go check that out because I subscribe to Rockfin, and as I move more towards being able to actually get something like a media presence back in action and doing, that's part of my plan, is to get over on Rockfin and just publish over there, you know, someday, some way. Just if people are not aware, I know some people are aware who are closer to me, but we've been in the process of a remodel for the house that we've recently moved into. They told us it would probably be between 2 and 4 months. It's been 6 months, and the work is maybe, be gracious, 30% done. And there's all kinds of similar things like you just described, like all of these super ironic, stupid, horrible reasons why things are not actually moving along the way they should. But when this gets at least a little farther along, my intention is to put a combination music and video production studio along with kind of like a meditative yoga-y space in one room in the house, and to also have something like a very large art studio to make wax art with in my garage. And at that point, I'll feel like everything's moving. At least I've got the train back up on the track. But right now, it's just, it's a bit of madness, not in a bad way. Everything's going great. I had the most amazing day today. I can't, you guys want to hear how stoked I am to be here and where I've come from today?
lay it all on us.
All right. So
The moment you woke up this morning or this
So
afternoon.
well, let's start a little further back than that. So I was driving from Walla Walla, Washington to Boise, Idaho, and this was probably almost a year ago now, about 8 or 9 months. And I've been eating this awesome diet called the Mucusless Diet Healing System, which kind of encourages you to remove everything except for like mostly fruit and some salads and occasional cooked vegetables from your diet, you know, and including fasting and other things. And one part of the process for me, since I'm a sugar junkie, is to like buy dates and bananas and eat them together. Because then that's like something, it's just like buying cupcakes or cookies, and it works pretty good. So I went to the La Grande Co-op and I bought a whole bunch of bananas, overripe bananas and dates. And the girl at the counter told me there's these guys in Boise, they're doing an all men's yoga group, and it's called Kula Dudes. And I was like, sweet. She wrote it down for me. I went on Instagram, I followed them, and like still 4 or 5 months before I did anything, I finally got a hold of these guys and I went and started doing yoga with them. And it's amazing. It's just the most awesome, affirmative, great group of guys. It's always different every week, but the teacher is really cool. And so one of the guys made an offering to take us on a hiking trip, like into the Sawtooth Mountains for 3 days. And I've never done anything like that. So we've been getting ready. So this morning I went on a 12-mile hike for the first time in my life, carrying a 20-pound backpack to, you know, get ready. And then the other guy that was there in the group, me and him have been talking about jamming, because he plays the cajon and all this like percussion and instrument stuff. He's got a really nice setup, but it's not like a drum kit, you know. He's got cajones and weird little bongos and all these cool little drums. And we've been talking about jamming, but today it finally happened, you know, for months. So I went from, and I didn't sleep last night. So if I'm a little spacey or I'm talking too much, just feel free to interrupt me. I know it's hard. I apologize.
Yeah, let me
But
interrupt you right there and clarify. You've joined a hot male yoga group and something about cojones.
yeah, that's close.
Okay.
I'd say chicharrones, but whatever.
Okay. Okay.
And I mean, the guys are pretty hot, but it's not like hot yoga. I want to clarify that, you know.
Okay.
And most of them are also taken, you know. There's a few single guys, but most of them are married to women, as far as I know.
Who knows?
It's you know, the group is a pretty typical, like, halfway between woke and halfway between towing the social line somehow. And that's okay with me. Like the very first time I went, like I almost canceled at the last minute, and I hit the guy up with a text. I'm like, you guys aren't wearing masks while you do yoga, are you? And he's like, no, like, you know, some guys will wear it but they'll take it off, and no one's practicing with the mask on, and everyone doesn't care. Like, you know, you can either wear it or not. No one cares. And I'm like, okay, sweet.
Like a
and then
luchador
like,
mask or something. So you guys
oh no, I'm talking about the wonderful pandemic muy el populero COVID-19 mascarino, man. This stupid thing, this ritual process of like looking like Cobra Kai. No, not Cobra Kai. The other guys, G.I. Joe's enemy, Cobra. You know,
I'm not
looking
trying
like
to
Cobra.
derail you too much, but I remember earlier in our conversation we were talking about some battles, some epic battles between Barsky and Warski. What was the Warski guy? There was a flat Earth debate.
Yeah, yeah. So now Andy Worski was the host of the channel, but the debate was technically against this strange Frenchman from Canada. He's a Quebecian or whatever you call him, and his name's Jean-Francois Garapi. And so it was supposed to be me versus they call him JFG for obvious reasons because nobody wants to say Jean-Francois Garapi over and over again. But Barsky really ended up teaming up on me against, teaming up with JFG against me, and I even called him out on it a little bit.
This is not our Barsky. This is a guy.
No, Worski. This is great. I love that we're getting mixed up.
Barsky. Worski, who was an e-celeb about 10 years ago.
Still is.
Who still is. And was then too. He would gather personalities and try to get them to do a head-on-head debate, sort of name calling.
Was he doing that 10 years ago? Was he doing that 10 years ago?
When do you remember it?
I mean, because to me, I found it probably 4 years ago, and I was aware of it before I started clicking on it. Like if you go to a website like 4chan and you see the stupid thread, you're smart. You don't click on it. It says blood sports and all this other stupid text, and you look at it and you go, that's really stupid. And I don't want to click there because I'm going to land on things that I can't get it back. I can't not see whatever's next. And eventually one day you click on it, so that was probably 4, or it might now be 5 years ago. But I thought Worski was like trying to be a stand-up comic on live streams and like trying to do other acting and sketch making and stuff, like with a guy named Mike Headley, a black guy from Canada.
You also mentioned someone called Keemstar. I remember Keemstar because Keemstar and I were on the same platform on Blog TV. So Keemstar was on Blog TV and trying to do his thing, and I was just trying to read fairy tales and talk about their Jungian perspectives. And
man, I would have been way more into your channel. I wish I would have known, because we would have been kicking it tough for a lot longer than just these few hours we've been together so far, or whatever.
Right. So, okay, back to your story about your men's yoga group and a hike that you're going.
Yeah. So, we're getting ready for the hike. I did a huge hike this morning on very little sleep. I finally got a huge jam together with like 3 guys that have never met each other, and we played music for 3 hours straight. Just looking at like the chords in a book and these guys showing me the stuff that they usually play. And it was like the most fired up thing I've done musically in years. Probably the last thing that even came close was me and Jim, we might have imbibed some degrees of alcohol at some time and had some pretty uproarious, awesome jams with piano and guitar. But, and we even had some other participants. But this was something even a little bit different than that, because we have this feeling that we could take it out on the road already. Like it's like we're going to go out into coffee shops and bars and do something, because it just came together so easy and so well. And then I immediately, thank God, bless Jim Maiden with all my heart for messaging me and reminding me that I agreed to do this tonight also.
So
and then I, had some technical difficulties, and here we are.
Are you playing
maybe
Renaissance festivals?
Not yet, but I'd be perfectly glad to wear a kilt even and play at a Renaissance festival, as long as they allow me to play my Flat Earth song, which was the real reason that I weaseled my way into Worski's show, so that we could play my Flat Earth song at the end. I didn't tell anybody. That was my secret Machiavellian plan, and it worked great. Like I had everyone dancing around and having a good time.
Did I talk about Flat Earth in my first appearance on Weaving Spiders Welcome? I think I did.
It's a great question. I don't think I've seen your first appearance.
Yeah, that was what.
Jim, did you guys have it all backed up? Did you guys lose a bunch of stuff because of the man who will not be named?
I did. I lost some stuff on my James Maiden YouTube channel. I read a bunch of Tracy's work, and that stuff got.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay.
I might have.
Did you interject with commentary? I only got to watch a little tiny bit of that. Did you guys interject with commentary and stuff?
A little bit. I talked at the beginning a little bit, and then I'd take breaks of reading, and I wasn't word for word. Also, sometimes the dyslexia kicked in, and I swapped an at for a the or something. But you know, it was
Did you ever try? I still have a plan to fight my copyright strikes and try and get my channel back, but I've just been frozen up on the whole thing. Like I have the brain fog. I have all kinds of other things going on. I'm working actively on things that I really can't talk about in regard to all of the weird stuff going on with strange people and
There's always
unnecessary
weird stuff
hassling and
going on.
attacks.
There's always weird
Yeah.
stuff going on. And my first episode was episode 30. Alan Marcus, Men of Renowned Traversing a Flat Earth. So from day one, when I started talking to you guys in the Spider-Verse and the Weaving Spiders Welcome thing, from day one, we had a fact check put on the video to tell our viewers, listeners, and readers what the flat Earth model is, and to warn them.
Hey, it's an archaic model. It says, yeah, the archaic
Yes.
model warning.
Yes. So before we even began talking, our viewers were ready to learn all about flat Earth and my perspectives on shapes and what I see from Mount Analog. What do I see when I stand on Mount Analog?
That sounds good. Yeah, I'll have to go back. You said it started with number 30.
Yes,
And is it still up there or not?
it's still up. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that gives me something to do.
It was on the backup channel live and then re-uploaded to this very channel. So I think it exists in two places.
Yeah, I'm really tentative, as you guys could imagine, to re-upload stuff onto YouTube until I get more progress on what's really going to happen with all this stuff.
Very true.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe it'd be nice just to set up a burner channel that, you know, just upload a bunch of stuff that, and
Run a test.
if it gets taken down, then it's fine. It's not going to be something, you know, you've put all your time into, like
Right.
your old channel.
Well, the other thing I thought too was that, you know, I mean, I figured this is a good plan, is to make it so that really reproducing this content can become incentivized in a really healthy, normal way. You know, not like, hey, let's get some money for this, but let's make it so that, like, I was thinking me and you and other people could, I've always wanted to edit the shows down so they're tighter. I mean, we've talked about that for years, literally, and I still intend to do that, you know, someday with your help, you know. But I was thinking we could do what Alan said, like do like a mystery science theater talk over review, pause, like just go through the shows and be like, all right, stop, let's talk right there. Let's talk about that meme. Let's talk about what so-and-so just said, you know. Let's talk about Bill Ramsey's hat or whatever, you know.
Present the old shows. Yeah.
Yeah, in such a way. And to me, like, you could have one show at that point could become 5 episodes of something else, where like you're just trying to go over episode 27 and it could take forever, you know. And to me, that would be what would make it fun. And you could even make it suspenseful and exciting that way. Like, don't forget to tune in next week. We're going to talk about what we promised to talk about this week and didn't get to, or that kind of stuff.
Are you suggesting you want to cannibalize your own work?
Hallelujah, yes. Well, I mean, that's all I do. I'm an artist that makes something beautiful and has 2 or 3 people yell at me to stop, and that it's good enough and I should leave it alone. I could even sell it, and then at that point, I proceed to ruin it a little teeny tiny bit that makes me happy. Like, I'm happy with how I ruined it. And they're like, oh, you kind of screwed it up, stop. And then, you know, if I'm not careful, maybe I'll paint the whole canvas black on accident or something, you know. I made a beautiful painting of me and Jim and our friend Innate. And then I tried to do something fancy with it with pour paints and just ruined it. It's gone. There's photography of it and that's it. The painting's gone. It's destroyed. And I might have even gotten rid of the canvas itself. I was so frustrated.
I hate that.
Yeah, it happens, man. If we would just listen to other people when they tell us, then it would, you know, Jim, don't touch it. If you go, oh, then we, you know, we could just make it into bronze and sell it. That's what real good artists do. Someone interrupts them, they threaten them with a bat or something. They're like, if you touch it, man, I'm going to hit you. And they're like, all right. And then they take it away from them, and someone does all of the work to get it to market. And then, you know,
I think it's the mark
that
of
time the artist goes and
is knowing when
it
it's,
is.
you know, it's like, oh, it's done. Oh wait, no, one more touch.
Yeah.
Oh, now. Yeah.
One more touch.
Then it's wrecked. Usually when I
I
do
bought
it.
a book by Salvador Dali I've never heard of, Jim. I found a book called 50 like 50 secrets to creating to producing magic or something like that by Salvador Dali. I've got it downstairs. But it's like instructions from him on which paintbrushes to choose and how to paint and how to put your mustache wax in and how to treat your wife if she's your muse. And like it's all this crazy Dalinian shit that I never. I mean, to me, the fact that there's Dali that I've never found is just like, how could this be? Well, you guys are holding out on me. There's instructions from Dali how to make magical art, and I'm 45, and now Hero, thanks. Gonna need that. I ordered it
the
from
real thing.
Amazon Prime.
Sean, this is a real thing, and let me figure out how to get into this. So, synchromysticism certainly is something that a lot of us talk about, and there are brilliant names in the field, and that's kind of how we started talking earlier a few days ago, Sean, talking about certain
Yeah, that's
streams
it.
and
That's
currents and thoughts. So what I'm
Well, I
describing,
knew that it was safe. I mean, I felt bad for not having a more formal introductive message, but I actually needed your help. So it's like,
yes,
well,
yes,
this guy, I've been watching him. He talks about it. I know he knows. And, I knew you said something that was so dense with Chris Knowles' uh, lingo about 2 or 3 or 4 shows ago. I don't even remember what, but you just chimed in for just a second and you
mhm.
said like this whole huge dense ball of the Chris Knowles lore, and I was like, this guy knows. He's following it closer than I am. I could tell by the way you said it.
That is a truer statement than you know. I owe a lot to Christopher Knowles, who has taught me so much. I have studied privately with him
Oh, awesome.
and continue to do so. I probably need to get onto a Patreon plan. That's on me for not wanting to go on the Patreon platform as a payer into Patreon. There's like other. We were talking about financials, Bloomberg's, Tesla's,
Yeah.
Elon Musk's, PayPal's, all this financial stuff it gets weird. The payment processors, shall we say. So with Patreon being a platform that I don't know that I want to trust as something that's going to be between me and a creator, I'd like to go just directly to them.
Yeah.
That's sort of my preference. And then I kind of disappeared about 2 weeks ago to go on vacation and felt great, came back, and then kind of had a head cold for a while. That's why I'm like trying to suppress some coughs here. But to get back to the point directly, the idea of this shimmer creating a dreamlike reality, creating things that did not exist before. Are you following me still?
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
So,
And I also got the answer to my cough drop question, so thank you.
so there it is, and this is kind of what we've been studying in the he's got a name for it, the Synchromystic School, his institute, his call. If you go to the Secret Sun blog,
Yeah.
and you see what he's talking about here, and again, I kind of forget the specific terminologies because there's so much information, and I have to
Mm-hmm.
refer back to the notes. But part of what the study is about is this shimmering effect that brings into our reality something that was not there before. And you're talking about this Dali book that you did not know existed. And
Yeah.
how would you not know? You're a fan of Dali. You've gone through all of his material. You've seeked it out, and then for this book to appear into existence and then manifest into your hands, and you're like, where did this come from?
Yeah. And it could be that because the story's pretty plausible. Like it was in Spanish, of course, because he's a Spanish artist, and somebody didn't translate it into English until whatever it was, the middle or late '60s or whatever, and then they didn't really go and publish it easy to get like it is now until in the late 2000s, or so it all seemed very plausible, but that doesn't mean that any of that's true. They could have had AI write a book by Dolly and done all of the wet ink back work to make it look like it's legit. And there's not anyone that can do anything to stop or prevent it, including Dolly's alleged heirs or whoever might be, trusted up inside of his strange fortune, And if you know about him, like Gala had him signing canvases and totally, completely ruining his own reputation at the end of his life, and he was doing it willingly because he was absolutely a slave to that woman. And
you're in my mind right now. It's like we've read the same books. Maybe there's a plantard somewhere. Are you remembering this idea of the Plantagenet? The priory. There's a calendar of a priory of a scion. The Jean Cocteau as a master of the priory of Sion, of a guy who's really good at making documents.
Yeah, I'm rusty on all that. It's been a long time, but yes, yeah.
Well,
it's funny if we call it plantard.
That's what I've been digging
into. Retarded
into.
plan if we call it plantard. It makes you want to go buy plantard.com if it's available, like with immediacy. I'll tell you guys a secret, even though we're broadcasting live. I own internetcringe.com. So if you guys want to help me with it, we can do something in that regard. And it looks like we've got someone joining us here.
Two Shoes has joined us.
Greetings.
Hello, gentlemen.
What's up?
Sorry to be so late.
Hey,
but
right
I have survived monsoons.
Man, Barsky looks way different.
SB, good to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, Gordy. I've caught a little bit of your dialogue on here too, and it's very enjoyable. So,
well, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
I was telling these guys, every time I try to log in and just watch the show, I get like vehemently interrupted, as we might say, like by demons,
Yes, always.
And they move through things that I can't, I can ignore almost anything, including my own bladder and all kinds of things. But it's always something, like my dog starts to throw up or something. Like how could this be? And then by the time I get back, I'm not properly engaged, or the show's over. So I'm very happy to be here. Maybe that's why, because this was what was supposed to happen. Like, you don't get to watch. You don't get to sit in the audience, Sean. You're not allowed.
Right. You have to interact.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alan. What?
That makes sense. I mean,
know these guys. How did I get involved with all of this? And I just said, destiny.
Right. It's very true. Exactly. I don't know how I got here, but it happened. I'm pretty grateful for it, but I don't know how.
I'm very grateful for all of it too.
Me too. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Jim Maiden is a silent and huge mover behind the scenes, and sometimes he doesn't even know how much his influence affects people. Like there's a lot of stuff that I wasn't ready to do, and I was just kind of on the fence and in a neutral place about. And Jim would just, in his own subtle but pressureful way, not rude or pressureful in a negative way, but just like, oh, we should just do it. Like, why don't we just get this person on? Like, I don't know, man, that's a pretty big deal. I don't know if we're ready. Well, we could just do it. You want to send him a message?
Right.
Well, I can. You want me to send him a message? You really think we should? Like, why don't you just go ahead and do it? Like, okay. And next thing you know, things are happening that, then I'm having that feeling of like walking out on stage, like, oh my God, this is what's like, I'm going to push go live and then that's going to happen. Like, oh shit. Okay. Right. Okay. It's all good. We'll do this.
Right.
Yeah.
It's good to be pushed like that.
Especially when it works. Cause I mean, I'm one of these stubborn assholes that does, like if you try to tell me, I have to go do something, then now you've defaulted me into that. I may never be able to do it now, even if I want to, because you said I have to, and you tried to make me. So now it's over, Yeah,
well,
Jim's he's crafty he's not trying to be crafty. He has innate ability, which is a pun for Jim, innate ability.
Right, to suck us out of our own.
Yeah, it works.
Bullshit, right?
Yeah,
it works.
Oh, gee,
he's
thanks.
The connector. He's the connector. He's the connector of peoples.
It's true. He's literally like, he's got his sewing
True.
machine running over there in the chat, sewing everything together for everyone.
Right. Right.
Once we go live, we're live, so we always remind each other, hey, pre-show poop, get it out.
You guys want to? I'll tell you a funny anecdote to that. Like, I used to read a lot of guitar magazines back in the day, and there was an article about like asking all these pretty popular guitar players, like, what's the most important thing you should do? And like, so like Nuno Betancourt's like, you should always keep a tape recorder and a pen and a pad, and like most of the answers are like that, like, oh, you should practice the circle of fifths every day so that it becomes second nature. And Jerry Cantrell from Alice in Chains said, and I quote, make sure you take a shit before you go on stage. And I was like, this is fucking real advice.
This is real. This is wisdom right here.
Yeah, this is why you're one
Life
of my
wisdom.
very favorites. And I'm imagining being like, I saw Alice in Chains in Tri-Cities, Washington, in a shitty little, like a hockey arena. So it wasn't tiny little cool venue. It was like a really crappy sounding hockey arena. And so when I read that, I imagined, what if there's no really available backstage bathroom and you're Jerry Cantrell and all of a sudden you got the Turtles' heads poking out and you have to like go down secretly through the crowd and hit the head in the bathroom where everybody just walked into the bathroom, pissed and shit on everything and ate all of their drugs and littered the floor with the bags. Like, yeah, you really need to do this before you go on stage. This is really not a good option. For because then people are going to hit you up like, oh my god, bro, and you're like, I'm trying to shit, get out of the way, be rude to your fans and everything. So it was very insightful to me.
This is very insightful.
He also said in the same interview or a similar one that one time he got oral sex from a girl who dipped tobacco and it burned, and I never forgot that either. That messes with my head to this day.
The caliber of girl that's dipping tobacco has got to be spectacular in the first place.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'll find them in the Northwest, man. They are up here in the Northwest. There's a lot of girls that dip tobacco, a lot more than you think. And they're subtle. Really? They don't. Yeah, and they're subtle. They don't want to be looking like a dude dipping tobacco, so they'll put a pouch in their lip and leave it in there all day, and then they'll secretly throw it away at the end of the day or something.
Like you do at work, where you with your soda can and you're just like.
Yeah.
Right.
Or swallow the spit if you're hardcore. If you're real hardcore, just swallow the spit all day. That just makes me exactly. I have the same reaction you just did, Gordy. Like. I only ever tried that a few times and it made me throw up. So I stayed away from it forever after that.
My mouth started watering. As
God. I still can't imagine like knowing that a girl dips tobacco and still moving forward with the proposition.
So hot. Hot. How do you say no? You can't say no to that.
They scared us in high school with the warning that if you dip tobacco and just go pee, that the skin on your genitals will peel off. And it's true. Like if you touch nicotine to your genitals, it will make it peel. And so to me, it was like, that's like dissolving your own dick. Don't do that. You don't want to do that. Don't accidentally become a eunuch because you wanted a blowjob. That's stupid. Don't do that.
Man, I am so glad I joined this conversation. This is fantastic.
Oh man, I'm super excited to be here. Even though I'm a little loopy and exhausted because, as I just told these guys, I've had a long, productive, awesome day. But it doesn't matter. I'm here. And I went through the old traditional RX only picture show ritual, which was to take what we used to call a red dye and shake it up in a little can and drink it. And so that helps too,
Do we want to put the recipe for a red dye?
Yeah, it's KRATOM. That's the recipe.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
I used to love to see the comments back in the day. People would be like, is SB drinking mud? Like, are you drinking mud? Because you just have this big nasty jar. You're just taking some swigs off of it, and the really observant participants in the show would chime in, like, "What is that?" And we just kind of ignored it. We didn't hide it, but we just kind of blew it off. Like,
right?
It's whatever, guys.
Hey, if it works.
Yeah, it's not illegal drugs.
And it does work, and it should not be illegal. I strive to make kratom illegal is bullshit.
Oh yeah, you know why though, right?
Because they
they're-
can't prescribe it. They can't.
Yeah, well, and
can't
not
sell
only
it to
that,
you.
but they're also in the process of trying their damnedest to make any kind of patent medicine out of it that they can. So then
Exactly.
once they do that and they think they've got a line on it, then they'll try to make it illegal. I don't think they'll succeed because it's been like this battle's been going on for a long time. It's just become more
Right.
popular in the last, 5 or 6 years or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty amazing stuff, man. And it's certainly not like eating something as stupid as Percocet or anything, I see plenty of people manage and work with kratom and really improve their lives, stop drinking, stop taking opiates, not really having an expensive, weird drug habit and still functioning, And a lot of people just take it for fun recreationally. And it's not like, people getting an OxyContin prescription, God forbid,
Yeah, I don't know how people can do it recreationally. I don't get anything from it, but it definitely helps with the jonesing off of opiates, man.
Yeah.
It helps for sure.
Yeah, it works, And I mean, the only other option people used to have similar to that was to go to a methadone clinic or to
Suboxone.
exactly. There's another similar drug. I just can't remember the name of it, but same thing, it's some kind of really shitty pharmaceutical. Hey, this will get you off of opiates technically, but really it's still kind of like opiates and you still kind of be able to get high if you abuse it, and you'll have to deal with us, the state or some entity, to get it. And that's just a shit referral system that nobody should have to put up with,
Absolutely.
I bet, I had a relationship in the past where I was intimately involved and saw the inside of all of that. And it's as bad as you think it is and worse, like it's just so bad. They would all go up there and get their stuff, and then they would all divvy up with benzodiazepines, which if you add them to methadone, make it just as strong, if not stronger than heroin itself. And people would die and then get kicked off the program because they got caught with stuff. And it's just like having the state as your drug dealer. And it's actually a worse drug dealer than a straight drug dealer. Like a regular drug dealer actually has a code of ethics that's much higher than the people working at the methadone clinic and the people funding them, so it's a nightmare. So
they only want you as long as you can pay, as long as your insurance can pay for it.
That's right. That's right. It's just a referral to bill, the billing referral. Exactly.
Yep.
It's a nightmare.
Absolutely. And it's
Speaking of nightmares, I think one's just entered the chat.
Hey, I see. Yeah, it's Andy Worski.
Someone has a beef and they've entered the chat.
There's a beef.
Beef? Oh yes! Finally, we haven't had a big beef since I've been on.
I'm just looking here.
Come on, Jim. What's happening?
You guys hear me okay?
David Barsky.
Hey,
Dude, David Barsky, my buddy, where are you?
Yeah, where's this? Are you going to turn on your camera, David? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I called
I gotta-
you Andy Worski.
I gotta
Joke,
get it.
bro.
Give me 1 second. I'm gotta get this monitor plugged in. Hold on.
No, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta pee. I'm sorry.
Cool. Hey, $1.06, baby. $1.06. We did it.
Nice.
Hold it
Congratulations.
up.
I'm happy for you.
Thanks, man.
Congratulations, Barsky. I am very happy for you. You beat
Even
the
though
Suns.
it's
You
your
did
home-
And I'm gonna
nothing.
leave my
You
headphones
watched
with
it
you guys
happen.
so that I don't have to pee on the air because that would
Do
be
it.
embarrassing. So.
Don't do it. Or do it.
No, do it. Come on.
Yeah, do it. Yeah. No, I can't believe it, you guys. Like it's hold on, let me fix this. But yeah, we did it. I'm shocked. Giannis had an alley-oop at the last second to literally, like, we were up 1 point, and then Giannis caught an alley-oop and was fouled at the last second or whatever, caught an alley-oop to go up by. This should work.
Hey,
Yeah.
buddy.
Hey,
Good to see your
yeah.
face.
Giannis caught an alley with like 2 seconds to go and slammed it home. Like literally was fouled on the play too, and we won by 3 points, and that's it. Like we one more game, Bucks and 6 literally. So yeah, this is crazy. This is happening. This is wild, dude. You guys, you do understand.
You're not riding in the streets. You didn't
Dude,
turn
there's
over a cop car
firework-
yet.
There's fireworks going off literally here, and I mean, I'm not even in Milwaukee, but I could hear fireworks immediately going off here. So that's how. I mean, this is crazy, man. Not since 1971. So with Kareem and Oscar Robertson. So yeah,
91 was the last time.
no, 71. 71. So yeah.
See, I was hoping that the Islanders would go to the Stanley Cup this year because they're the losers of all losers. You know,
They are. I thought
And
Winnipeg was terrible too. The Jets.
Oh yeah. Well, there's a lot of terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, Coyotes always screw it up in playoffs. I don't know why I care anymore.
I was about to say, they were an expansion, right? I know this just went
well, they were
totally into a sports show. Sorry.
Yeah, we just turned it into a sports show. Oops,
yeah, sports talk. I'm gonna get in the YouTube chats though, real quick. The mic sounds okay though, right? Everything sounds okay.
Yeah,
Hey, sound fine, man.
Good. So
I like that it says "goat" on your mic.
Do you know where that's you know the company then? Where it's from?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Buy and sell the shoe site, where you can get like.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a member of Hypernova Group. Yeah, I hardly ever use it.
Yeah, it's the same like StockX, but better because it's like most. Yeah, exactly. But it's.
Well, I mean, the one I'm in is there's lots of cook groups that you can get into that are either on Discord or other things. But this thing that I joined is like a mind-blowing trip over the top. It's like a tight-knit family of people in a way. It's not they do way more than just hustle. They kick it in all kinds of tips.
Right.
They're doing sports betting and selling trailers and cars and like stuff that you'd never think of. Like, hey, there's a heat wave, so we got the line on air conditioners and fans, and here's how you can get them not only distributed. There's just stuff. If I say much more than that, they might say, "Hey, we pulled your card, bro. You can't talk so much about what we do over here."
Right. No, I know that there is some because I remember trying to join, but there was like a. There was like some weird. Sorry, I'm looking at the YouTube screen and I was like, I can't hear you, SB, but I haven't muted. I'm an idiot. Whoops. But yeah, I remember joining. I think you sent me a link actually a while back.
Might have been.
Yeah. And I was checking it out, but there was like a waiting list or something like that. And
they it's a very limited number of memberships, and most of the ones they sell are monthly, so you have to pay monthly. But I got before they really blew up, I got a lifetime membership for a really good price.
Nice.
So I beat myself up for not taking better advantage of it, but I've just got the ADD, man. I've got my stupid ass fingers and everything, and nothing's getting truly done except for really important things.
No, I hear you. The ADD runs strong in this group here. It runs real strong.
Hell yeah. Well, we're taking over the world with it. We just don't know why or how.
Right.
Exactly.
Or when.
Yeah, when.
Yeah.
It was probably yesterday was when, and we missed it.
We're supposed to do it on that one day. We're supposed to meet and do that saving the world bit. And I got distracted because I had this thing and I had this guitar I was putting back together because I had it all ripped up, but I decided it was going to be orange now.
That's right.
Not purple. And so, but then I decided, you know what? This should have P90s in it. So I tore it all out again.
So, yeah, you went single coil and that,
Dude, I'm not a pussy.
I get it, dude. And then you like, no, now I need JBs in here. And then you just like started ripping it up. Yep. And then you went, no, now I need fine tune. No, I need a big.
You know what?
No,
you know what? Those gold connectors. I have to tear it all back out.
That's right.
Gold connectors in it.
Yeah, I forgot to shield it.
Rip these Grovers out. Wait,
shielding.
Wait, rip the Grovers out.
Thanks, Sean. I gotta tear the whole thing apart now.
Right. No, I'm actually, you know what, guys? I'm gonna put a baritone neck on this, and
this is what I've been doing.
A good idea.
Truss rod and a baritone.
Oh, glass slide. Nice.
Yeah, I've been playing slide again a little bit, so that's nice.
I was gonna say, are you a fan of SB? Are you a fan of the and Gordon? This is a question for you as well. Jim, this is a question for anybody that plays guitar here, which we all, I think, do, except for Alan. Do you play guitar at all?
When I attended church, there was.
So just say yes or no. I love you. ASMR, be damned.
Here's the thing: I didn't have an acoustic.
Just
guitar,
say yes or no, though.
So Steve,
do you play guitar?
On the worship
It's
team,
piano,
got me.
Okay, I'm gonna mute him.
Child-size electric guitar.
I love you. I love you, but I will.
So I never quite learned because I was supposed to.
How
have
about
an
you
acoustic
just say?
guitar, but
yes
I had
or
an
no?
electric guitar from Steve.
Alan, I don't have time.
You're not gonna pressure him into answering.
Alan. Do you play guitar or not? Yes or no?
Not very well.
Okay, there you go. It's okay.
I never continue with lessons because I never had an acoustic guitar.
We don't. Hey, it's all good, brother.
You want us to send you one?
I love you, Alan.
Yeah,
can
we
send
could
you
all
one.
each send
God, it
you
cracks me
a
up.
15-minute lesson on our own guitar styles, right? Like,
No, I was gonna send the acoustic guitar. He said that he didn't
Oh.
continue because he didn't
He
have
didn't
an
have
acoustic
one.
guitar.
so if you
So
had a
we need to
guitar,
hook him
Alan,
up.
let's pick it up real quick.
That's what
Alan,
I heard. Like being someone who's instructed many people in guitar, like, oh, you don't have a guitar? That's the easiest thing to
That
solve.
was in
Right.
There you go.
Do you need a guitar, Alan?
I was in
That's the
third
next
grade.
question.
I was
Do you need
I was in third grade. and
again? Do you need a guitar
Margie
then?
was
I'm just
offering
trying
to
to
teach
figure
anybody
that
in the
out.
church how to play guitar so that they could
See, I was
play in
wondering if
worship band.
you had ADHD, but I think that just confirmed some other suspicions. But that's okay, Alan. That's okay.
Okay, so you had a question for us about guitar. Does anyone
yeah, real
remember what it
quick.
was?
Yeah, I do. I remember. It's the aluminum neck.
Yeah. I actually
Am-
have one of those
Ampeg-
right there on the shelf.
Okay,
for
I was
real.
about to say, you want to send it to me? Because I could, no. I need it. Oh, what do you want, like 800, 900 for?
Oh, it's acoustic.
those-
It's a weird applause acoustic guitar.
Oh, I
with
know
a
what you're
little
talking.
neck.
I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. But I'm talking about what brand is it? Is it electrical? I feel like it's
I think
electric.
that sounds right. Electrical. Yeah.
Because Albini was using them, because Ampeg first brought them out, right? Ampeg first brought out the aluminum from
That
what
sounds right. It's
I
been a
feel
long
like-
time since I looked at it, but that sounds right. Yeah.
Jim, do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what we're talking about with the tuning pegs are, you have that you have that one guitar with the tuning pegs at the bridge right area, don't you?
He does.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
are you guys talking about like a Steinberger where it doesn't have the head and it's
No,
got
the one that
tuning on
Jim's got's
on the
just a
body, or-
traveler. It's
He's
just
got
a
it. There's a
traveler.
traveler. Is
So
down
it's
Oh,
got-
okay. Oh, right.
down there.
The
But
breakdown one. Okay.
the standard ones, because they were making them with plexiglass for a while, because I know Scott from Fu Manchu was using that for a while. The plexiglass guitar, it's really heavy, but it's got an aluminum
Yes.
neck. You know what I'm talking about? Those
Yeah,
are
I know what you're
sick.
talking about.
The tone
It's,
is
they're made by some dude in California. I can't remember his name. Dan Armstrong?
Dan. It's Dan Armstrong. That's it. Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is. It's
That's it.
electrical. You're right. Electrical
It's
guitar
electric.
company.
Okay.
Yeah.
Out of Chicago, right?
Yeah, I just glanced at the name real quick to be sure.
Okay,
but
so yeah, because I know Albini. Well, I'm thinking of Electrical Audio, and that's Albini's studio in Chicago. We just lost probably. Yeah, we lost 5.
Yeah,
viewers.
everybody left
Yeah.
because they're
Hey, guys
they're
in the chat.
Nerds, guitar
Right.
nerds.
Yeah, right.
Jeez, I thought this was a conspiracy show.
Oh yeah, we need a. We're
we're
starting a
getting there. I
cloud.
mean, if you want to hear how this aluminum neck came to be, then you got to wait for the conspiracy part.
Okay,
Ooh.
let's hear the story.
Let's go there. I do
I
want
have
to know.
no
the story
idea. I'm just making shit up, you guys.
because I feel like Ampeg stole it. Yes, Daz is in the house. What's up, brother? Bucks are, and I'm waiting for it. I know they are in 6, baby. I'll just pretend like that's what you meant, because yeah, we got this. Krista, it's good to see you. Yeah, we are live. You're damn right, we're live. I heard fireworks out there, my man.
Spell
This-
check, smell
20
check.
Yeah, right. Hey, I
feel like
wonder where our
pretty
boy
awful.
shouting at clouds is. You around, boy? What's up? We're still waiting on our checks. From who? Biden, the Boogaloos.
Yeah,
we got-
where's my? Where's the?
Oh wait,
where's
are we
our bonus,
shills?
bro?
Are we shills on this channel?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. We're
Yeah,
shills.
apparently.
Officially. Like Billy
Even
Ray.
called.
Free
Bill-
NFTs.
Billy-
Twitter.
Yeah, and Billy Ray Valentine's actually
We
running
did, yeah.
the whole.
We did.
Billy Ray is running the whole operation. Actually, it's Billy Ray Valentine. What's up, my man? What's up, Billy Ray? Shouts. Yo, we need
You
our
may-
checks. You
you
forgot
may
to
tell-
mail out direct deposit.
Yeah.
Do you need me to send? Yeah, because we'll hook you up with
Make
the
sh-
routing.
Make sure
number.
people know that we're joking.
Yeah, oh yeah, we're definitely joking. And
Oh,
me
yeah.
and Jim used to make this
This is
joke
so-
constantly on Picture Show too. Like, if you need to contact us and let us know what you want us to shill, and you need to send us some money up front,
For
and we
real.
will immediately start shilling it within reason. You know, we're not going to shill really bad. And then we're going to tell people like to slam fluoride shots or anything.
Right.
But you know,
Oh.
there's but
Yeah,
we never.
listen,
I never
Wu-Tang,
heard
though.
it from anybody. I never got any money from anybody to like say certain things and avoid certain things.
Right.
I invited them redundantly on live stream to do it. Like, hit me up.
Right. Like
I might
Wu-Tang is
show
for
for
the
you.
Wu-Tang is for the children.
Yeah.
Cha-ching, RZA.
Oh no,
RZA,
we
what's
did
up?
do a little
You know-
bit of advertising early in the show. Alan was advertising Ricola,
Oh, I thought I was gonna say Jesus.
a variety
We're
of
not
other.
advertising Jesus, but that's cool. That's natural.
That just
That's-
happens.
This is
That's
natural.
auto. That's auto. Oh, got a dog freaking out. So yeah, what's been going on? Naked tango dancing. I don't know. There's a lot of swingers, Daz. From what I understand, we have a lot of blue wrenches here. But yeah, what were we talking about?
Hey,
Conspiracies.
we're live. Have we tweeted the link to let people know we're live?
Probably not, but I'll do that. Why not?
I
right?
thought I did. I'm pretty sure I did, and I dropped it on
Tweet the link.
Facebook too.
Yeah, you must have. Sure, I'll hit the Discord too.
We want this to be live on
I'll hit the
YouTube, right?
Telegram.
There, yeah. See, we
Is it
all
on the
take one.
Telegram?
We all take one. You hit the Telegram. I'll hit.
Alan got it already, I think.
Oh, Alan's all. Yeah,
I hit the
Alan's
Discord.
You hit Discord.
Alan's already about it.
Yeah, and I warned Discord when we were having technical difficulties too, because I saw the link was in there, and so because that's like our club. It's like, hey guys,
Right.
of course stuff's going. Like we of course had like what was it, 30 or 40 minutes of tech difficulties, guys?
Really?
Seriously, that long? It took that. Me and Jim both had to reboot our computers more than once.
All three
I
of us.
rebooted
All three of us.
mine once and tried to use my cell phone, and it still didn't solve the problem, which to me is a mystery that I have to forget to think about that. Like I'm getting echo feedback from my laptop with 3 different earphone devices, 2 Bluetooth, 1 plugged directly in, won't go away. Reboot the laptop, still there.
Yeah.
Plug it into my smartphone, Note 10 Plus instead. Still the identical problem. This makes no sense to me. And I'm reasonably adept at this tech bullshit if I really want to be. I'm very lazy about it, but I do understand how most of it works, and I don't understand how that could be. I mean, I guess it was coming from Jim's side. After Jim created a link, the 3rd time's the charm link worked.
Yeah,
We were in.
We were persistent, and our tenacity brought us to this moment where we could get the entire band together.
The band, yeah, we're getting the band back together, you guys. RX only panacea. Oh wait,
And now we're live, so people can hear everything we're saying.
Yeah,
Incredible.
it is incredible. You guys want me to play a Rolling Stones song?
Do it.
If we're gonna get copyrights, we're gonna get struck with that one. No.
No, not with the
Is
cover.
the AI that good that they can tell if I'm doing a shitty job of being Keith Richards?
There you
All
go.
right, here you go. So let's see. I need a pick.
I mean, is that are we gonna? No, we don't get.
No,
There's
we'll
no
be,
copyright strike for me covering a song. They might come
Where's
later
my-
Oh
and
yeah,
be
it's
like,
a cover. It's a cover.
Get my.
There you
so
go.
let's see which one of these. I want to pick. I want
Thanks,
the
Crystal.
right pick.
Is
I
that
just
an
dropped a
adult
poll,
size
by the way.
guitar?
Since
So
now
I got
we
this
can't,
guitar for $25. And you can see that someone actually put their own moon inlay on the neck. You see that?
That's clever.
Yeah. Any of these old Yamahas that have a red sticker inside. This one's a really small one, like almost like a parlor sized guitar. But it's called FG75.
What's the next? What's the
The scale.
yeah, the scale. my bad.
Scale.
I don't know if it's less than full size. It's not by much. I think just really the body is smaller and the neck might be very much shorter. My other
Like a
guitar's put away.
22. Is it like
Say,
a 22 fret?
Yeah, I think it's still just got 22 frets. Yeah, looks like it. Well, let's see, 12, 15, yeah, 17, 19. So it looks like only 20.
20.
So let's see, how does this work?
Just gonna see if Michael Deacon he finished up a bit ago. I'm just,
Let's see. A little tiny bit flat. That one. Do. That's better. So how's the lyrics go? You guys know that song? It's called Happy?
I'm trying to
Sounds
think
terrible,
of it.
probably, huh? Better
It's not
stop.
coming.
So it's I never kept a dollar past sunset. Always burned a hole in my pants. I never kept a school mama happy. I always took a second chance on love. I need love to keep me happy. I need love to keep me happy, baby. Baby, won't you keep me happy? Yeah, I think that's enough. Otherwise, I'm going to find the woman that does keep me happy coming up here and being like, I'm going to kill you. Playing music really loud late at night.
I sent Anthony a link, Jim, if that's cool. Just a heads
Yeah,
up.
that felt good. Now we got variety show vibes.
Damn right.
Nice. That's
Yeah.
Kill this.
That made me look around for a yo-yo. I don't see one, unfortunately. I'm surprised I don't. There should be a yo-yo here, but oh well.
I bet Alan juggles. Alan, do you juggle?
Well, there's a lot of times when in children's church they'd be like, "We need a volunteer," and all right. I'll be like standing between the two jugglers, but I don't actually do the juggling. Sometimes I'll like toss the knife at them so they can begin to juggle it, but I don't personally do the juggling. I
No,
just
I'm
assist.
gonna risk a deeper digression here and ask, like, I'm assuming that you really do have a lot of experience in children's church. I don't think that any of that's fabricated, but has this become a meme where you answer intentionally about youth group and children's church no matter what? It's tied back to it no matter what. Is that what happens? And I'm just now picking it up because I was like really relating all of these experiences as if you had one of the most banal and horrifying Christian upbringings that I'd witnessed personally that didn't involve physical abuse. I'm not saying it didn't, but let's talk about that part. Oh, is that you, Marcy?
That's me. He's an award winner, though. Alan's an award-winning Christian.
Award-winning Christian. Seems like a contradiction. I'd love to hear Jesus' take on that.
I love it.
Jesus Awards.
Well, it's true. I am an award-winning Christian because I have junior Bible quiz trophies.
Nice. Want to sell one? I'd like to have one too.
Our organizer for the junior Bible quiz in Brainerd, Minnesota, up there. I saw her again at Bible camp this year a few days ago, and I talked to her, and I asked her if she remembered the DOS software. There was a JBQ game. It's Bible trivia, basically. You're asking Bible trivia questions, and you have a little buzzer, and you buzz in and answer the questions for the other team. And there was a battleship version of this where you'd have to like buzz in and then you have to answer the Bible quiz question on DOS operating system software game. And I was asking her if she remembered this. And she was
wow.
She was like, you were a very good quizzer. You were a better quizzer than the children of the pastor, actually. So I said, okay.
So would you say you have more Bible knowledge now or less than when you were good at the quiz part?
I have a more varied knowledge of now. Yeah.
Have I told any of you guys?
Read more books now?
Right. There's insight from other books that makes the Bible. It makes it something very different than what it was. Because I used to be a part of Awana. Did any of you guys go to Awana? You ever heard of Awana?
Awana, yeah,
right.
Totally. Yeah.
Right. So they would encourage you to do a lot of memorization in Awana for like prizes. They gamified Bible memorization, and so I have a lot of I could rattle off most of the books of the Bible in order. It's not perfect, but it really has helped me to navigate the Bible.
Do you remember? I remember. I think I was Awana ready for anything, ready to work, play, serve, obey, worship, live. I remember that for some. I feel like
yeah, good job.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that right? That's what it was, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
right.
They did a good job with the.
I could remember the song. It's like, "Hail Awana on the march for youth, hail Awana holding forth the truth, building lives on the word of God. Awana stands." I could go on.
That doesn't sound Nazi youth at all.
No,
I know, right?
Not at all.
And it had the little flame logo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a little.
And we all
Yeah,
played
that's a little
games.
flame.
They had a rainbow game floor where you would play specific Awana games in
I have a
competition with
different
bean
memory.
bags. Yeah, it might be different.
The song goes, "Camp on Awana, we
Camp on
have
Awana.
in our heart.
There was-
When we think about you, it makes me wanna fart."
Yeah, that's a different song. But Awana, the word Awana is in there.
Yes, was that the
and that-
Nickelodeon show?
I think so. Yeah.
I was allowed
Lose
to
your
watch
shorts.
sometimes.
Something about your shorts.
Salute
Wasn't
your
it?
shorts. It
Salute your shorts. That was
Salute
it. Yeah.
your shorts. Yeah.
Pete and Pete.
Yeah.
I just
That
got a
was-
notification
that
that says I can click here and set up professional audio. I really doubt it, guys. I don't think there's any way for you to generate me some professional audio to set up by clicking this button. I'm going to close it. It's annoying.
Professional
What
quality
is
audio
it
or
for? Is it in?
It just
Professional
popped
audio.
up. I don't know why it popped up, but it's on the Zoom. It's in Zoom.
Are you
and that
on?
little
What are you
pop-up-
on? What are you using?
I'm using my Surface
Tap.
Book 3.
Okay. And are you just using like Bluetooth? I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're using the headphones and okay,
Yeah, I mean that's all I got set up right now. I've got all kinds of good stuff to make into really higher production value audio. It's just not ready to go.
I was about to say, does it work? Is it pretty? Because like I tried with the iPad Pro last night, tested it with Michael Deacon. Shout out to Michael. He's too tired to come hang out, but we love you, buddy. But we tested this MV7 and it works great with the Pro, and it says it doesn't work at all with it.
But it worked good because I was thinking about buying an SM7 to use.
This one.
That's better
because it's got an XLR
probably cheaper too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's got both.
Both. And the sound. I mean, you tell me. Is the sound quality? I mean, this is USB in because I don't have.
It sounds better.
Yeah, it sounds fine, man.
I bet it sounds better than
the old one.
Yeah, exactly. And I haven't really messed with any of the settings.
The reason I was going to get the SM7 was because I intend to use it for real recording too. But I mean, that thing will probably work too. Huh?
This is the same thing, and you don't need a cloud lifter or you're probably going to need a dynamite stick. I prefer the dynamite stick to the cloud lifter, but that's just me.
No, I went and bought a Duet. I think
an Apogee.
I think it was an Apogee. It was just on sale, and I knew I needed one. It's got 2 XLRs in the front, and I don't want to go inside baseball too much because I don't want your viewer count to drop more because we start.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's all good.
But yeah, we were somewhere else before that. The ADD is strong with this group.
Very strong. Yeah, we just broke into Christian song.
Oh, that's right. We were talking about.
We're talking about Awana.
It started because of Alan. Alan has a running meme that he chimes in and relates everything to Christian grade school experiences.
That's right.
And up until now, I believed every single one of them as if they were absolutely true, having complete faith in Alan that he was just being honest and telling the truth. And now tonight, I
am being sincere.
Oh, they are.
Okay.
It's all true. It's absolutely
okay. I wanted to make sure. Good. Thank you for clarifying that, because it can be an ironic, hilarious meme and still be 100% true, but that's rare.
That's my personality, though. Is sincere and like straight.
I could tell. Yeah. I mean, I would have been surprised if you said, "Yeah, I was making half of it up," because I think it would be the way I read you. It seems like it would be a lot of effort to try and fab it up. Like you're referencing something that's very near and dear and true, and so to spin that into a yarn is work.
I can't tell lies. If I start lying, you guys would know immediately. I can't do it.
No, I believe you. I know. I admire people in that position. I don't tell lies for the opposite reason, because I could start lying right now and everyone will believe me. And if I don't clue everybody in, then I'm just a liar.
Yeah, I quickly found that out because of my reputation of being, a truth teller, of a person of integrity. So that if I did tell a fib, people would believe it and defend it.
Yep.
And defend my reputation. Even if I knew I was lying, I would get in more trouble because I told one lie, and the whole community would defend my honor and tell everybody that I spoke the truth, even if it was a little fib or a stretch of the imagination. I would be further in trouble for doing that. So I just stop. Everything.
Amen. Happens. Hallelujah. Telling the truth, you don't have to remember what you said, man.
That's right. Yeah. If you're gonna lie, you better have a good memory.
Well, yeah, and I used to tell people that if you lie and you get caught, then you're not lying, you're just acting stupid. Like if you're gonna lie, you don't get caught. That's just acting stupid. That's just ruining your reputation. If you're gonna utilize the horrible, evil thing, you have to push it through perfectly and then maintenance it for life. That's a lie. Not getting caught. And
stranger than fiction too. You can't make the truth up. The truth is far more bizarre.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, yeah. That's why they have to do so much work on the internet, especially with groups of guys like us. Or if we all decide to really focus and we're going to do something effective and thorough, and we're all truly honest and don't have any self-interest, we're just doing it because it's the right thing to do. If there's secret or important information that might be revealed in that process, they do deploy all kinds of bullshit to prevent people like us from doing it, because the truth is so powerful and it cannot be destroyed. It can hardly be hidden. And they know that all you can do is make a lot of smoke and mirrors and bullshit and offer out free shit or anything to distract, make drama, because they know if we find the truth, we'll just glom onto it, and the truth will actually hold us back. Like it will grab onto us too. I mean, you know.
It's the synchromystic streams. You
It
can't
is.
make them up. You can't artificially create them. You can only copy them and mimic them. And I
No.
was
What
reminded
what
of when
happened
you were
after I
saying-
hit you up, man? I ended up the next morning having to go to Starbucks twice in a row. First thing in the morning because I was out of coffee. And then I once again had to go back a third time in the same day. So that to me, that's like magical completion. 3, you know, I had to go in one day, I had to go honor this siren 3 times with my money and my presence and show my face.
Yes.
And it was just like, and all I could do is be like, yeah, duh, of course. I jumped in and said, hey, I want this back. I knew more about it. I'm asking actively I asked Chris too, but I asked him in such a way that it made it too powerful of a request. And he's like, bro, don't ask me for a portal into my work or, you know, whatever, something like that, you know, like so I just backed off like, okay, cool. You know, cause I send him DMs every once in a while.
Let's be clear exactly what happened earlier. A few days ago, I disappeared to go on vacation for the first time, and you know, after quarantine ends, right? And I was like, I wasn't gonna do it. In the morning of, they're getting ready to leave, and I'm like, if I don't go now, it'll probably be the rest of my life before I ever get out of the house, type of a situation. You know?
Right.
You gotta go. And I'm like, all along, I'm like, I'm not going, guys. I got projects lined up. I got emails to respond. And then they're like, you want to go? I'm like, I don't really have a reason not to. So I just get in and I go, and I don't tell anybody until I get there, you know, until I'm there. And then I can say, well, I think I'm going camping. Well, I'm already camping. I'm thinking,
Nice.
that sort of thing. But then I get back, and I get back on Twitter, and I'm physically ill because I avoided Twitter for 2 weeks now, and I'm back on Twitter. But then I get your message, and you're asking me, like, do you have some information about this? I'm like, sure, I can help you out with that.
Yeah, and that's it. And of course, it was about, you know, long story short, another longtime mutual friend of mine and Jim's, kind of like stumbled headlong into the Song of the Siren / Jeff Buckley Synchromystic stream, but he's not really in, you know, like he's aware of the conspiracy stuff, but it's not his thing. But he's like saying things
Let's be clear. Synchromysticism, conspiracy. Sometimes they overlap, but they're not.
Yeah, they're not one thing by any means, you know.
Right. Synchromysticism, whatever it means, you know it when you see it. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it, and you see it everywhere.
Yeah.
The patterns over and over again. I wanted to make this real quick point about Donkey Lips from Salute Your Shorts. Remember that guy?
I didn't watch it much, but I remember that name.
Right. So the Nickelodeon sitcom from 1991 to 1992 called Salute Your Shorts about kids.
It's only 2 years. That seems like that thing was on for a lot longer.
Right. Well, they aired the reruns over and over and over again.
Okay.
New episodes from 1991 to 1992. There's this guy named Eddie Gelfin, nicknamed Donkey Lips. Apparently, he was posting synchromystic memes on his Twitter. And Greg from Higher Side Chats was being like, what? Donkey Lips is a synchromystic from Salute Your Shorts? Which gets us back to Camp Anawana, which gets us back to, what is that, Baptist Church? Awana?
Yeah. Yes, very good. Baptist Church. That's where I attended Awana, was at the Baptist Church, you know.
So I go back to religious ideas all the time because that's what was fueling the fervor of the Pentecostal revival meetings. These Holy Spirit involved synchromystic streams that were bringing people together, causing miracles and calamities, and all this sorts of weird mental psychic energy stuff was getting stirred up, and people were getting freaked out, but they couldn't avoid it, and they couldn't ignore it anymore. And this was the time when the Spiritism movement was showing people levitating stuff from the tables and knocks and weird displays.
Wait,
and they
what?
were doing the same thing in the churches.
Wait, where was this transpiring? Because I remember, the other show you guys did the other
all over
night.
the United States and all over the world eventually, you know.
1909 in Azusa, California. Azusa Street, California. you can read the history of the Assembly of God
Oh Lord.
going back to
That's
California,
Mhm.
right? 1909.
okay.
And their very founders, it was I could go back to the notes. There's a guy named One-Eyed, a black guy who was blind in one eye, who was on the street, and they were gathering together. And there was no difference between that and Spiritism. So people were going because they were like, oh, this is just like a Spiritism flavored thing, right? So they wanted to see a circus sideshow. And
Mhm.
these men of God decided that they needed to form a covenant, a union of something to sort of officialize it. And that's kind of what got them started.
Yeah, I just read this book about it, and
Wow.
it's amazing.
I'm gonna have to.
It's really insightful and amazing. It's called Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future, and he talks about aliens and UFOs, but he really has a huge focus on the Spiritism movement and how it overlaps with Pentecostalism and speaking in tongues and holy laughter and healing and all that stuff. And it's really insightful. It's hard to read if you're not an Orthodox Christian, somewhat, because they, of course, like any good Christian sect, they throw everyone else under the bus and say, you know, you guys are all misled and going to hell,
Yeah.
but we got it right, and that's why we're going to survive the apocalypse and you won't, you know, which was disappointing to me because I thought the Orthodox Church might, you know, you can't really categorize the whole Orthodox Church according to this book, but this sect, you know, the people that are from Mount Hermon, Alaska, or whatever, I mean, it's really well written and good. So, I mean, I couldn't, it's a synchronistic thing to me for you to suddenly start talking about where Spiritism and Pentecostalism overlap. And I just finished this book when I just got done with my vacation that I just went on a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, too.
That's
And I
awesome.
can tie that back to the Siren Saga again, because who is Elizabeth Fraser and who has said she sounds like she's singing glossolalia?
Yeah. It's, I mean, to me, if you've seen it or been witness to it, even on video, and you listen to her music and say that you don't see the similarity, then I'm accusing you of being dishonest or thick. There's only really two options there. And especially when you know that she says that, yeah, sometimes something else is inspiring and moving through me, and it's not really me, which is the same report from the meetings, you know.
Yeah, but I
But if
mean,
you,
any of us as musicians, we've gotten into flow, and that happens. Like
yeah,
Charles Mingus,
I agree.
and Thelonious Monk used to say the same thing, that it just flows, and
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
them
disagreeing. I
anymore.
mean, it's happened to me. I've had whole
Yeah.
songs just come to me. I mean, complete. And I mean, the best songs I've ever written have come to me complete. Like I started to write lyrics, and all of a sudden I'm done, and I'm dumbfounded at the lyrics. And then all of a sudden I've got the most complicated chord changes I've ever written in my life done. And now I'm practicing the complete song, and like what usually would take me months to hammer out with my initiative and my efforts, instead is just, now here it is. It's a song I wrote, quote unquote. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but I'd say with her that there's a ratcheted up level or something even more that makes it more kind of obvious or intense or something, you know, like listening to her sing. I can't do it. I've gone over and over again, especially since Chris, you know, really started bringing it out in 2017 or whatever. I've gone back a few times and tried. Like I can't hang. I cannot listen
I can't
to
listen to
Liz
Cocktail
Fraser.
Twins at all.
Yeah, I can't. It's just I can't. I don't have it. I don't have it in me to listen to it. It gives me the chills.
And I listen to dream pop weird stuff too. Like and I almost consider like heavier dream pop stuff, like where it's almost like I consider Torch, the band Torch, to be, or Floor from Florida. They're like really dreamy but tuned down to like F. You know what I mean, or B, or even drop A. Like it's so heavy and it's got that.
Drop
But it's got
A.
like it sounds so good though, right? Like drop A is awesome when you get it right. You know, speaking of aluminum
Well,
necks, you know,
and you don't have your strings are going out because it's so sloppy and it's
exactly.
all blah, 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 blah,
But I mean, it holds its. It holds its. I mean, it holds its. You know, it holds because those necks.
Yeah, you have to
like
set it up that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. But anyway, like Torch, Torche. They're crazy. I've seen them a million times. They're really, really great live. But check them out. They've got like this tripped out, dreamy, heavy sound that is just like wow. They're super good. I think you guys would really, really appreciate it. I think Chris I've turned Chris onto them. I'm pretty sure he's familiar with them as well. But yeah, they're really, really good. They're from Florida. Steve Brooks' first band, Floor, Floor. That is actually a little bit structured, very simple song structure, but just what's another band I was just listening to that kind of has that same kind of sound? I think it would be like Dead Now. This band called Dead Now, which is Andrew Elsner. He was in Riddle of Steel. And
I admire your
sorry.
ability to continue to voraciously take on new music, and because you always are talking about new music. You have like this completely encyclopedic knowledge of music that I never know anything about, because like I quit looking for new music after I found John Frusciante. Like I just listened to John Frusciante and Elliott Smith. And
I was just listening to Figure Eight like a couple days ago. I was like, I haven't listened to this. One of the most underrated Elliott Smith records in my opinion.
It really is.
And dude, the lyrics, man, on Son of Sam, like, just Junk Bond Trader. There's so many great songs off of that record, and it's so underrated. And people don't give it. Same with From Basement on a Hill. Like that record, man, like it just doesn't. It was XO or what. It's like, dude, that's a good record, but come on, like, sorry.
No, well, I warn people that it's dangerous. Like if you're not into Elliott Smith and you do have a tendency to become depressed, then you probably shouldn't listen to Elliott Smith, because it's a safe place to be depressed for the rest of your life, and maybe even get on hard drugs and or kill yourself if you're not careful. So
for sure, but I mean, don't you
disagree?
It's so
mournful
Figure Eight,
and beautiful.
Figure Eight isn't like that though.
No, I know, it's like a rock and roll record.
More upbeat. Yeah, it's got like a show tunesy almost kind of sound to it too. It's weird. It's beautiful.
No, I'd say it's the most affirmative, positive record by far, in my opinion.
Definitely. And then to know he was so close with Kenneth Anger, when you find out that Rita, all that stuff. Like
I didn't even know that. Wow. Yeah, tell me more.
They were so tight, dude, that literally the day before he killed himself, it was like one of the last phone calls he made was to Kenneth Anger, and they used to go together to the Rose Parades, because that was like not only did he write Rose Parade, the song, Elliott Smith, but he made that a point every year to go to the Pasadena Rose Parade and just sit there and just get hammered and watch the people walk by. And Kenneth Anger would join him, apparently on these, and he was essentially, Elliott Smith credits him of keeping him alive. Actually, Kenneth Anger, like, talking.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That doesn't surprise me at all. But
right? Isn't that? It's a strange little connection. And then there's another weird little sync, because Red Fang put out a new record called Arrows. They're from Portland. They're fantastic. They're on Relapse. And I saw who they were touring with, and they're touring with Starcrawler is opening for them. And Starcrawler,
I love that band, dude. They're crazy.
They're kids, right? And the daughter,
they're kids.
The girl, the front woman.
Yeah,
she's a girl. She is
it's the front
daughter.
They get it right, Barsky. The front they.
The front they. Yeah, my bad. Her mother is the photographer's name? Gordon, I know you know. She's one of the most famous photographers. She shot all of Elliott Smith's record cover. She shot Figure Eight record cover. You know her. We know her.
I can't think of her name.
One of the most. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, Arrow was her mother, right? Like her dad is somebody big too, I think. Isn't he?
You guys want to hear a funny story about Red Fang?
I love her. Yeah,
yes,
please.
So Red Fang, I fell in love with them for a little while. I haven't gone back and listened to them for a long time, but they came to Walla Walla and performed, and my good friend that I keep mentioning, Innate, was the back of house, audio, everything. It was his job to run the mixing board and get the band set up and everything. This was before I had retired permanently from drinking alcohol, and I was standing in front of the stage, like really close to these guys, and it just sounded shitty because it wasn't mixed right. And in my drunken aggression to try and help the sound man out, because they had their own sound man. So my buddy was up there standing at the board, but he's not mixing the show because it's fucking Red Fang and he doesn't need to mix the show. Their own guy's going to do it, And so I went up there, barging into the booth, not thinking about the fact that they have their own sound man, and was insisting to try and help them improve the sound. And the guy literally grabbed me by the neck in like my belt loop and almost threw me down a flight of stairs. He's like, "Somebody get this guy the fuck out of my booth." And I felt so bad. I actually sent him an email, and I missed the rest of the show because I was so embarrassed and humiliated myself by being a drunken asshole. But that was my experience. It sounded so bad. I felt so bad for the band because you couldn't hear the lead vocal. I was standing like I could have touched the guy.
Right,
you couldn't hear it, and the mic wasn't off. It just wasn't okay.
Wait,
but they were right up against the brick wall.
Was this Murder in the Mountains time, or that would probably be the second record? That's 20.
Probably 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, so this would be like what's it called? Or this would be like Whales and Leeches.
2015 or 2016, maybe. It might have been that long ago.
Yeah, so that okay. So that the new record, by the way, is fantastic. It's really, really.
Oh yeah, I'll have to add it to my I because of guys like you, but a lot of stuff has been added to my Amazon Music. Amazon tricked me into paying for their shitty music service, but it works. It's okay,
I love Apple. I like the Apple Music the best. It with the lossless now, everything is it's beautiful. But Autumn DeWilde is the photographer.
Oh right.
She shot, filmed the record. She directed the feature film Emma. She shot. Let's see. Oh, and her dad was Jerry DeWilde, who was the photographer and is famous for shooting the Monterey Pop Festival, Jimi Hendrix.
That's it.
But she shot the record covers for Fiona Apple, Raconteurs, White Stripes, Built to Spill, Wilco, Newfound Glory, Spoon, Brit.
Yeah, that's a lot of badass shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in 2016. I just looked it up to be sure. That's when the show was.
They played Walla Walla?
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
dude, that is awesome.
That same lady brought Cavalera Conspiracy. No, they weren't going under Cavalera Conspiracy. They were going under.
Was it Did Killer Be Killed?
No, it was not Sepultura, but
Soulfly.
It was Soulfly.
Gross.
And it was funny because Igor needed socks, so I went and picked those guys up from the hotel.
He's a sweetheart. Igor.
Yeah, he is. He's awesome. And so I dropped him off at the venue, and then I ran and bought Igor socks like at the local Buy Mart or whatever, and brought him to him. And to me, that's like one of my claims to fame. I brought Soulfly's bass player some socks when he needed some. I got a nice picture of him with his girlfriend outside the back of the venue. But
nice, dude. Like
Max just seemed exhausted, so we didn't even mess with him. Like we could have tried to walk up and get an autograph, but he just he rocked. It might be the last time I ever mosh in my life because it was a tiny venue.
Like it's not okay to ask for autographs. I'm sorry, I'm one of those people.
I never do that. I'll shake your hand and say hi and say I appreciate you.
Dude. You're just a person, dude. Get out of here.
I don't want your autograph. I just want to say what's up.
Like
I didn't do that even.
And Max is Igor is one of the sweetest guys because I remember. Whatever. I'm not even gonna get into it. But
now I'm talking about Igor Jr. I'm talking about Max's son Igor, not Igor.
Oh, I thought you were talking about. Drummer.
No, I'd have been too starstruck to run and get Igor the drummer socks. I don't know. I'd have been like,
He's so.
His son's hella cool. He was playing bass for him.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. I like Killer Be Killed. That's like that super group with the dude Ben from Dillinger Escape Plan. Max is in it. Ben Kohler from Converge. Dude, Ben is amazing. One of the best.
Yeah, I never even heard of that. Once again.
And Troy from Mastodon is in it as well. Yeah, they're really, really good. I'm trying to link up this Discord so I can get it to you guys in the chat. Just a heads up.
We've been begging for Barsky to be here this whole time to get done with his sports game and come check us out. And he shows up, and all we do is talk inside baseball about music. And probably everyone's sitting here going, "This is stupid and it sucks, and we hate it."
All right, yeah.
That's usually my job, though. Like who used to play with Frank Zappa at some point?
Steve Vai.
Can always
nice, yeah. Steve Vai, good call.
It's either Steve Vai or
Terry Bozzio.
Terry Bozzio or Vinny Colaiuta. Vinny Colaiuta plays everybody, and everybody played with him, so everybody plays connected to Zappa. It always works.
I was trying to come up with at least one more name, but I'm slipping right now. There's that black guy that did the awesome Down in France song.
Yeah.
I can't think of his name though.
Why can't I can't think of his name. Oh,
Jim, remember when where Jim and I worked together, where Jim was the greatest manager I have ever or will ever worked under, period. End of sentence. We used to fight for the aux cord, essentially. It was really the Bluetooth, but we would, there would be, someone would take it, and there was two guys that wanted to put on like rap battles. And I mean like these stupid, like scientific rap battles and or parody rap. And they would play that stuff relentlessly, not like a few songs as a joke, but they would play parody rap and these terrible rap battles. And then so someone else would get it and they would put on like heavy metal, or they would put on like DMX and all this 90s straight like testosterone crack cocaine rap.
R.I.P. DMX, by the way.
Yeah, and so then I would
Sucks.
finally get the aux, and I would just put on Frank Zappa just as sheer revenge, and I would let Zappa roll for 3 hours and be like, "You guys,
Excellent.
this is what we're dealing with." And finally, one
Excellent.
guy got sick of all of it, and every time he would get the aux, he would put on like sweeping strings Enya with whale noises, so it became this like, and that actually chilled everybody out, which was the funniest thing. Like as
I
much as
bet.
that was supposed to be like the one-upsmanship to the max, it works. I mean, it's like new agey, sweepy strings, and we're just all like,
Yeah.
oh, and we're doing our jobs. It's like, this is so relaxing, you know. And then the female manager that Jim had helping him for a while would get the aux, and we'd all have to listen to like 80s and 90s butt rock ballads from female singers, and it was intense, Jim.
Did you guys work at a music store or something?
No. We worked in production of fine art, just like Jim's still doing now. Jim just runs an awesome shop, man. Working for Jim Maiden's the greatest decision you can make in your life. Nothing will improve your
bet.
life more than going to work for Jim Maiden.
It looks cool. Like I want to learn foundry stuff, man. I want to learn.
And don't be
bronze. It
fooled,
looks
it's not
rad.
easy work. I mean, there's days where
bet.
you can slack and it's easy, and then there's days where like you're doing 16 hours and you know that you just failed and that you might get fired. Like lawyers might be called, and you just got to go back the next day and keep trying and hope that it works out. You know.
That
Not
could be
too
any
often,
job,
but
really.
yeah, but any production job, man. I look at anyone in production of anything, and I think I have respect for you, and that's because I worked for Jim. And it's bad enough to just have to produce widgets or bolts or nuts or big pieces of specific shapes of metal, but if you got to produce fine art, God bless you. It's work. You can't screw it up. If you do, the level of weight and disappointment that comes down across whole swaths of people, like, you know, from the affluent people that want the art to the people that made it and promised it to them, to the people that are making it, to the people that are supplying the things to make it. It's just this, like, it could paralyze you, man.
I bet.
Jim deals with most of it cool as a cucumber. I've only seen him slip and get pissed maybe twice, and all the times I've known him, like, God damn it, and then immediately go outside and be like, it's cool, you guys, it's cool. Even though it's the most stressful thing you could imagine. Like, here's something made out of wax and it's kind of hot and melted. Fix it so that it can go on a truck in 10 minutes. And, you know, Jim's standing there going, okay, I can do that, but you can't also ask me to answer a phone call or a text message or do anything else.
So I'm wondering, can we get to get Discord calls? Do we need to boost the channel? Does it need to be boosted, the server, to take phone calls?
I don't think we ever successfully used Discord when we were doing it, so I have no idea.
Okay. If anybody in the chat knows, let us know. Because
we got Skype to work with the Skype number, and that worked okay, but it didn't work consistently. Like, it would give us hell.
Okay, because we've got a.
Are you talking about right now?
Yeah.
Take a.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's see.
Is there someone who wants to call in and not go on video chat? Doesn't want to join the Zoom call?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not handing out the Zoom link like that. But I was gonna say.
Or you just want a random call-in number?
Well, yeah, I had that set up before, but I don't have the board here right now, so to do that for the Google Voice, so that kind of sucks. But whatever, either way.
We'll have to do it another time then, I guess.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I'll get it figured out.
Yeah, I wanted to apologize to you guys for not being able to make it on here sooner, just because things just didn't. You know, this is just when the secret key went into the secret lock, and I'm very pleased and happy to be here, and wanted to be here much earlier than I did arrive. And I also wanted to specifically thank David Barsky for being relentless yet kind in, like, do any of you guys want to actually still make a show or not? Like, which one of you? And I remember, like, this was like probably 3 years ago. I was like, ask Jim. I cannot do it. Yeah, I cannot do it. There was just no way I could do it. If I kept going on the air, it was just soul killing still at the time. But I'm getting
It
away
was-
from that and back
and-
to being able to be, present in this shit, and it feels
Yeah.
good. I love it.
It's awesome too because like I remember spinning wheels. Like I was like going through like, well, I've got to because I'm gonna do this. Like I've got to, and like it just worked out perfect. You know what I mean? It just did.
It did.
So.
It came together. I was so glad to see it work. Like first after picture show, there's a really great guy who goes by Miras, and he put on what he called the People's Show on. He'd do it live in the Discord, and then he'd publish it on his BitChute. I think it all got knocked down now too because of all the nonsense going on. But between that and you guys actually pulling Weaving Spiders out, it was like I felt relieved because I couldn't do it. I just couldn't carry on at that point in time. And so I really appreciate people doing it because it's hard when someone who's stapled in the middle of it like I was is like, nope, not me, and really not very communicative even. Like, nope, not me, and no reason why either. I'm not telling you anything. Just leave me alone, But I appreciate you guys busting it out because it's great shit, man. I'm going to continue to try to log on and listen to the show when I'm not on it, even if I perpetually get interrupted by things like goats and technical interference and overflowing washing machines or whatever else it might be. I don't care. I'm going to continue to watch Weaving Spiders Welcome.
We appreciate that more than you
Thank
know,
you, dude.
brother. More than
And I
you
watch the
know.
reruns. It's just not the same. You guys know how it is. I throw the
Exactly.
reruns on and put them on 1.5 speed if you guys aren't talking too fast.
I talk really slow on purpose.
Yeah,
You
Alan
do,
does the
Alan. You talk slow.
ASMR. He's got that going. That's always fun.
I made
But
one ASMR video of me driving through the Walla Walla wheat fields.
Tell us about the
Walla-
Walla Walla wheat fields. What's up with the Walla Walla wheat fields?
Well, it looks just like the old Windows operating system screensaver, or not screensaver, the wallpaper. I mean, like Walla Walla when it's time to not harvest wheat, but when the wheat is growing up in green. Like they may have actually taken the picture somewhere in the Walla Walla Valley of that classic Windows. What is it? It wasn't Windows 95, was it?
XP. Yeah.
And so
Windows
XP.
field.
XP.
Yeah.
I won't lie, I was pretty stoned on edibles in my truck, and I noticed how beautiful it looked, and I had my camera already kind of set up so it was pointing forward out my window, and so I was like, cool, I'm going to do something different. And so I went and I didn't go live, but I recorded footage and I drove through, and I'm like, hello everyone, follow me now as we move into a beautiful day in the Walla Walla Valley, touring along the side of this vineyard that's going to turn into the most beautiful of sweeping green fields of wheat with white fluffy clouds. And I just drove through it's just a back road. It's a farm truck road. It's where you harvest the wheat. And so it's all swoopy and slow oxbow turns. And, I did it for 5 or 6 minutes. And when I ran out of field, I was like, cool. But that's my only ASMR video I ever did. It works because I titled it ASMR, and a few people found it and chimed in like, this is beautiful. I was like, oh, I don't know how many I'd have to make before I could get some ad revenue, but I know that my voice wouldn't be able to maintain that because it wasn't fake. I was enjoying myself. I was baked. I didn't have anything else to do.
See, I don't know if I could resist not putting a zombie at the end of that, like suck them in really hard.
I've got the footage. Maybe when it gets re-uploaded, that might be in there.
We can fix that.
I mean, what really happened was I was talking to someone on the telephone, and because there's such bad service in the Walla Walla Valley, that I was driving and I got disconnected. And so my ADD said, well, obviously you should make your first ASMR video right here in this wheat field. This is the next step if you can't get the person back on the line.
Right.
And then when you're done, you'll be on the other side of the field and you'll have service again, and you can try to call them back. It worked. I think I got a hold of him. I don't remember who it was. Might have been Jim.
Hey, you could just team up with Alan and just make a whole ASMR
There
thing.
you go.
Well,
We could make a channel. We really could.
Here's
Yeah,
how this happens.
totally. I can't.
I speak slowly and softly so people fall asleep, and then Sean can wake them up with his morning radio voice.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
That was, my grandfather that I never met on my father's side owned the largest AM radio station in the Sacramento Valley. And when I was a kid, the two choices of career that I thought I was going to pursue were either stuntman, because I loved Colt Seavers and the Fall Guy, and Lee Majors being a stuntman / bounty hunter was the coolest thing ever. If you've never seen that old TV show, it's definitely worth catching at least the pilot. And the other thing obviously was to become a radio disc jockey. And I had no idea as a child that this was like epigenetic, probably, like there was so much radio and media and I never met these people, but it was just in my blood that I wanted to be a disc jockey. And I even succeeded very slightly at it. I was live on the air on a Pendleton radio station. Not really talking on the mic, but I was in charge of running the clock to make sure, everything got plugged in and the buttons pushed at the right time. And I did have to talk every once in a while. I have to do the station bumper, live. And so that was my radio career. But so, yeah, but I was thinking the exact same thing you said, Alan. Like, you could have your very Alan-esque, quiet, soft, and we could do this tension release thing on people, and they'd probably love it, and we'd feel bad maybe, but they'd love it because you'd have them so close to like, oh, I'm in that place, and boom, here comes
build them up and knock them down.
Here comes SB with some stupid ass shit.
I was working at sports radio station interned at 1250 here or up in Milwaukee.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, back in the early 2000s for a little bit there. That was
Internet 1250 is a hell of a name for a station.
No, it's Sports Radio 1250.
Okay.
It was the Fox Sports affiliate for a while, and it's still going strong.
That's funny because that's part of what I was doing. I had to do technically two different stations I had to run the clock on. One was to make sure the country and Western songs were playing, and the other one was to run over to the AM station and make sure the sports were plugged in. And that was the one where I had to say, whatever it was, AM 1675, and that was it.
Yeah, it was fun, man. Intern over there, and then I ended up with because I got to skip going to the classes that I needed to go to at the technical college down here.
Yeah.
And then I ended up the director of the at the school, the AV director, blah blah blah, whatever. He was the director of the AV and the broadcasting. He shot me down even when the program director was like, "Nope, Dave's perfect." Blah blah blah. It's like, it's hilarious. I called in actually yesterday, I think. And I call in like once a year. I'm bad.
Yeah, give them hell.
But yeah, and like they still like it because I lived in Alabama for a while, and I remember they didn't have like a live stream back then. It was like 2006 when I had to move. I lived in Alabama, and I remember trying to listen and be like calling the programmer like, Chip, you guys got to get a live stream on. I'm stuck down here in Alabama and I can't listen. I'm dying. You know what I mean? Like they're talking about golf. Birmingham, so this is awful. And college, Roll Tide, War Eagle nonsense. Like, I can't handle this. And then they got it up, and then I remember getting back, and they just started deeming me Alabama Dave. So they started so they're like, so anytime I call it, I'm like, yeah, it's Alabama Dave.
Alabama
like,
Dave,
yeah. Is this Bama? So it's like, started calling me Bama. It's all hilarious.
Great.
Yeah,
John, what were you saying before about like it being epigenetic or in the genetics or the
Well, I mean, I have this theory that my desire to be involved in media stems directly from my grandfather that I never met. And he's a totally Freemasonic mystery. I mean, like I have letters in my possession and photography and things that make it very obvious that there's no actual evidence of like, hey, here's his Freemasonic stuff. But there's like an invite for everyone to come to the poker, gambling, camping event. And it's completely like over ironically encoded like Masonic letter. I mean, it's got all these initials and dashes and things in quotes and code words. I mean, even before I really studied this shit, I already knew like this is nonsense. This means something, and it does not mean what it means at all. So it was his invite to everyone in the family, and so all of the women and children would read it and be like, okay, Grandpa's kind of crazy, but we're going camping. And all of his brothers would be like, okay, here's the things I need to bring. Here's what's really happening, because they could see it. Like maybe someday when I get through all my storage stuff, we'll have a whole episode just trying to decode because he was exceedingly wealthy to the point where years after he'd been dead, we found $12,000 or $15,000 in an account in the state of California that it took a whole bunch of lawyering up to get out of there, because it just defaulted in, like most people get $35 or $350. Even my dad, I ended up with like $3,500 that I was able to get out of the state of California because accounts closed or bills got turned back that didn't get paid and the money got trapped somewhere. But grandpa, we found at least one account that was, almost 20 grand. And I guarantee that I sometimes I'm tempted to, if I had money, I'd hire real investigators that are in this niche and be like, go look, fool, because who knows? There might be a gold mine or real estate in
kind of what we do.
Taiwan. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he had shit everywhere. And so I've always thought like, well, my whole life I've had this. So like, my dad's side of the family was really rich. My father, this grandfather that I'm talking about, insisted that my mother have an abortion, and my mother refused. And so my father chickened out and like evaporated from my life before I was born. And I like saw him one time when I was 4, and then I got to know him from the time I was 13 till about the time I was 24. And then he passed away of a brain aneurysm inside of a Narcotics Anonymous meeting. And so we kind of got to have a friendship, but so my dad's side was this really rich, alcoholic, drug addicted, dysfunctional family, most of them. And then my mom's side is real poor, but really hearty, salt of the earth, honest for the most part. Some of them are a little spun out and weirdos, but for the most part, mom's side of the family is just really poor people and a lot of dysfunction and weirdness, but not weird rich people. And I've always felt like this divided person, for my whole life, I always kind of leaned towards mom's side and despised it and didn't care about dad's side. But as I got older, I learned to embrace both sides. Like, hey, this, my dad's side of the family is in here, and it makes a lot more sense to look at it that way instead of try to reject it or minimize it. I've got all this kind of manipulative, conniving, over the top energy, and I really, I don't have a way to prove it, but I give that credit to a lot of it to my dad's side of the family, that's what they were. They were ruthless business people. They were just in that vibe. I met enough of them to know that it's not my imagination or me speculating. They were uncanny people. My aunt, who's deceased now, told me that when she quit drinking, she went back to the bar that she used to drink in. And the man who owned the bar told her that by not rolling dice in his bar, that it was saving him $700 a week, because she was winning $700 worth of drinks in a week, in some high-end bar in San Francisco way back. I'm sure this is in the 70s. She told me, and I quote, well, I was pretty good at dice. And I was like, well, what does that mean? You're good at dice. How do you, please, clue me in. Is there a chance I can be good at dice? Because that would be nice if there was some way to, influence the dice.
Right.
But,
Way to die.
Is there a strategy?
I don't think she was
to
cheating.
dice?
No, I
Yeah,
think
I'm
she
saying
just magic. She just had, what she
Well,
had was an overwhelming desire to continue to drink. And I'm sure that just influenced the dice to constantly come up lucky. And I'm naturally lucky. I can play the shit out of a poker game and make everybody go broke. They want to kill me.
Well,
I just-
that's a little different.
It is
That's
different because I
it's way
studied my ass
different.
off in
Yeah,
poker, but I
that's
still
what I'm
have
saying.
tremendous luck on top of my education.
I feel you. I feel you on that. Definitely.
There's times that I've had to been told that I won when I was pushing my chips away, and they're like, "No, you won." Like, "No, I didn't." Like, "Yeah, you hit the straight on the river." Like, "Oh no, okay, sorry guys."
Like you didn't even bother looking. Yeah, I know exactly what
Yeah.
you mean. That's happened. Yep. That's
I've
happened
turned
to
my
me.
cards up a lot of times just assuming that I've lost. And that's a brilliant strategy in poker if you play for money.
Yep.
Don't throw your cards away. Just turn them upside down and just sit there. And
Yep.
the dealer might look and go, "Oh, you won," because especially if you sit there for 5 hours, you can't see the cards anymore. You can't really read the hands effectively.
Yep.
It's an old trick. Just turn your cards up and see what happens. You make people very unhappy with you.
Very angry. Yeah, you will get people really pissed.
Violent.
really
People will
fast.
become violent. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
After the third or fourth time, they'll threaten you.
causation or correlation, or what's come undone at this point where you're playing with cards, whether they're tarot or otherwise? Have you had this situation where you've shuffled a tarot deck and
I've had this
all
with
of a sudden-
tarot every time. And I've actually, because I keep it with a journal, I journal any time. I write down every single time I draw any tarot. Greg can attest to this,
Yeah.
and Jim, like, dude, it's been, and Krista, in the chat, we've had crazy situations where we're literally up hours and hours, like till 5 o'clock in the morning talking about it. Like, are you kidding me? Is this legit? No. Did you see that? That dropped out. This, like, taking photos of it to prove it. Like, dude, no, this is what just came up.
But I bought a new tarot deck, the only one that I've really ever started to use consistently that's not a stupid app on my phone. I do that sometimes, but I don't give it much weight or credence. It still works, but it's not the same. So I bought, it's right here, I'll show you. So I bought this beautiful Salvador Dali tarot deck.
Oh, nice.
And the last time I
Rad.
decided, all I've done so far is to take one card at a time because I'm in the process. I'm gonna make a trade with a friend of mine, and I'm gonna help her learn things about the ukulele, and she's gonna teach me. She's from Eastern Europe, and she's been reading tarot for a long time, and so we're gonna trade. You know, we might do it live as like a dual instructional, like here's how to learn ukulele and learn tarot all at the same time. We don't know yet. We might do that, but the reason I just brought it up right now is because I reached into the deck, and inside it's got a beautiful gold box. So here's the big book, right? Big, beautiful book. But look at that box, gold box. See how shiny and 2 swords on it?
Oh,
You know,
that's
it's cool.
awesome.
So I just snuck inside the box and pulled one card out. Like I didn't even open the box away. I'm just getting one card. I'm doing my draw. I get it out, and I'm like, okay, it was the Knight of Swords. And so I'm like, all right. So I set the box down on my chair like this, and I go like this, and it's open to Knight of Swords. Like it's just open to Knight of Swords. Like I draw the card by really carefully finagling it out of the box. I open the book with no thumbing the page at all. I just open it, and it's on Knight of Swords. And of course, it's the most insightful thing that could possibly be on the page. It's absolutely, you know, it was pretty much talking about me getting ready to do stuff like get back into doing this show and other things where I'm going to be, you know, like, oh, your creative energy is back and you're getting ready to blow shit up. So go. Like, thank you. Okay, I'll do it.
Right?
Yeah,
I stick with the top deck, but sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't even do divination with tarot. I can't because it's just, I don't even need to. I'll shuffle them and not even try to do anything with it. Just shuffle them. The cards will out of the deck land, and then it just there it is. Like it's like a thermometer or barometric pressure. It's like I'm just what's going on.
Yep. And I was really scared of tarot for a long time because I didn't fully understand the difference. You know, I thought people were only always trying to selfishly divine the future, which isn't true. That's just a misnomer about tarot in general. Don't get me wrong, of course, there's plenty of people doing that, right? They're really nervously and anxiously trying to figure out what's going to happen next, which is foolish, but in my opinion. But the very first time I ever touched a tarot deck, some weird old witch that I'd never met before with no teeth, who was literally like cooking chicken bones on a hot plate inside of a hotel room, said, okay, well, just shuffle the deck. And I grabbed the deck and I tried to start shuffling it like you were describing, Alan, this way. Yep. And the top and bottom card fell off. The rest of the deck fell into the bed. And then she read those 2 cards. And I never wanted to do anything with tarot again for 20 years.
Right.
It scared me really bad.
Wait a minute, so what happened again? Say that again. I'm sorry.
No, the most screwed up thing is that I was so freaked out by it that she said, okay, well, just try again, but just draw 2 cards. And I drew the same fucking 2 cards.
Wait.
The identical 2 cards.
So here's what I'll do, right? I'll take the deck. And this is kind of how you shuffle it, right?
Yeah.
Just not thinking about the cards, not looking at them, just out of memory, muscle memory from knowing how to do it. I have a smaller deck. This goes back to the guitar story, yes, because I have to like fit my fingers around a thread to get the chords. That was kind of the problem because my fingers are kind of dainty fingers. So I have a smaller deck that I use for tarot, and I it's just there. It's like what am I doing? I'm clearing my mind. I'm shuffling, and I'll do this where I'm like just pulling them apart. This is just a new set of cards, but then they'll not go back in, and cards will just fall and they'll just start moving on their own. And I use it as a way to like a barometric pressure, like what is going on, and like see this just flipped out, so I'll put it over there and I'll do this, and then before I know it, I'll have like 4 cards face down. I'll flip them over and there'll be 4 aces in a row. I'll be like, I didn't do that.
Right.
I wasn't intending to do that. That wasn't my wanting to read. It was that's what.
Can I ask you guys? Have you guys also observed or read? Because like when I'm reading about tarot or studying anything about that divination, it seems to be like use your left hand to do most of the to do the draw. If you're gonna designate one hand to do the draw, right? And you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys have heard this as well. For me personally, it's left hand. Always stick with one hand the whole time. I don't know if that has.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody say. I do it naturally because I'm left-handed, and I don't want to touch the deck with both hands. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, it's not you can touch with both hands. It's just a matter of you use one hand basically to
to serve, to deal.
Just exactly. Like, and make sure that, and for some reason, like, it's just now ingrained in me to only use my left hand to draw, to and or as my primary
right-handed.
shuffle. You know what I
Primarily
mean?
right-handed.
I'm right-handed,
Yeah.
but I'm actually
right hand.
ambidextrous. I'm ambidextrous, but
Holding them in your right hand, and then you.
right. Or yep,
Mhm.
like that. Yeah.
That's interesting,
So,
Barsky. Play right-handed then?
say that again.
If you're ambidextrous, do you play right-handed or left-handed?
Guitar. I started
Yeah.
playing right-handed actually, and then switched to left-handed, and I had to learn left-handed. Now,
Really?
or no, I started left-handed, and then switched to right-handed. And skateboarding, I started out
Are you goofy foot?
regular-footed, and now I'm goofy-footed proper.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I got some of that going on. Like I'll hold a rifle one way and a bow and an arrow another. And I intentionally tried to do both left and right-handed guitar stuff just because of Jimi Hendrix.
Right.
Like I strung my guitar upside down on purpose. I'm left-handed, but my mother met a brilliant man when I was, like in junior high, and she bought me my very first acoustic guitar. The guy told her, just have him learn right-handed. He doesn't know anything yet, and that way he won't have the trouble of having a left-handed guitar. He won't have the weirdness of having to look at a mirrored image of trying to learn from someone, because it is really weird if you sit and watch someone left-handed and try to, I do know what that shape is, but it doesn't look right, because it's backwards. It's inverse.
And I taught myself too. Like, when I played baseball and basketball, those are my two sports. But pitching, like, I forced myself to throw left-handed for a while, and then I got good enough to where I can actually like throw a football left-handed and actually hit the target, and not throw like a girl. You know what I mean?
No, yeah. I've done that a little bit with a football too, but
yeah, and then same with but switch hitting, like baseball, like I can switch hit, like I can. It's really weird. Even golf. That's another one too. Yeah, I played golf. Like, I don't know, whatever. It is what it is. My grandfather was like a semi-pro. Like, he played. It doesn't really matter. But
yeah, that's kind of back to the epigenetic idea, though.
Yeah.
That if grandfather is golfing and it's coming through, it's coming down the line. People want to try and account all that shit to something like strict biology, when that's just nonsense.
No,
and all of us that have studied a little bit outside of the typical nonsense, the world is a physical thing with physical stuff, and if we can count it, it's real. Everyone knows that's nonsense if they just look into it. There's just a lot of people that get paid a lot of money to pretend it's nonsense, so they don't openly admit it. They well know. They know in the laboratory that their laboratory equipment does the same thing our tarot decks do all the time.
It's like
no, you're trying to find this. No, you're trying to find this.
Yeah, and it's chalked up to meta pseudoscience garbage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it meta fine. I'm not offended by the meta aspect of it, because it is a meta aspect.
Oh, that's where the information is in the meta.
Exactly.
Hey, Gordy, do you have music online somewhere people can hear?
No.
If not, it's okay. I just was curious, because now that I know you're a musician, it makes me curious. So that's just no pressure.
No, maybe I do. I'll send you something afterwards. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Because I've got ancient stuff up.
Where mine is.
Yeah, everything's old.
Yeah, I mean, it's all terrible old demo stuff. It's just the irony of life that we never actually really effectively published anything, even though we recorded hundreds of hours of demos and music and gigged and all this shit. We never made a CD that was like correct. I warned my lead guitar player, who I'm now no longer really. I don't want to say we're not friends, but we don't talk or interact anymore. I warned him a year ahead of time. Like, we've got a year to get something down on wax, and this is over. I can feel it. And then a year later, we didn't have anything, and it was over.
That was the worst part, is people practicing and not wanting to record, or not wanting to play a gig because it's just too hard because we're too big of a band or whatever, and we're getting old and we can't lug our gear around. I'm like, what are we doing this for then? Yeah no, that's it. I was so mad because we went out. Like, we had a really good run where we were making money and things in trade by playing all these little awesome kind of almost cult-like following local gigs. We were getting this like insider cult following as the RX Only Panacea. And we had like solid sets that we were playing over and over again, and we were getting really tight. Like, we could really perform them loose and good.
And when we were done, I insisted, like, come on, you guys, we got to go in the studio and record it right now. This is what you do. You go out and push and gig behind it and get something like a small tour going. You come back when it's completely in you. And then you bust out a bunch of tracks and you can catch it. You can catch that vibe, the energy. And the main guy just wouldn't do it. He was burnt out. He didn't want it. He wanted to go write new music. He didn't care. He thought all those songs sucked and they were stupid. And it showed on stage. He would like noodle through them. And he just, he lost his love for it. Where to me, I still play those songs now. I'll stand here in this room and play through those songs all by myself and keep my parts going. And it's a long, long time ago, but they're part of me, man. That was the beginning of my whole synchro mystic insanity. We made up this origin story for our band, and it became reality. We accused all other excellent musicians of having built time machines and traveled back to the dawn of time because we existed before time began, and they got close enough to the dawn of time they could hear us, and they took our music back to current times and got rich, and we were pissed, man. Fuck those guys. They ripped us off. John Frusciante ripped me off. So did Frank Zappa, and so did fucking George Harrison. They stole my fucking ideas that I was using before time and space existed, and I'm not okay with it, man.
Sounds like a strike. Sounds like a YouTube strike that you need to, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we became so obsessed and entrenched in John Frusciante's music that I'd say that we were probably a 3-person cult just worshiping him, And it's embarrassing to me to say that. I had to like look back and realize that, like, oh, geez. Like you listen to our music and it's like, oh, this isn't like us copying or honoring him. Like we somehow bootlegged your spirit vibe. We figured out what you were doing, and we took some of your market share. It's weird. I miss it.
Yeah,
that's why I was so stoked tonight. First time in a long time I jammed with 2 guys, and it was just phenomenal. That's why my voice is tired, because I was screaming and singing loud. And
good for you.
Yeah, I'm excited to get it going.
Male yoga, the yoga.
Yeah.
Group. Yeah, it is like that, Alan. That's actually a really great analogy for a hot band room, like when it's all hot and you're playing in basically a tough shed.
It is. It's a tiny room that we were in too.
Yeah. And it's hot as hell with all those amps in there.
Yeah,
and you're just sweating your ass off.
And if we're honest, it's homoerotic as bloody murder. As much as the joke is there, it is. I've had guys try to fight me for making a joke of leaning over and kiss them on the side of the neck. Like they want to kill you because I'm just messing with them. Like, oh, shut up, sweetheart. And they would, you are, like he said, you're sweating, you're hot, you've got something heavy, it's hanging on you for hours. You're probably on drugs and alcohol, and then some jerk like me kisses you on the neck. And you're like, this band's over. I'm going to kill you. And then you give them free drugs and say, just go back in there. Let's go outside and cool off and do this again. We can get this right this time.
No, okay.
Just don't, you go stand over there. All right. Stand behind the drummer, or I'm not coming in, And so you do it like, okay, I'll stand behind the drummer. I'm over here.
I'm all for all male yoga spaces. I don't know that there are enough of those available. I mean,
no, that's such a blessing, dude. I couldn't believe that girl changed my life by giving me that recommendation at the register. She told me that there was.
You're gonna have to tell Gordy what you. I don't think Gordy was here for the story.
Oh yeah. So quick, like an even faster recap.
Hot male yoga troupe.
Yeah, so I moved from Walla Walla to Boise, and in the process, I was avoiding buying sweets at the gas station by going to the co-op in La Grande, Oregon, and buying bananas and dates. And the girl at the register told me that because I was on my way to Boise, that there was an awesome teacher over there that she knew, who was one of her teachers, who had a strictly male yoga thing going on. So I took the information and I followed him on Instagram, and it probably took me 4 or 5 months, and I finally linked up with him, and it's just awesome. It's super inspiring and awesome. Oh, he disappeared. Is he still here? My screen just changed so that
you convinced him to join a all-male yoga. Immediately.
He's gonna carry the energy directly to the nearest all-male yoga opportunity, huh?
No delay. There's no
spirited away.
No reason. You waited too long and you regret it. Gordy,
he's not hearing that. He's like, all right, I know where one is actually. I've been putting it off. I got to go tonight. I hope he bounces back in, because that was weird. I mean, either that or I hope that he did that on purpose to get a gag going, because if he did that, that's gold. That's like the best thing ever. Jim, did I ever play the hang up on the telephone game with you or not? Where you say what? If you say what, you get hung up on.
I was
Did I
trying
do
to.
that?
You just said what?
Oh, okay, yeah, he's gonna boot me. So that came the okay bye at the end of RX Only Picture Show and the hang up on the telephone game both came from my friend Kevin, who was a radio disc jockey, a very good one. And he worked out of Portland and worked out of that same small country station I was talking about. But so the game is, if anyone wants to play the hang up on the telephone game, you have to get the person first to agree to the game, obviously, otherwise you're just a jerk and they won't understand why you're hanging up on them. But the deal is, if you know for sure you've reached the end of the conversation, where you both intend now to get off the phone sometime soon, if after that mark has been reached, you can somehow convince the other person to say what. As soon as they say what, you can hang up. And it's a blast. Like, did you say, oh, dude, I saw your mom at the grocery store. It's fucked up. And they say, what? You hang up on them. You know, it's great. You know, the beauty is if you start to play the game, then you'll stop saying what on the telephone no matter what. No, even your own mother can't get you to say what, because you're conditioned yourself so strong to like, I'm not going to get hung up on ever again. So your mom's like, well, you know, do you know what I got your sister for Christmas? And you go, well, you know, like you lead her on, like, you know, say something else, Mom. I'm not going to say what. Stop trying to trick me. Hey, we lost you. Welcome back, Gordy. Welcome back.
Sorry,
man.
my computer died. I left at free drugs and don't kiss me or I'll punch you.
Oh, okay. So you were going farther. We were, I think, Alan, no, it's all good. Alan was trying to get me to clue you in on the hot male yoga and like how we landed on that. And so what happened was I moved from Walla Walla to Boise, and a girl at the co-op in La Grande, Oregon, clued me into this awesome all male yoga class in Boise. And it probably took me 4 or 5 months, but I finally joined up. And it's been like, it's like opened the city to me. You know, like these guys are awesome. They're all hella cool and chill. One of the guys is the guy I was playing music with tonight. Like he plays like cajon and a bunch of percussion stuff. And he's got a little digital drum kit, but he just has this really awesome vibe going with it. He's got a whole bunch of really nice cajons and other hand drums and stuff. And then he introduced me to a third guy. And so I was doing that. And we're all going to go on a really long hike next week, like 3 days into the Sawtooth Mountains. And so we were training today. I actually did a 12-mile hike this morning at 5 a.m., you know.
Wow.
And then went and played music for 3 hours and then came here, and I'm still feeling stoked. I've got it, man. The energy is here today, so I'm fine with it, you know.
That's right.
Loving it.
I want to do this. That sounds like a blast.
Yeah, come to Boise, bro. We'll hook it up.
Boise, Idaho. Yeah, I'm not going to Idaho.
But the Boise's cool, man. I understand not wanting to go to Idaho. I totally feel you. I get you. You know, I blend in pretty well. You know, I'm pretty pasty white with red hair, so I don't get a lot of flack. But it's not as bad as what people think, but
No.
they're also not incorrect, unfortunately. You know, if you go to the small outlying communities, you know, they would probably, even though you're presenting very nice, they would probably still assume that you're some kind of migrant farm worker in the small outlying communities, just from your appearance, you know. And I'm not judging what you are. I don't even know. You know, I'm not. Don't misunderstand me as thinking that you're Hispanic either. I don't know. I have no idea. You know, we'd have to talk. But I shit you not, if you went, you know, to Nampa, which is, you know, less than an hour from here, they'd be like, well, you want to change some sprinkler pipe, you know, or some stupid shit like that.
I lived in Montana and Wyoming for years, so I know. Yeah, I was certainly the weird one, because I would have like different colored chucks, and they're like, oh, you're some kind of fag or something.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, I have some eccentric fashion preferences, so that means I'm definitely a homosexual and a liberal, correct?
Yes, exactly. Absolutely. That's what that means.
And I have pigmentation in my skin, and therefore that's a reason to throw me even harder under the bus by default.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah. You're mixed race. Like they're always trying to like eyeball you and
I can't imagine.
Classify what. Yeah, I get that a lot.
Oh, no, we've got a friend who's full-blooded Native American, and man, every different not the black people, but every other brown skinned people, they all try to claim him, but it doesn't matter. Like, the Filipinos try to claim him, the Samoans try to claim him, the Mexicans try to claim him. Everyone outside of any of these groups tries to also categorize him into it. And he's just a Native American, and it's like,
Yeah.
he handles it so well, but he hates it. He appreciates that he gets a lot of love, but the fact that people don't have, like, we failed to let people just have a little bit of wonder and trained them to communicate effectively and be like, wow, you're interesting. I've never met you before. You're like, where, what's your culture? Where are you from? What's that all about? That's all you have to do. You don't have to presume anything,
Let us
Right.
sit with the ambiguity for a little while. I would braid my hair, because I was working at a tree farm, an adult daycare nursery with these guys who were like, what do you got long hair for? I said, because my name is Pocahontas. What does it matter? Like,
Yeah.
Did I freeze it?
And if it's still like that right now, could you really imagine what they were putting up with like in 1955? Like me having long hair and like putting it on in a man bun? Like they just murder us in the street in some places, Like, oh, kill him. Look at that. Doesn't go to the barber and puts it up like a woman. You know what that means. Yeah. It frustrates me to talk about this stuff because the powers that be have designed the whole trap so well that if you say anything that it addresses all this shit in an affirmative way, then you're by default being categorized with people that are literally anathema to the whole earth. Like, like social justice warriors, purple hair, like completely dysregulated emotions and mental health issues that aren't being addressed. And that's just because you want to say, hey, well, let's talk about like egalitarianism and equality and the process of history and time and what's changed and what hasn't. And instead it's like, oh, you probably voted for Hillary Clinton, didn't you, boy? Like, oh my God, I'm going to shoot you.
well, yeah, and that's where we are in the culture today. If you haven't declared your pronouns and your sexuality and just listed it within,
it's got to be in the Twitter bio at the top.
within moments of meeting someone, if you have not given them your pronouns, your name, your sexuality, your history of all of this stuff, then they're like, who are you? I'm like, if I don't see, I get this all the time. Is people would ask me like, "Oh, I wonder if he's gay or straight or what's."
Yeah.
And I would go on YouTube. I'd give sexuality updates where I'd explain to people things that are going great, and I never once answered the question because I made it very clear to them, the people that I was intimate with, that was a private thing.
Yeah.
They would know because I was intimate with them. But I'm not intimate with everybody who's watching me on YouTube. It's none of their business. And if they need to know a clear answer, they're not going to get it.
Yeah.
And if they can't sit with that, well, then go watch someone else.
Yeah. Yeah. I found this brilliant interview where the man described the difference between a demand and a high preference, and explained that you can have exceedingly high preferences and do your best to enforce them in whatever way you want. But as soon as you have an actual demand, then you're just a fool because the world doesn't work. You don't get any of your demands, none of them, Like if we're all dying tomorrow because there's no water, demanding water is not going to help us at all. It's actually going to make us die faster from wasting breath and energy to demand it. And so I keep that in my mind for all those people. Like you're having all these demands, and all you can really have is like you have a very curious preference to know who Alan's in bed with. It's none of your fucking business, and he's not going to tell you. If you demand, then
it doesn't matter at all to anybody.
Now Gordy's got something. I can see it on him.
Great way of life, though. Like, I was thinking that philosophy is really great, though. Like, not having any
stuck in my heart, man.
Life is, like, really that applies to every from the universe, and everything's a blessing.
I go back and listen to that interview every once in a while, and I don't remember the man's name, but his book was called The 3-Minute Therapist, and the whole interview was really about it was him arguing against the idea that guilt is a useful tool to motivate yourself. And that was the core argument against it, was like, you're putting demands on yourself, and then you're trying to accommodate your own demands, and your demands are all false. And all you can do is have a high preference to do those things that you want to do. And if you don't do them, if you're kind to yourself, you actually have a better chance of moving towards your goal and getting it done than if you self-abuse trying to put demands on yourself that are unreasonable and impossible. And it changed my life, man. Because I mean, I still use guilt against myself sometimes, but I don't do it intentionally anymore. If I catch myself doing it, I cancel the process and be like, no, we're not going to do that. You know, I eat kind of a crazy strict diet that I really enjoy, but sometimes I say fuck it and eat French fries or eat chocolate cake, like a whole chocolate cake even. And I don't beat myself up about it. I'm not happy. Like, oh man, I ate way too much cake. That was stupid. But I don't be like, oh, I can't believe I did that, you know, and then like use it as some kind of, you know, a tool against myself. And it's way better, you know?
Yeah, it's a weird headspace to be in, where you have to set these sort of like expectations that I'll never do that, or these sort of absolutist statements.
Yeah.
Or for someone young on the internet to have to declare their pronouns and sexuality before they've ever known anything about that.
Yeah.
And then to hold them years later to say, well, you know, your profile said you were this then, and we have to hold you to that now. It's like people change. So there's this peer pressure to not allow people to find themselves in a sort of private and safe way. And I don't mean that everyone is going to find themselves and discover that, oh, everybody's gay, or everybody is wanting to transition their gender. The gender dysphoria levels are just off the charts now. And when I was doing YouTube videos, I was looking like an androgynous alien, like, you know, Michael Jackson, whatever. I thought it was funny, and people didn't get that. This was when we had male models, you know, going on YouTube and doing makeup tutorials, and their whole thing was, I'm a gay man and I do makeup tutorials, and that's my whole brand identity. So I would do that as an ambiguous person, not stating any preferences, and it was like a art sort of
a wonderful Dadaist mystery.
Yes, like why is this guy putting on makeup and giving you like guyliner tutorials and just completely serious about it without making it a gay thing or a pride thing or an identity thing? Because the next day I would dress completely different. It's like, don't get yourself stuck with labels.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like, man, I would have been into it. Is your stuff still up there?
Yeah.
I gotta say, jumping into this real quick, that's why on all my social media, in my description for my profile, I use predicates because I love predicates. So I'm like, is, am, are, was, were, have, has, had, do, did, shall, must, can, could, like all of it. Because my mom was in. You think grammar police? My mom's grammar Gestapo. Like my mom is straight up grammar Gestapo, bro.
You just rattled off every predicate like it was.
Dude,
you got to memorize better than stockbrokers know the ticker.
Yeah, thank Judith Barsky. Thank Judy Barsky. So
Thanks,
literally,
Judy.
yeah, right. Yeah, thanks, Ma. Yeah, it's literally, is, MR, was, were, be, being, been, have, has, had, do, did, shall, must, can, could, and then
yeah, we need to make a song, bro. We need to sample that and make a song.
And that was the other point too, is that we need to be able to laugh at ourselves.
Yeah.
When you get 13, 14-year-old, 15-year-olds on TikTok that are so self-serious about explaining sexuality and pronouns,
like that psycho I have pinned on my my Twitter.
Like,
yeah,
today I'm wearing this color bracelet,
which means I'm a toaster.
This day,
or I feel I'm a shape.
You can see the color bracelet I'm wearing.
Right. So you can address me. Yeah.
This way, depending on the color.
Is that a thing, really?
Jim.
I wish it wasn't.
Jim made the Discord, by the way. We're not trying to go there, whatever. I know it's a mess in the chat right now, but yeah, we need to address that, Jim. I just wanted to get that out.
You guys have a Discord, right?
Yeah, and some twant, a very huge twant that I'm not gonna, who shall not be named.
Kick him out if you guys want.
Yeah, we need him out ASAP. Like, I'm not having harassment going on, and that's
Discord,
what's going on.
I
just looked.
Okay. I don't go to Discord for those reasons.
Well,
that just made me think Discord in the Discord.
Yeah.
Discord in the Discord.
Wait. What is that? Don't tell me. Don't.
Discord.
Oh, insane.
Discord.
Okay,
Discord
yeah,
is the
yeah, there you go,
cord.
there you
I
go.
got
Oh,
this
that's
in my
Oh, yeah,
cord.
there you go. Don't make me bust out. Send dog, dude. I will send dog out. Dude. Straight up.
Made me laugh.
It should be done now.
Beautiful. Can you
Voted.
make me a mod or an admin? Jim? Well, next time.
Not right now.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, buddy. You seem stressed. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're all.
Yeah,
a
I'm
bunch of
so
old
curious, and now I'm
farts.
gonna have to hit the DMs later to find out what I just missed because I know it doesn't want to be broadcast over there.
It's not worth it. It really is not
Yeah.
worth it. It really isn't. But I had to address it right then and there because it's.
Oh,
too
I
much.
understand. If something's starting to flame up, then you got to
Yeah.
do, especially because we've got police. Like, you know, our Discord,
Grenades and stuff.
we in a subtle way we regulate it really good because we've got a nice little core group of people. But lots of people have lost their server because they're not aware of what Discord's secret etiquette rules are, and or the things that may get you ban hammered for your whole server. You know, and people also don't know that they can back up their entire server, so and re-upload it in places that are not Discord. And you know,
not to get on the Discord thing, but also I just was perusing for a second after I saw what went down in ours and went over to one that I'm not going to name right now that's huge, and it is literally some of the most like outright racist, crazy, like really, like, and I'm not going to be like racist, like, oh, that's but no, like this isn't even equal opportunity fun racism. This is literally like
just straight, like, we're rednecks and we're not ashamed and we're not going to hide it at all, right?
Yeah, and no joke, like that has to, like, that's gonna go away, and that's one of my favorite servers. But I mean, like, really, it says not safe for work. Are you sure you want to go in? Yeah, dude, but wow.
Oh, Discord doesn't care. They'll bash it down as soon as they decide to. They won't do it consistently, like, oh, it happens every day and we knock it down every day. Whole bunches of crap will go on for years and other stuff will be attacked immediately, and then years later that stuff will start being attacked too at their leisure.
But it's mutual friends of all of Sean and, you know, Jim. It's people that we, you know.
Oh yeah, I understand.
Very, very, you know, you've been on his show before, both of you two. So national. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Yeah, that's an easy clue. I'm with you.
There you go. So not far from y'all. But anyway, yeah, that's gross because it looked like a 4chan or 8chan, like literally, like, wow.
Yeah, I don't like landing in someone's Discord and it makes me think, oh, I'm on the boards. That's not good.
Yeah, that is what it felt like. Yeah,
because there's not, the anonymity of the boards does not exist inside of the platform, what we call Discord.
Exactly.
Just cannot.
That brings us back to the beginning of the conversation when you were talking about 4chan and the early Wild West days of words and
but that was like that was gross. But I mean, like, no, there's that was gross. Like whenever I went, like, I stumbled into those chans, like I was like, wow, this is like, people want to say that they're not, like, we're not raised. There's no such thing as white privilege or whatever, and it's just like, okay, shut up. And also, like, wow, you guys are just out there with it, like, damn.
Well, it's weird now because it used to be real, and now it's meta LARPing sarcasm combined with real. So it's just a mind fuck. It's like almost impossible to quantify it.
It's a minefield and a mind fuck. Yeah, exactly.
You get young folks who are really interested in sort of this group politic idea. They will join together in private servers, and then they'll go and invade other servers. Role play as a white supremacist.
Right.
Fill their other channels with white supremacists and other hateful material, CP, cheese pizza, and other sort of illegal materials to then get those things shut down.
Yep.
And then they're like, victory, and then they move on to the next one.
Yeah, they took the World of Warcraft strategy and moved it right into into the metaverse, into the series of tubes that we call the interwebs.
For sure. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's gross. It really is gross.
It's very unproductive if those teenagers took that energy that they weren't alchemically transmitting into something beautiful.
Yeah, they could even just make model cars, like with like enamel paint and glue and some piece of sandpaper and an X-Acto knife. Like that would be fine. You could even paint them ugly so I don't like them, but do that instead of LARPing, you know, finding victory in tricky glue. That?
Did you guys do models as a kid?
A little bit. I know Jim did some. I did some.
I showed you mine.
Like, I don't know how old you guys are, but the glue in the 70s was phenomenal.
Yeah.
It was
By the way, I
cool.
got speaking
No,
of
you
glue,
actually touch it together and it glues,
right?
It was
and it
Speaking
never
of,
comes loose again.
I was buying super glue the other day
but
at
it was
Walmart, and I got carded
magical
for it.
doing a
Like, they
model
won't let
like
you
it. I've
check
never
it out.
tripped before. I think that had to have been my first like
Oh, you're talking
chemical
about accidentally or
thing,
intentionally maybe
was
inhaling
model
some
glue.
of the glue.
I'll never forget rubber cement in ISS. That got me through in school
I think we
suspension.
just
That got
lost
me through
Gordy
some
again.
tough times, man. 7th
That's
grade.
awesome that you have the Mir space station.
Yeah, it's a Revel monogram snap type, but I had and memories of like the paint. You'd go to the Ben Franklin and you go to the craft section,
Yeah.
find the paints. So you have to mix the paints, and you have to get the special the epoxy glue to get it plastic to go to. I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
fun chemical stuff that you can learn and assemble.
Well, if you want to know what Jim does, just imagine doing that on the largest scale you could possibly scale it up to potentially, and having none of the tabs and none of the little A's or B's or none of that stuff that says this is how they go together. That's not there. What you have to do is you have to invent that yourself on the fly, ad hoc, and then hope that it works when you're done. That's what Jim does. Right, Jim?
But wouldn't it just be more fun to dedicate all your energy to shut down your enemy's Discord servers?
Yeah, it would be much better. We wouldn't get any huge mermaids, and instead we'd feel like we conquered white supremacists that don't exist in the way that we imagine they do.
What a world we live
Right.
in.
This
People and hobbies.
Etheria.
Yeah.
I really do wish Baudrillard was wrong, but he was not. He wasn't right either, but he definitely wasn't wrong, unfortunately. We're living inside of some series of simulacra that are no longer, unfortunately, referencing us to what we would have called reality, even just 20 years ago.
Right.
But people are acting as if. And unfortunately, they're also calling that, well, they're calling it real. You know, those of us outside of it are calling it good enough, or the appearance of what they would call good enough. You know, this reality is good enough. We'll just use it. Like, this isn't, you're missing it. This isn't reality. Even what we're doing here tonight is a meta reality that is going to be hard to, we couldn't really define it very easily tonight. If we wanted to hammer down, what does it mean that we're all connected through cameras and microphones and video, and, you know,
Yeah,
if we're going to take things into account like falling offline like Gordy just did, or lossy feed, and, you know, or latency in the feed. I've always wanted to get on here and try to play music together to see, because that'll tell me what the latency really is. You know, if Jim starts playing the piano and I'm trying to play along, I'll get a feel for the latency. And I figure if we do it enough, we could probably actually get good at it. Well, and it would be really weird.
Right. Have you seen the 2 minutes to late night, or I think it's 2 minutes to late night on it's from the St. Vitus Club in Brooklyn, where it's Steve Brodsky from Mutoid Man. He was in Cave In as well. Great band. And who else is in it? I think Rob Kaggio, who does sound at St. Vitus, and it's a great show. They'll have like John Dyer Baisley from Baroness come on, and they'll cover like Purple Rain. They do like, it's great, right? It's like
no, I've never seen it. This sounds terrific.
Oh, it's amazing. Okay, but they've been doing since COVID happened. I'm sorry, COVID's happened. They actually were doing just what you said with literally like super groups. So they'd have like crazy metalhead. Like, I'm trying to think what's his name from Clutch? The frontman of Clutch. I can't think of his name for some stupid reason.
Yeah, I can't think of his name either.
They'll have him doing like singing, and then they'll have they'll have Marty Friedman, not Marty Friedman, but like Dave Mustaine playing guitar, like super groups of just like Max Cavalera.
Yeah, but they've probably got the bandwidth to solve the latency down to almost nothing. I was talking about us doing it with these shitty connections that we have, and see what happens.
Right, I'm curious. I'm wondering. I don't have the,
because it might be better than we think. I've just never tried it yet. You know.
Right, we're pretty good. Jim, you can check your stats, I wonder, but I think you're getting pretty good. I remember you mentioning that your bandwidth was solid, better over.
Oh, Jim went out of pocket to fix it, and I don't think he was able to ever to go back, because once you've got the good shit, you don't go back to like half-ass shit, you know.
But we compared, and I've got
I'm
right
blaming the
now
monsoons.
200, and I've got 250 down, steady, hardwired and Wi-Fi.
It's the up that really matters.
Right, and the up I'm getting 15 to 20 megs a second.
Now Gordy chimed in there with something and I didn't
Yeah,
catch
I'm sorry, Gordy. What did you say, pal?
Yeah, no, I was saying I'm blaming the monsoons for mine.
Oh yeah,
sucks.
for your connection,
What's
monsoon.
going on?
Yeah.
What's going on down there? I was hearing. Yeah, is it y'all are getting? Is it just monsoon season?
You're frozen again.
Yeah, where are you? I mean, can you say
In
where you're
Tucson?
at without making it
Tuscan?
too obvious? I guess probably not, because he's frozen.
We know where he's at. Tucson.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Tucson.
Yeah, I'm in Tucson. It's monsoon season here, and so every night we get monsoon season.
Susan. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. Anyway, we get these crazy rains with huge storms, and there was last week there was a funnel cloud in our neighboring. We don't get tornadoes.
No.
Yeah,
I saw a
We-
photo of that. Yeah.
We had tornadoes, and it's been crazy, the weather here.
Is that something with the orgone devices that are being put up all around?
The cloud busters, baby.
Yeah. Dude,
Weather
I'm doing those.
manipulation.
Well, that's.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think
that's
it's
one of the
manipulation.
things I do have.
That's manipulation.
I wish people that were doing the like, hey, we're going to do big scale kind of like industrial energy work. I wish they would be a little bit less myopic. I'm not saying I'm against it. You know, if you can do something
Right.
to interrupt the cell phone integrity so that it's not, you know, completely just eating away with its little process. But you're putting eddies everywhere, just like in a river. When you intentionally take like this huge device that's going to affect chi, for lack of a better word,
Yep.
and it works, it does something. Well,
Mhm.
then you're creating eddies everywhere, you know, and then as 50 of those eddies get together, they do affect the wind. And then you have a fucking funnel cloud in Arizona. That's not good, you know, especially when it's not supposed to be there. Like if it's in the Midwest, then that's at least understandable or a little weird,
Right.
but not, you know, the tornado's not supposed to roll through Tempe. You know,
Yeah, no.
that doesn't happen. That's you know, the sun might as well come up in the wrong side if that's the kind of stuff that's going to happen. But I think it's because it's a combination of their truly militarized weather and electromagnetic manipulation, and then you do have lots of people doing energy work and other types of work that are effective. It does something, you know. There's literally thousands of wizards all over the world right now doing weather magic, and you can't say it does nothing. That's not true that it does nothing.
Yeah,
Even the most
that's
pathetic
very-
ones are doing something. So we've got this weird confluence for, yeah, I guess that's the perfect word, like the craziest confluence we've seen in my lifetime. I've never seen the weather go so
absolutely
crazy.
that. I was describing the Shadowrun pen and paper role playing game earlier, and that's
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
where technology and magic is open and everybody knows about it. And that's what the game is all about. It's like modern day cyberpunk, computers, technology, matrices, servers, data, big corporations, corporatocracy, and then orcs and elves and all these fantasy races actually exist in real world. And then they're doing all the magic and the sorcery and the magery and all this. And like, well, that's the world we live in 2021.
Yeah, your analogy was good. I don't know if
Mm.
any of us was able to confirm that, because I think you're right. Well, I've been warning people for quite a while that they're bringing the magical world back. You know, someone like Gordon White doesn't hide it at all. He says, you know, we're going to bring
Exactly.
animism back to the big table. Well, I mean, you know, if you think that Gordon White is just kind of like some pathetic little guy that's got a podcast and lives on a
Yeah,
farm down
that's
in
funny.
Australia, and that he's not
Yeah.
really very important or powerful, and that he's not like a huge high up wizard,
He's a wizard, man.
Yeah.
then you're naive, and you
Yeah.
don't realize he's announcing to you out of courtesy. Really, he's letting you know, like, hey, we're going to make everything alive again, whether you like it or not. So
have you read Chaos Protocols?
no, I've never read the Chaos
Is
Protocol.
that
I know
his
what
book?
it is, but I've
Start
never.
out
Yeah,
ship
his
is good
book?
too.
That's
Start out
Gordon.
ship is good.
Yeah,
I looked at some of his
read it?
sigil magic and work that was for free way back in the day, but it's probably been 5 years since I looked at it.
Yeah, Chaos.
And it
Protocols
works,
came
man.
out
I've
for-
done
Oh yeah,
I've done
it
some
works.
sigil magic. It works really good,
works.
actually.
I've done
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I've done it, but I feel like I didn't put 100% because, like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, you
I
can
had a
take
little
that
doubt.
any which way. No, I had where it was literally a conflict of, like, a moral conflict with it.
Yeah, that's
And I
understandable.
literally, I went about it, and you know how it works. I went about
Yeah,
it.
there are
and-
a variety of ways to
yeah,
charge a sigil, but there is one that's
I did
exceedingly popular.
I did the the old standard, the old standby.
You keep looking to the left like that with that grin on your face,
Well,
you're
it's
going to end up
over
with more
there. I
dad
mean,
memes on
I
Twitter. I'm just
suppose
going to warn you right now.
the scroll is over there, if you want to call it a
He's
scroll.
charging it at this very moment.
It
Scroll.
could be.
We're all
there.
charging it now that you said
I'm
that.
looking, yeah, right. I'm looking right at it, and it's actually the same. Because I am okay. I am going to. I don't need, I guess, to will this into existence, so to speak, because I know that this is going to happen. This was going to happen last year, though, in September, as opposed to happening in, I want to say, like a month. Okay, so it's almost the exact same thing, but now there isn't a moral conflict of interest for me, if you get what I'm saying. So I don't have to feel like a jerk, and or not a
Timing
jerk.
is very important in all of this.
Say that again.
The timing is very important in all of this work.
I understand where I get. Yeah. Okay. So I totally get that, and I'm with you on that 100%. It is very important for those out there that are interested in doing that, this or sigil magic. But yeah, there's no conflict. There's no more conflict of interest here anymore. Because it's open season right now. I know I'm being extremely vague, but I don't know. All that aside, I'm curious though. There could be a few, wrenches thrown into the mechanism, if you will, for me achieving what I want to achieve, right? With this sigil magic. So I just may use the old standby again. Give it a shot.
That's what Gordon gets into in his book. He describes his site. If you're gonna do sigil magic, you're gonna maybe have like 10 different sigils, and 8 of them are gonna be things that you already do. So you might have like brush my teeth every day.
Hey,
No.
shoaling.
I'm talking
shoaling.
one specific. I'm saying, all right, so like one specific thing that I want to happen, that I know that there might be a few issues, whether they be monetary, whether they be schedule, you know what I mean, time. It could be a number of things. Those are very, very real issues that could arise here, right? Not just, dude, I could just go, oh man, jokes are flowing here in my brain, but I'm not gonna say it. But anyway, and there's flowing again. They just keep, let's just keep the gutter.
Well, that's what happens. I mean, if
Gutter.
you do.
Yeah, right.
If you bring this up.
Yeah, right. I mean,
it's getting to be the witching hour.
It is
later and later.
Close.
Somewhere.
It's 12:30 here.
Yeah.
1:30 here. Your mountain time?
Yep.
So you just cross over there, Jim, and you're 1 hour closer, huh?
Yep. That's it.
That's a fact. Interesting.
You can drive right past a big sign that says that you're going over the top of the 45th parallel, which is halfway between the equator and the North Pole.
Aren't you right off 94, Interstate 94 too, right over by you guys?
94 in Boise?
Yeah.
No, it's 84.
84.
Yeah.
Where's 94? Missoula? Where's 94 go
Yeah,
to?
I think I don't remember, man. I used to have it memorized how the highway system works because it's really linear and simple, and I forgot.
Yeah.
And I've
well,
never
94
done it.
runs right through here, so that's
right.
That's,
So 94 probably goes through Spokane. That would be my guess. Spokane, top of Montana, and all that stuff. I'm just guessing though.
Yeah. Well. Anyways, I guess I could go only whatever and go into the eastern time zone, but that's neither here nor there because Indiana's right there. It's right around. Yeah, I know it's all stupid.
Where are we going?
Where are we going?
Thank you, Gordy. Thank you.
Sigil
This is one of the parts of it. I can't lie, and I've been waiting.
Highway
to
talk.
say this. I've been waiting to say this. that one of the parts of the show that I do enjoy and that makes me the most uncomfortable is when Barsky gets off on a tangent and he can't reel it in and no one jumps in to help him or to push him.
That happens all the time.
And so it's because everybody loves it. It's a huge part of the show. I mean, because really this show was your idea. So I mean, they can't.
Right.
The energy of the creation of the show itself.
That.
I know they do. Gordy just did. He helped you. You know?
Gordy does. Oh, thank God.
So we know when there's a
Jim will be staring at the chat room. He's manning the chats. I know what I know what you're up to,
Yeah,
Jim.
it's just part of Jim's
business.
life now.
Yeah.
If he's on live, he has to. Otherwise the people in the chat might feel neglected, especially if Jim's around. That at this point, people expect him to help out in the chat and be around.
Exactly.
It's like it's not because he has to. It's part of the routine.
Exactly.
Like if me and you were together, someone would pick up a guitar. It's just if it didn't happen, then something's wrong. Like no one's gonna play guitar at all? Dude, are we mad at each other?
I can only imagine being in the same room with you two. Oh God, dude, or whatever. Oh man, it would be absolute chaos in this if we were all like in the same room with.
If we can get
I would
Gordon
love
too.
to do that.
Dude,
if we can get the RX only Panacea together, then you're
going
going to be the road manager.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
then we're gonna rip a hole in the real universe, and the fake one's gonna flow out like a big zit.
Right?
Straight up, dude. Straight up.
When SB was telling us about the hang up on the phone game, I thought he meant something completely different. I thought the game on the phone was to never hang up and make the other person do it and feel really terrible about it. So you wait
Alan,
all night
we won't talk about that.
The game ends up there too, Alan, because you both can't get off the phone
too. But that's when you're talking to a girl, usually, and you just don't want to hang up.
The end of every show is always. It's always weird for me.
I know, me too.
Because I'm like, all right, bye.
Yeah,
but it's not.
We should change it right now that the end of your guys' show is all right bye, because mine was okay bye. It was okay bye, but if you guys change it to all right bye, all right bye, all right bye.
For anyone who's still listening to us, after we leave the YouTube live, we usually stay on the line, and we gotta
I mean, you do.
Well, I'm not gonna.
You get to work. I'm sorry. I'm working. I remember texting. He was like, "Alan, stop." You're like, "I just started my workday, Barsky." I'm like, "It's 5 a.m. But I just started my workday, Barsky." No. No. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you under the bus, but I did. I love you. So does
I have like an unconfirmed fear of Alan if he decides that it's time to grind back really hard on everybody, that it could go ugly for us, because he's such a genuinely kind soul. If you get him on the day when it's like, all right, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of hell, we could all be in a bad way. We might not know what's
wrong
happening.
with you. You think you're all smart and sassy, and you're coming on this, and you just bitch about the highways. You guys, oh my God, I'm waiting for that day. I would love to see Alan go off like that. Oh my God.
I thought here we are talking
we were
evens
friends,
and odds.
No,
it's odds are north and south. Evens are east and west.
I found a hot pressure button to push there, because I said just something pretty casual and it blew up, man. You got a lot of power in here, Alan. I'm sorry if we bestowed it on you. You didn't do anything. You just naturally have a tremendous amount of power with this group.
Just wait until
it's terrifying.
Force when forcing what was it, the after show, and we were all just like, Dad, it's like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm forcing them to watch Neurosis, like live Neurosis video.
Oh God!
Like live or Queens of the Stone Age, like for 4 hours. Like, you got to understand this. No, you guys got it. No,
he's gonna coach you through it too. Here's a live band video footage, and here, let me talk over the top of it and tell you which part you're supposed to know.
Oh no, I'm not that bad. I'm not that bad. I let it ride. This is
after
right,
WSW on a Saturday night. It's getting Sunday morning, and we're listening to Desert Sessions.
He had to know.
It's all good. And then the sun comes up, and then I start talking to Barsky about how I'm really upset about the Catholic revival and the town over, and I start itching and scratching, and I'm getting really angry but about this Catholic revival and these relics that they brought into the next town over that I didn't get to go and see, but they keep posting in the paper, and I'm going, and I'm like, Barsky, are you look at that? I'm showing them paper, I'm reading them to it, and Barsky's like
Nodding off like, dude.
Yeah.
like falling asleep, and I think you get to the point where you're like, dude, I gotta go, I have to throw up, and I'm like, oh, did I make Barsky throw up because he doesn't like Catholics either?
I don't. I mean, let's be realistic here, but
So they
No,
brought
no,
relics.
Catholic.
They brought relics through the
oh, they got
town.
relics everywhere. Catholics have to have. You got to have bone.
The
No, I know, but I mean, if there's a
Oh.
brand new revival, then that means they got to bring out like
I'm like,
either
this
they have
is
to
a-
take
this is
bones
a
from somewhere
Lutheran-
else or come.
This is
bring-
a
See,
Lutheran
Yeah, where are
community.
these?
Oh
souls
no,
dying?
that's not even
Lutheran
Catholic.
community.
Yeah, that's messed
Yeah.
up.
This is a Lutheran community,
Catholic
and
light,
these
dude.
Catholics are bringing in their relics to the community. They're marching down the street and going in front of the women's health clinic and
Oh,
the
Lord.
Life Choices Center, and they're doing the blessings. The
Oh,
Catholic
God.
blessings.
So
Yeah.
they're
And I'm like,
actually
this is a Lutheran
Yeah.
town. I'm like, they've never done this. They've never done this right
Yeah.
in the street, in this town, in the history of recording anything. So now they're writing about it in the paper, and I'm telling Barsky this after he's been playing the desert sessions for 4.5 hours. He's ready to go to sleep. The sun is rising up, and I'm like, and I just came unhinged, and I'm like,
yeah, no,
awesome.
that's terrifying.
But
'Cause
here's
they're practicing black magic against you as a community. God forbid someone say it plainly. The Catholic Church is one of the greatest black magic organizations we've ever seen rise
Here's
up
what
in the
happened.
history of all of mankind.
this was
Sorry, guys. I have many
This is
Catholics
a
that I
fact.
love very much. They also acknowledge, the honest ones also acknowledge that this is true and that they're a part of the organization anyway because they think it's the right one to be in. But there is all of this horrific fucking satanic black magic going on.
Straight
It
up.
stems from left hand
that Wednesday.
hermeticism.
That Wednesday was when
Clearly.
the sun was rising and there was an annular eclipse. Right, the sun was eclipsed.
Oh, that was the
Yeah.
end.
That was
Right.
that was that Wednesday, and I ran to go see it in the morning, and I'm
Oh
staring
yeah,
at
and
the
you got a
sun
good shot of it
as it's
too.
going up, and I got some pictures, and I'm like, wow, this is cool. But I'd ran through the ivy, the sumac, and the oak, and I'd gotten all the oils on me, so I'd washed them off. But then Sunday morning, I'm like, oh no, and my whole like side was covered in
Oh, so
a
that's-
rash.
Yeah, that's why you got itchy. Okay, that makes
That's the
sense.
true story. So I'm itching myself, and I'm getting really irrational, and I'm talking about Catholics and what are the Catholics doing in the town over? And Barsky's like, dude, I'm trying to fall asleep.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to nod out right here.
Like, we've been talking for 6 hours and you won't hang up on me. And I think I'm gonna throw up because this is a bad vape pen or something. I'm like, oh, okay. And then I get up and I go upstairs. I'm like, I think I go to bed now. It's 7 a.m. And I take my shorts off and I'm like, oh, I've got a huge patch of something on my
Oh,
side.
bro,
Yeah,
you have
they-
a sigil magic session there? What's up? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it was the poison ivy oak or
Oh,
oil.
sumac. That's a good
Yeah.
band too. That's
Good photography
Aaron
costs
Turner.
it costs a steep price, man. Good photography, especially of a rare eclipse or something. Yeah, you might run right through. Well, up here where we live, you would run through the stinging nettles, right, Jim? Less poison ivy and poison oak, stinging nettles.
This
And
kind
yeah,
of photography. This kind of photography.
yeah, there you go. Nice. Well, here I
Yeah.
can trump that. Hold on, I've got the
Damn
only
it.
one that was ever ordered. There you
Oh,
go.
nice.
I'll get up closer, bro, because I need.
This
Oh, is
thing?
that? Oh, that's the man.
On D World, and we just live in it. Yeah.
Tracy Twyman made this.
That's beautiful.
I just ordered
Oh,
it. You can
wow.
still order it online right now if you want to. On the there's one
not-
for Redbubble and the other one's for Zazzle, I think. And the
Plus
products
Ultra.
are
Plus
what's
Ultra.
that?
Plus Ultra Club.
Yeah, plus Ultra
Revive.
Club. Yeah.
So
Revive the
so
old-
Mystagog didn't.
I don't think. Oh, I've got the passwords for that stuff. And to please, well, I might not have said that live just now.
Stella Moon knows what the rash was like.
But yeah, that information was shared with me by a deceased person in good faith, so I don't have any problem with it, honestly.
Through a
I also
spirit
haven't
portal.
done anything with it, but it's
Was the password given to you through knocks on wood and use of a spirit board?
Nope, it was through a series of tubes.
I was about to say a series of tubes and some
You know
table
what?
tipping.
They used a QWERTY keyboard in a series of tubes.
A Discordian keyboard. What? Sorry.
QWERTY.
QWERTY.
QWE
Love them
Auto-QI.
QWERTYs.
Have you guys used any of these other keyboards?
The
Which ones?
Discordian keyboard?
Like there's a
the Dvorak?
where there's a Rorschach keyboard, and I don't remember the other two that are pretty popular anymore.
Oh, I want a Rorschach keyboard. You can install them, you mean, is what you're saying?
No,
Oh.
it's a different key layout. It's
Yeah,
the-
key layout, and there are some other
the
features other than just the
QWERTY,
key layout, but yeah. But
yeah.
some
And-
people say if you learn it, I think the Rorschach one was the one that you can get really fast at typing with, because the reason that they laid out these QWERTY keyboards the way that they are is because mechanical typewriters would get stuck. People would
Yeah.
try to type too fast.
Exactly.
So they laid it out so that you have this dance of choosing keys so that they come up and come down and not interfere with each other.
Yeah, they
So
don't
there's-
clip into it. Yeah, they don't
Yeah.
fucking jam
Oh,
it.
we've
Yeah.
all played. I've got a nice typewriter somewhere. I just need to put better ink in it.
Right,
you know?
and
got
the
the Royal Corona.
Dvorak layout has it so you can keep your hands on home row for the most used letters. So
Right.
most of what you're typing, all these words are.
Mavis Beacon. Hey, you talked to Mavis Beacon. So, remember that? That was about. We had typing class, Mavis Beacon typing classes in 7th grade.
I think we should get Barsky some stilts and some terrifying costumes and mic him up and cam him up and just send him downtown to talk to people with a big booming voice and just live stream it and just call it good. We don't have to do anything. We'll get rich. We'll get filthy rich. We'll have to get him some knee pads and some elbow pads and a helmet underneath the costume, because he will fall down. He's gonna fall down.
Oh my
No,
god!
I've got, dude. I'm
That's gonna be
beyond
great.
ambidextrous. I've got.
No, I'm not saying that you're not talented, but the situations
No,
we're
I
gonna
can
push
walk
you
on
into,
stu-
you're gonna if you
Oh,
don't fall off
I'm
a
into
bridge, you'll be
that.
fine.
Okay.
Barsky, you should
Imagine
be down
imagine
here
him running
in-
up to the cart that has the relics in it and just screaming with a modulated voice that's modified with a with a mic.
with a hammer, with a giant hammer, and I can carry like a wooden door. Someone carrying a wooden door behind me, and just
right, and scream
blood
something like
feet-
the hand of
95
God,
theses.
or
95
That's right.
or 93. I'll pull a
No,
Crowley.
don't do that,
93
please.
theses.
Community.
You're gonna give him the wrong idea about all of us if you scream 93. Don't do
Come
that.
on, man. Come on, the weaving spiders.
I mean, are we gonna take the same strategy?
It's
Like
420-666-9393 is my number.
The
Come on.
Thelemites and the Lutherans
It is.
combine against their efforts to prevent the spread of the Catholic rash.
that would be the headline.
That's brilliant.
And
Actually.
they would,
The
and then
Catholic
people would
rash.
believe that it's
Rash.
real, and then it would become real. That's not
Yes,
good. That's
an
bad.
egregore. No, we will create this. and
We
it will
just
breathe.
did it. We just
did, we
it.
did
We
create it,
just did it.
The seed
This-
exists now, unfortunately.
No,
It's
exactly.
Run in my
This-
mouth.
Let's tulpa that out. Hey, let's get
This
it
is
together.
gonna be the
Let's already
highest
tulpa.
seen thing ever.
Thelemites
We're at
and
16 right now. We got 16
See?
still hanging strong. Elliot, what's up, bro? Are you out here? Where you at? I need to look at the
I
chat.
looked, and there's actually an
love
OTO
that.
chapter in Boise, and that kind of tripped me out. I
Oh,
just
yeah.
confirmed it for myself, and then I went away. Actually, I found their Facebook page, and I read a little bit, and I'm like, okay, I got to get away from this.
You gotta hit the
what kind of
Scarlet.
chapter?
You gotta hit the
What
Scarlet
is it?
Woman one in Austin.
OTO, Ordo
Oh,
Templi Oriented.
Yeah, Orientas.
Yeah.
the
it
Thelemic.
looks-
Wow.
That hentai.
Yeah, it looks pretty active, which, I mean, I know everybody's really down on those people and judges them a lot. I don't feel that way. I'm very wary of them because I know a lot about their alleged history, and there's no way to confirm what is or isn't absolutely true. So just like
Yeah, it's
any
like
other organization,
Freemasonry, yeah.
I'm also very wary of Mormons or Latter-day Saints or Seventh Day.
Every
Yeah.
time I answer
Yeah.
every
Seventh-day,
I think
question with a
Pescatarians,
Christian-
man.
with
I
a
don't
church
trust them.
story, a Christian church story.
Yeah,
That's what Thelemites do with 93s and all of their memes.
Well, I
it's
know.
like their Crowleyanity becomes more annoying than an evangelical Christian.
It
yeah.
does.
I mean, there's,
It's-
if
well,
I'm being completely
nah.
above
Yeah,
board,
no,
as
actually-
much as I try not to judge them, I do have a channel in my Discord called Thelemite Cringe, and there is some stuff in there.
It's fair. It's fair.
I think as
have to
long
be
as
fair. We
you're
have to be
aware
fair.
of
Everyone
what it
equally.
is. Like,
Right.
as,
Yeah.
if you're in
Yeah.
that kind of organization, like as long as you're aware of what you are and what you're doing and what your intentions are, I think you're good.
I do too.
Like my-
yeah.
I agree.
grandpa
I agree.
My grandpa was a pretty high up Mason, and he was he was, I don't know how to
Tired
tell
of the
like,
demonization
other
of
than
it.
like he was the godliest man I've ever known, the most loving person, like the most genuine human I've ever known. Like, you can't tell me he didn't have good, that what he practiced in that had bad intentions.
No, yeah, I agree that, and most people don't study the history of it enough to know that. I mean, it's the most basic theory is not that the Masons were always a bunch of bad guys. It was that they were secret guilds that were protecting trade secrets and other mystical and spiritual secrets, and that they were infiltrated by people with horrible intentions, literally called the Illuminati. Adam Weishaupt's plan was to use Blue and Red Lodge Masonry as a shield to defend them from being found out and broken up.
Exactly.
And then lightning struck a horse and killed the man that showed it all to the world.
Right, and Weishaupt is Washington, guys. I mean, George Washington is Weishaupt. Have you guys heard that?
Yeah, that's a beautiful theory.
It's a fun one.
That's a beautiful theory. You could do a whole show on that.
Yeah.
Washington is Weishaupt.
Hey, what are you guys doing right now? Do you want to do a show on the theory that George Washington and Adam Weishaupt are one and the same person?
I got a date.
Guys, this is the start of my work day.
This
is the beginning of my work day.
Sorry, I got a date right now.
Buddy. Yeah. Yeah. With the toilet in 5 minutes.
If I sit on this one, I'd be on a date. But I'm not gonna because I'm gonna eat it.
Is this where I do it?
Throw some prunes in and
No, just dates.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Hell no. What up, Maria? I love you, Jim. That was amazing. So yeah, we're live. We're getting live. What up, Malia?
Did you say Lolita? Now you to go to the chat?
Yo, Malia is amazing.
It was a joke.
She higher. I let it go over my head. I let it go all over my head.
There's a lot of Nabokov reading room.
Just missed my face.
Nabokov. This is the Vladimir Nabokov reading room. I heard that.
Namaste. I'm gonna stay, y'all. I'm gonna stay.
Namaste.
Hey, namaste, fly. All right.
I wonder how many black guys were telling people that he was going to stay, and they thought he was offering an Eastern peace greeting.
I need that laugh, dude. I need more of that.
Jim's got the greatest laugh of all time. Nothing trumps it at all.
He does. He really does.
There's nothing even close to Jim's laugh.
I think we need to talk about this, though. Videodrome. We all need to talk about that.
Oh, that just makes me think. That makes me think of Jason James Bickford episodes that are probably lost forever. He did some deep, awesome work on Videodrome.
Dude, Debbie Harry. I'll do some deep, awesome work on Debbie Harry. Holy good Lord, I love her so much. Anyway, yeah.
The lost works of Bickford. Do you have them in your?
Man, I'm jealous, Malia.
Oh, this one's all hard. I don't know if I want that one.
Gutter. Straight gutter.
I'm white trash. You guys didn't know?
There's a new age.
I didn't think I was hiding it at all.
It's like triple entendre. It's so beautiful. This is so good.
I was being sly about my white trash.
Well, I'm trying to live it so that it's honest, which is different than most other white trash. But I mean, I'm not.
Right.
To me, acting like it's not
authentic.
I mean, I told you earlier in the show where I came from. Can you get any white and trashier than like we're poor people and rich people? And you guys want to hear something awesome? I was conceived at the confluence of the American and Sacramento rivers in a place called Discovery Park. The rubber broke, and here I am. I'm serious. I just sit with that. Sometimes today when we were on the hike, somebody mentioned a local place called Discovery Park, and I almost fell off the trail. Like Discovery Park, like that's where I'm from, in a really weird way. Metaphysically, I'm from Discovery Park.
Really?
Yeah.
Really from? Wow.
Yeah, my dad was trying to hook it up under a bridge.
Some
and
sigil
it
magic
out for
that
him.
he was.
It worked out for him. His dad tried to tell him to kill me, and he wouldn't go for it, but he ran away.
Oh.
He died. It sucked. It's hard, you guys.
Oh, this could go so many different directions, and I'm glad it's just staying put.
Now let me also add as a caveat and a warning: if you're in Sacramento, do not go to Discovery Park. It is not a nice place to park under a bridge and have a good time anymore. There are junkies there. They will kill you. Don't go. Okay. And that's, I mean, you could just fall in the river and drown because the Sacramento River is very dangerous and old and full of undertow.
Right.
And where it runs into the American River, which is young and fast, is obviously that's what makes it really dangerous. But that's not the truly dangerous thing. It's the people down there on meth. And so don't go.
Sean, I gotta ask you something about Sacramento, because I actually called the Sacramento Bee regarding this friend. I think I've told the story on the show before, where a buddy, it was the Mission. You guys remember when we were talking about the Mission?
Yeah. I vaguely remember that. I wasn't on the show, but I remember.
And one of my close, Garrett. What up, Garrett? And David Shaw. What up, David? I haven't talked to you guys in a long time, but Garrett, I talked to you last year, so maybe, who knows? Anyway. Yeah, they were homeless in San Francisco and whatever, and they ended up getting picked up by a couple random girls that were cute, and they were marked, obviously, they weren't black, obviously from the Midwest, that, had their backpacks on and blah, blah, and they ended up at this freaking Mission place. There's like some giant house, mansion type thing, whatever, and yeah, and the story is just so wild, and it was told over about a 3-hour story, roughly, over mounds of cocaine back in probably 2000.
Yeah, I remember this story. Did you tell it on the air, or was it just a private conversation?
No, I believe I told it on the air because it's too good of a story, and it was just so memorable, and yeah, I've always just wondered about that area, and if you'd ever heard, because I remember thinking, who else is from that area, like Sacramento, because they ended up, like, the hood saved them. Like, they ended up leaving all their clothes. They ended up going, like, figuring out where they were after, like, 2 days, and realized it was, like, some meth crash house type thing, whatever. Yeah, and then they ended up running, because they were being walked to, like, some barn area. It's like a horror. It's like a Shyamalan horror. It's worse than that. And they ended up just booking and never looking back. And they left all their stuff, and they were freezing cold, and they ran through the night, ran through all these woods, and ended up like in the middle of like downtown Sacramento. And the hood literally took care and bought their Greyhound tickets back to Wisconsin, type situation. So I've always wondered. I called that story was so crazy. I couldn't sleep for like 2 days after. Well, it wasn't just the cocaine. But I couldn't sleep. Like, that story just blew my mind. I remember doing research on it, and this was 2001, early 2001. So I remember doing research. I had like Roadrunner internet, I'm like, oh, come on, I gotta figure this out. Where's this place? The Mission, and then I find missions everywhere because it's like, San Antonio.
It's the state of California. The whole thing's Mission. How do you think they got it away from the Spanish and the natives?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. And then you get processed all that shit. So they're probably like ex-processed church members, like just whatever.
So it's probably just a spin-off cult, is what they ran into.
Exactly.
Or it's just this processed church itself,
Exactly. Yes. Who knows? But all that aside, I just had wondered, now that we have you here, if you ever stumbled into anything along those lines or anything crazy like that. Because I remember when I called the Sacramento Bee and tried calling like news stations to talk to them, they had that. We've heard about this place. Like, multiple journalists had heard about it.
People are following up.
Horror stories.
Just so we're talking about the same thing. This is part of that pedophile ring, right?
No. This has
the human trafficking.
This has nothing.
No. This is just a Barsky story that he got relayed by the people that it happened to, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The answer to your question,
mix things up.
David, is yes, absolutely, not quite directly in that way, but I can remember being a very young child, and there was this like spooks me out. Like, it gives me that uncomfortable, anxious feeling in my chest.
Keeps you up at night type shit.
Well, and I mean, I remember being a little boy, like 4 years old, 3 years old, or whatever. And there was a man who had gotten caught keeping a young boy prisoner, and he had gone to jail but gotten back out. And like, he was in our vicinity, like he wasn't our landlord, but he like would be, and so I was somehow aware of him, and I mean, he was a horrible, nasty pervert. And the more I looked back on all of it and looked at it, it's like a lot of that kind of stuff was going on. That was just the really obvious thing. So it seemed really obvious that there was some kind of typical incestuous cult behavior going on all around me in various capacities.
Sure.
And I have my doubts to what degree I came out of it unscathed, but I don't know. I can just go with, hey, I made it, I'm okay, I don't know. But on top of that, in Rio Linda, California, there was a place called Dyer's Lane, and Dyer's Lane was famously haunted. I mean, still is, I'm sure. And it was also a place that the Ku Klux Klan famously held all their own rituals and sometimes lynchings. And there was magic sigils and symbols on the trees and painted on the pavement. And, like the idea to go out there at night was just for verboten. You don't do that. You'll die. They'll keep you. It'll be worse than death. They'll keep you.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, and it wasn't fake. The Rio Linda was absolutely established by old redneck Peckerwoods and probably KKK. Not nouveau different Nazis or anything they actually sent a coalition. They used to do that. They used to go out and expand out and send their own missionary type groups. And Rio Linda was famously bigoted, and I mean, I'm sure they still are. Rush Limbaugh used to use Rio Linda, California as the butt of a whole bunch of his jokes. Like when he was trying to say something complicated, he would say, and for you people listening in Rio Linda, California, that's what this means. But he wouldn't do it once. He would do it over and over again. Well, I was raised in Rio Linda, North Sacramento. Now, North Sacramento, the neighborhood I was raised in, is called Del Paso Heights. And the nickname is DPH for deepest part of hell. And it's just straight. I'm sure it might be better now. I hope so for the people living there. But it's just straight projects. Like I wouldn't, if I got a flat tire on the freeway and the only thing I could do is pull off into Del Paso Heights, I would drive on the rim. And I mean it. I would drive at a significant rate of speed on the rim and try to get anywhere but pull into Del Paso Heights because you won't be okay,
So it was like Cabrini Green back in the day for Chicago, because that's the only place I can really say where literally there's no places in Milwaukee I'm not afraid. Actually, I can't believe I'm actually saying that, because Milwaukee is crazy. It's
no, but I understand what you mean. It's a known. You understand what it is.
Yeah, there's one Cabrini Green was like that, and then they tore it all down, and
and they did that in North Sacramento too. They used to call it the Front, and there used to be people gambling on the street, drinking outside the liquor stores. And there was missions that were all closed up because they couldn't, they failed. And if you broke down and got a flat tire right there, with a bunch of black men all drinking, Mad Dog 2020 and got on playing craps, you're in danger, But there's also times that they saved us and got us out of the neighborhood, just like you were describing. So I've literally been in that situation, where my mom, we get a flat tire and we're afraid we're going to die because we're in the, they call it the front. You're in the front and you get broke down, you're in trouble. And instead they recognized that we were in trouble, and some kind black people were like, we got to get you guys out of here. Let's go. And they helped us fix the car, or they literally walk us to the edge of the hood and get us. Cause me and my friend, he's dead now. He got shot breaking and entering, and he went to prison when he was only 15 and came out a full-blown white supremacist, like he had swastika tattoos and everything. Yeah, and then because that's what you do. You color up in prison, and he was already colored up before he went in anyway because his dad raised him that way. They were rednecks. But he was my best friend when we were in junior high. When I left the state of California, he got in a fight. Him and his brother got in a fight with some other guys that they were lifting weights with, and they ended up like in a violent altercation with a gun and a lead pipe, and they ran away. And so that's how he ended up in prison for a long time. And then later in life, he never cleaned up. He got out of prison, but he could never get out of the institutionalized, violent white supremacist mindset. And he got caught breaking and entering, and somebody shot him to death in Northern California. But the
48 Laws of Power mindset. Oh, good
Lord.
It
is. I mean,
yeah,
that's,
it's sick,
I have that book just because sometimes you need to reference
up.
it to remember how some part of the world works.
Right.
I don't want to use it as a tool to.
Sick.
Yeah,
and it's also like I remember when I was in a group home a couple years ago. It was like they were bragging about that, like, and I was like, well, behold a pale horse. It's just like that's, But we all know, like, take that with a grain of salt too. Like that was one of like a conspiracy book. Yeah, it's a legendary conspiracy book, right? But it's not all gospel, right?
No,
you know what I'm saying? Like there's a bunch of
everything
garbage.
is 80 to 90% truth and 10% that re-steering you. Almost always, you find real truth, and you're in danger. Like
I wouldn't even say 80 in you know what I'm saying, but I mean for the most part, obviously.
Yeah, well, I mean the really good stuff is
the
right.
Standard, yeah. But behold the pale horse, I would even say 50%. You know,
Probably
so
not. Yeah.
it's probably not
I
even.
don't. I loved William Cooper, and he taught me so
Me
much
too.
stuff. But I don't trust him. I think he
I
was
don't-
probably
yeah.
an agent. Unfortunately, he did
Well,
a
I don't
lot of
even know
really
about that. I
unseemly
mean,
stuff.
unknowing.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like an unknowing
Yeah, he
agent.
could have
And
been
then
a dupe. Yeah.
who knows? Who knows? Like,
Unwitting, they call it unwitting
Yeah,
agent. It could have
exactly.
been that way.
Yeah.
yeah. And that feels and sounds right. It just feels right when you especially when you dive into that. Go ahead, Gordon. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I was just going to say, that's the thing is, he's interpreting what he's being shown.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And think about the agents around him.
And because whatever he's been given or had access to, he's putting those dots together just like we do.
Yep.
And that itself is an interpretation, which becomes the idea of whatever that.
Right. Yeah, that's almost
conspiracy
always
is.
wrong when you find out the real
And
truth
you-
in any situation, right? You know, you're
Yeah,
close
it's-
but no cigar. It's like it's a shade of right, but it's not right. And I'm not talking about discovering
And
the
that's what keeps us spinning
conspiracy. Yeah,
in the
Is that the Bob
conspiracy.
Lazar
That's what
story
keeps us
too?
always.
We're-
No,
I think
no.
so.
Oh,
Alan.
it could be. Oh, I see where you're
Where
going.
Bob Lazar
Lazar.
was
Well,
involved in a LARP, and he was showing some things.
Could
and
very
that
well
was
be.
how he was able to leak it out. Some of it was true, some of it wasn't, and then it was like up to
we don't
Bob
know.
Lazar to
Dude.
spread that information that he believed in his heart of heart was true, because why would he?
Why wouldn't he? Yeah, exactly. And I mean,
So then he was put in that position. It
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
it-
I think that's
Gordon,
what happened
when
to
you
Bill
were
Cooper too.
working
yeah,
for a
absolutely.
company, did they do
And we-
something similar to you, where you didn't know everything that was going on?
Right.
Absolutely.
There it is.
Absolutely.
They've got us all doing it to
Absolutely.
each other all the time now.
And-
They've changed their strategy they've upgraded the strategy to now we're all making everybody into half-witting agents all the time just by trying to enjoy figuring it out, you know?
Right. Just by having fun with this mental gymnastics, connecting these dots. Yeah,
Dude,
it's
I
an
don't-
exercise. It's fun, right? But
I-
it's also go ahead.
I have to keep that, like, even my memory in check.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what.
That's why
what's
Alan's sitting here
true
taking
and what I
notes,
was-
because he doesn't have
I
any
was-
faith of what's going to happen next being correct. So he has to have reference material like Memento.
Yeah.
Except for he doesn't have amnesia.
you-
He's just living in 2021.
Exactly,
Yeah,
because shit
I
is
l-
just being erased as we speak right now. It's the same thing. I'm
Mhm.
talking about. It's wild. You know exactly
I
what
let-
Go ahead, Gordon.
I love that Alan has one of those brains that he can do that. I
Mhm.
can't do that. Like,
Me
if
either.
I obsess on
No, me neither. I
on
can't. It'll drive me
the
mad if I start
paperwork
keeping
stuff,
tabs
I go crazy.
perfectly.
Yeah, because I used to go down those holes, man, and it wasn't healthy. Like,
No, it's
'cause-
Chapel Perilous. You're in Chapel. Every freaking, you know what I mean? Around every corner, you end up. Oh shit! I'm so far down that rabbit hole that it's just.
Well,
oh.
and then, I'm already down that rabbit hole, and then I get what I sent you, Barsky.
Mm-hmm.
I get that happens, and my
Mhm.
paranoia went. Man,
Exactly.
it was not healthy mentally.
Right.
I went down a bad road.
Now, there's
Yeah,
times I've laid off this shit for 5 years straight because I realized if I had information that I'm holding digitally, physically, I'd burn it and not tell anyone.
Thank you.
And
Mhm.
so, and I don't do that anymore. Just to be clear, I don't seek out that kind of information, and I certainly don't save it. But there was a time when I did. I mean, really,
It's
I
unhealthy.
planned. It is because and it's still the same categories we were just talking about. Whatever
Sure.
I found isn't necessarily 100% infallible truth by any means, but it was a lot of clues to things that are not available anywhere on the internet now. And there's a reason that some things actually consistently get scrubbed, and that if you continue to pursue them, that you might get scrubbed. I mean, and we've unfortunately seen it with our own eyes. And I'm not just talking about only one person. A variety of people have vanished, either died and or just vanished over the years, or changed into someone completely 180 degrees opposite of who they were. And like Dave Chappelle's a pretty glaring example.
Yeah.
That's not
I mean,
Dave. I don't have any faith that that's Dave. And if it is Dave, it's still not Dave.
It's not the Dave
If
from. Yeah, it's not the Dave from
his
before. It's
DNA
like,
doesn't mean anything to me. They changed his psyche and his soul. They did something,
exactly.
you know?
And that's where like the clone thing is fun, but the same thing is like I totally get where that is, because I've observed it myself. Like listening to Midnight Miracle, and also I've seen I've seen him live. He was just at the Bucks game the other night. You know what I'm saying? Like I still can't help love. It's like I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and I never will.
You
I
know my
still
theory
love
about
his
that topic?
his work. Huh?
It goes back to Elvis Presley, right? Elvis Presley had a twin. He's born a twin. So there's
Yep.
two Elvis Presleys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, you just reminded me of something. I'm
Mary
gonna drop.
Kate
I'm
and
gonna drop in
Ashley
the chat here.
Olsen. Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen, twin girls, played one girl, Michelle, in Full House. A lot of these, shall we call them actors of a lifetime actor variety, these sort of people will, if they're born a twin, then they're good to go. We've got 2 or 3 of these already born, and then we establish them as one public identity. Right. This is history. They do this with kings and every.
Oh yeah, no. That's the other thing is that people, if you just read Victor Hugo and who's the mulatto gentleman that wrote such good books too? I can't think of his name. Alexandre Dumas.
Mhm.
You just read those people's books, especially the ones that aren't the most popular ones, but even the most popular ones, and just fail to imagine that they're made up stories at all. That these are people that are in the clique of the aristocracy, and they have permission or access in such a way that they're allowed to publish it and make it into a beautiful, dramatized, profitable story. And that they're just telling you the truth, except for omitting the details that will get anyone to lose their fortune or their reputation, And it's nothing different now.
Right.
I think they'll make Biden look like he's wearing a mask, or it even is someone under a mask, because they know that some of us are looking for the evidence of his skin pinching right here in an obscene, strange way that doesn't seem right. And so then we can run with it, and we can be like, oh man, then and then you start to, if you're like
and
me,
you waste so much time on that too.
Yeah, well, then you get that desire in your heart that someone would tackle him and pull it off, so you can see who it is, right? That's the secret thing that no one talks about. Is that now you want to see. I want to see. I want to know.
Yeah, there are so many narrative conspiracy opportunities that are posted to Reddit, specifically Our Conspiracy, and all the major mainstream conspiracy forums are seeded with dumb conspiracies, celebrity gossips,
and have been from the beginning. Have been before the internet. The conspiracy dialogue was already seeded in paper.
Yes.
And people like Bill Cooper was so proud that Bill Clinton called him the most dangerous man in America, because he was doing all of this with shortwave radio before it was broadcast over, what we used to call DARPA.
Yeah.
Wow.
The social networks were always managed and manipulated this way through the aristocracy and the banking houses to protect their relationships. And they found the best way to do it is to entertain everyone with intrigue and convolution, and not to just have to go out and murder or poison or kill or imprison all of them, because it's really a lot of work. We're already people, all of us. And if you really bring the fight to us, eventually, if you put my grandma in front of me, I'm going to fight back forever. I'm going to get people to help me. We're going to bring it to you. But if you just give me some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and a PlayStation, I'll probably just kick it, man.
Amen, dude.
Especially if you give me some killer sativa.
Yo, hook me up with that Madden. Hook me up with that new Madden,
Minecraft
bro.
server, and I'll be gone for the next week, man.
Yeah.
You having fellowship.
Promise me some chocolate chip cookies that come with my cheeseburgers. And
Hey, let me get that chocolate chip, bro.
I'll show up late to the stream because I was busy watching a sports game.
Yeah, right. Live and die, baby. You know it.
Hey, I don't think I have any problem with anybody being in the parade.
I will be at the parade. I will live stream from the parade.
I was a diehard 49ers fan for so long that when the 49ers finally lost their dynasty, it took me 3 years to realize that I was every Sunday making myself miserably depressed to the point of actual suicidal ideation, and I finally quit watching football to save myself.
Yeah, y'all killed us too. Y'all killed the Packers for many years too.
I know. Yeah, I'm proud of it.
We finally got y'all.
I know. Yeah, it left a fresh nail in my heart for a long time.
Yeah, man, that was rough.
Were sports ever athletic and organically solved by athletes comparing their skill and ability to win a game? Or was it always just like...
I don't think so. I think it is in the purest form when people are having fun and it's not really...
competition. It's beautiful.
Yeah, right. When it's contrived into a game, it's always just a betting match. Someone's making a bet.
Exactly.
It's for betting.
Precisely. It is for betting. Yes, you're exactly right.
And really, it's not for the bet on the game. It's for the proposition bets that are generated by the game bets.
Yeah.
And that's why you become a degenerate gambler, because
parlays,
now you're
yeah.
betting on drops of window running down a windshield at 3 o'clock in the morning while you're high on crack.
Exactly.
And you just bet $50,000 that you won at the casino a week before,
You're
and you lose it
parlaying that
all.
into-
And now you have to go
yeah.
back to the poker table with $1 and start over to get back to
Mhm.
where you were. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, have you guys seen that show? I think it's called The Home Game on Netflix, where they have that Italian thing that they do every 4 years. And
Sounds interesting. No.
it's this crazy ass game where it's like capture the flag and MMA or
I think I know
soccer
what you're
and
talking about.
MMA at the same time. It's the craziest sport ever, but there's all this gambling going on.
No, it sounds great. No, I've never heard of it. It
But
sounds
fun.
great.
Gambling's fun.
But they do it at Passover or some religious day, and it has to do with the church. And I can't remember what it's called, but it's the church is like super involved in it. And what it happens is like each Italian neighborhoods in this, I can't remember what city it's in, but
it's probably in
Naples or
Naples.
something.
Yeah, it's got to be Naples. Naples is the most crooked, so crooked, like they can't even get the garbage picked up, dude. It's insane. Like it's just run by, it's nuts. They literally
It's
can't get the
mafia
garbage.
run,
Yeah,
right?
it's all run
Yeah.
by, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like you could, anyway, this thing is like an ancient game, and they've been doing it for hundreds of years. But the priests come in and they do like a whole ceremony around it's total like craft work.
It's a great band. What's up? Johnny's in the house. What's up, Johnny? He said you're hallucinating there, Gordon.
Well,
Yeah,
I went to. Okay, I'm gonna drop something here.
What's up, Johnny?
Technically, this is for Alan, and I'm gonna drop it in the YouTube chat, I think.
Do it.
But it's for all of you guys too. But this is a lady I found through. You guys know the astrologer Levette? She calls herself an alchemical astrologer. She's an interesting older lady.
Does she channel that one?
No, she doesn't do any channeling. She's very
Okay.
smart and careful about the way she practices all of her stuff. She's not. I would say that it's very likely, in my opinion, that she is practicing almost exclusively what we would call sympathetic magic, and very, what the way you described drawing a tarot card to me is very much just teetering on the edge of sympathetic magic. Okay, I'm going to get something, but I'm not going to insist that this give me something, But I'm going to drop this link just for you guys because you said something about Elvis and his twin status, and how a lot of people don't even know that, that his other twin died.
Didn't his twin
allegedly.
die? Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah,
Well, that's what they told us. I wasn't there, so I'm not sure. But this lady's got syncs off the chart with Elvis and all kinds of other things, and she's just another interesting. I call these people alchemical astrologers because they use sidereal astrology, but they don't use it in really any of the ways that other people do. The lady Levette calls it, using the middle pillar astrology instead of using the sun or the moon astrology. And I find it fascinating.
So
I'd like to learn more about it.
Sidereal is the southern hemisphere, right? Astrology.
Well, what it is
equator.
actually using the position that the stars arrive on the horizon. So what they claim is that they actually use the real positions of the stars in real time. But if you look at the different sidereal schools, there's only a few of them, and they're really trying to technically do that. And then other ones still divide the sky up into pieces of pie. So they are still using the stars as they appear in the sky more accurately than tropical astrology. Tropical astrology is way off. I mean, it's like the record skipped that's out 10,000 years ago. And we're like, nah, but we're still looking at it as if, And so it's fascinating to me because some people theorize that tropical astrology really is just an egregoric system, and that it really doesn't represent what it claims to represent because of those facts, that it's not tracking the sky the way, but all of that falls apart when you start looking at flat earth models and real cosmology models. And I mean, we'd have to get and agree on something like the most basic and accurate model of the sky just to examine it. And it would be challenging, like we don't have the resources we need, in my opinion. Like we could try to do it like with trail cams and webcams pointed at the sky. And
today who will just work with computer algorithms and software and just like type it into their database, print it out, and then send it to a client and then read it to them, and it's
Yeah.
done automatically. And
Yeah.
there's
$175 and I'll send you a reading, and it's
right,
not it's not
websites that'll do that for you that
You can
have
get an app that'll
automated.
do
yeah,
that.
it's just referencing the simulacra. Exactly. It's not
Yeah.
referencing any reality.
Yes.
And that's why, I mean, even Levette uses the star modeling programs quite a bit. I don't remember which one she uses. I just can't think of the name of it. And in the Flat Earth group that I was most active in, which is a very different model and style of understanding of the flat Earth than anything else you really see, we found a lot of those star model apps and stuff to be mostly accurate, but then severely inaccurate in certain areas. And especially in really key things like where the wandering stars are, where's Venus at a particular time, where's the moon at a particular time. And the app says the moon's here, and you go over outside and the moon's not. It's like way over here, or, like things like that. We identified it as different people individually and posted screen captures and had discussions about it over and over again. That it's like it's not quite right. And they know it's not like, you know how it is. You hit the app up and you're like, hey guys, we found a glitch. But it's not a glitch. They're not.
Consumer level software is never going to give you the accurate answer. I mean,
we'd need to all become astrologers and start watching the sky and trust each other to actually accurately record the sky and then to database it all and compare notes.
Yes.
And that's
even
probably not going to happen.
Weather data has become very much a huge industry because if there's been an insurance report because there was a storm in an area,
that's right.
The insurance company needs to verify that based off of actual weather data when a person makes a claim of an act of God or something.
Yeah.
If your insurance for your house doesn't include flood insurance and then you pay extra for flood insurance, that sort of thing. So the insurance companies are going to do everything they can to deny the claim. And if they have the information on actual weather reports, historical weather reports, to match against your claim, they can say, well, no, you're lying.
Right. They can take you on a claim of authority to court and say that you lose because, the weather data stands up, even though it doesn't,
Correct.
Because they're insurance companies. And if there's anything incarnate in the world that actually represents Satan himself, it's insurance as a whole.
Yes.
Collect premiums and never, ever, ever pay claims, including up to and including women, children, and disabled people dying and every other horrible thing you could possibly imagine. Mm-hmm. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, not if you start to look at the fraud. If you guys really want to freak yourselves out, then look up insurance reserve fraud sometime. But don't tell anybody I told you about it. It's the most horrible, weird practice. And I mean, that was some of that information that I realized, like, I need to get away from all this stuff. Right. Remember that lady who was down there in Florida and she was on life support and her husband was trying to let her die by taking the feeding tube out? I can't remember her name. You guys remember?
Mary Chavo?
Yeah, Chavo, that's it. Yeah. If you dig into that, behind all of that, the way that mutual fund insurance stacks up and has huge reams of money sitting there that's supposed to be saved to be paid out, you can get power of attorney and things to happen in such a way that it appears that you've signed off and taken a settlement and it's all said and done, but technically it's not. And then people can still have control of that power of attorney in that account and be using that as money laundering, black ops type stuff. And, you don't want to dig too far into it. I'm not going to say a whole bunch more just because it's the kind of shit that if you're naive and you start trying to really look at it, you could get in trouble very easily because it's a really big racket of bad shit. You can find a little bit about it on the internet, but I wouldn't dive into it deep because insurance reserve fraud's scary. It's a trip. But that's just, if you can find evidence of that, then that means there's cockroaches all over the place, right? There's not one thing that we found.
Lady Levette link that you were promising us?
Yeah. Didn't I put it in the YouTube chat? You want me to put it over here too? I can put it over here too.
I didn't. Let's make sure we see it.
I'll just drop it in the regular chat here, so that you guys just have it.
Okay. Yeah. There it is.
I mean, I linked a specific video, but I would recommend her channel. And I've only watched a few videos, but she's uncanny and cool and trippy, and and you guys will all get it because it's up our alley. It's it's got synchromistic vibes and what seems like a bunch of really outrageous, stupid nonsense that actually can't be explained in very many other ways other than, hey, this is like some kind of supernatural influence over our world that's causing things to align in such a way to bring us messages.
That's what I'm all about.
I don't think it showed up in the YouTube chat.
I'll drop it again here. I'll do my old-fashioned trick and drop it 3 times on top of each other so it's obvious.
That works.
The name of the video is Elvis, Needle, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, Part 1 on Crystal-Time channel.
Spelled Tyme. That was the thing that made it hard for me to find it because she said it out loud in her. She said, she recommended these channels as people that are offering middle path, what she's calling alchemical astrology readings, because she does them, but she's way backed up. This Levette lady is like probably a year out. She won't even accept new people to get a reading right now because she has so many she's supposed to fulfill. So she recommends like 2 or 3 other people, like these people are good. And so I went to check it out because sometimes they'll have videos that explain it enough that you can start, I'm sure I could pick this apart if I really dedicated time, but I'd like to understand it better. And I've been working on it a little bit here and there. And, buying a reading is one way that you could definitely get some insight. So I considered it. I haven't bought a reading, but I like this lady. I might someday say, screw it. Here's, your $80 or whatever. Tell me about me. And please tell me also how you're doing this if you're willing to give me any insight so I can start to do it myself, at least in the most basic way. Because Levette speaks to me, man. That lady Levette just really speaks to me. She's got something about her whole way of doing things that it just, I've sent her small donations and letters. She requested art one time and I made her a piece of art and sent it to her just because I just appreciate her. She seems like the real thing. She doesn't seem like she's fronting her line. She's very humble. She's very kind. She's always insisting people that treat strangers kindly and do the right thing by everyone in the world and all that kind of stuff. So I like her. But it's also still completely over my head. If you go try to listen to Levette, it's just like,
yeah,
like a 303 class.
That's what astrology does for me. I like shut down.
It's hard, man. I'm not very good at it.
I try, and at a certain point, I'm like, no, like something shuts off.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what happens
totally
to me
interested,
too.
and then I'm like, I don't understand.
And that's what happens to me too. And then I'll pause it and come back to it later or something. Like I get to that point where I'm just checking out, and it's like, okay, I'm still absorbing this on some subconscious level, but I'm not actively able to follow it anymore.
Yeah.
But I think it still does help because, I start to memorize the thing. I see it like immersion with language. Like I've immersed myself in so much alchemy and astrology just in a random way that I pick up a lot of what people mean when they say, hey, the influence of Mercury or, the influence of Jupiter or, the influence of a day of the week and all these things, they start to mean something over time so that I get this insight that I didn't have before. And I didn't do it by going and studying, trying to memorize it all. I just kept listening to it. And sometimes it's interesting enough. Sometimes it's completely over my head, but I keep picking up little pieces and it starts to make more and more sense, But I also find that process entertaining. So that really helps,
That's what I describe as the self-initiation. You have to just stick with it. And there's knowledge that will arrive to you.
Yep, that's what it's the gnosis, man.
It's sort of the honest searching for wisdom and truth. And if you make that your prayer and your meditation, then that's what your life path will align with.
Yep, here, brother. Amen. That's
and
it.
Be careful of getting into that truth thing because if you go hard and you really want to change
the wisdom, the truth,
you figure out the truth in here.
The discernment to know what notes you just take, you write down, and you put away. And in time, maybe mysteries will be revealed, but more likely you're going to find more questions, and you'll write those questions down, and just have to live with the ambiguity, live with not knowing, live with the uncertainty.
That's beautiful, Alan.
It is. That's where it's at, man. That's the hardest thing in the world to do, but it's also the most beneficial.
Absolutely.
I'm noticing that they can't, like I'm posting the link and it's not dropping. Like now, can you see any of my writing in the chat? Sorry to interrupt, guys, but Jim I saw it looks like I'm shadow banned.
Oh, there you are.
Your other stuff.
No.
I can see.
I see.
Okay, so here, let's try this then here.
RX only doesn't have a wrench though, so links are probably automatically
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you need to give me a wrench.
I added Bernays sauce. I at Bernays sauce up there. I said search Crystal Time, Elvis Needle, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, Part 1. So if you just copy and paste the text that I put in there and search it, it should show up.
Cool. Yeah, I don't have a. I'm not in the Weaving Spiders account right now, so I can't give you a wrench.
No worries. It's okay. I just wanted people to have the link because it was part of the flow, and it's fascinating to me. It's something new I found. So
when things are in my mind, I'm just like, what's the nearest thing? A phone, telegram, throw it to a chat. And that's why Barsky was like, go to bed, go to bed. I said, Mama, just let me get this all out first.
yeah.
It's like, I don't have pen and paper or whatever. It's just get it out. And if you guys can see it, those are my notes. So maybe we talk about those on the show later. Maybe we don't, but I just put them out there. I think there was something today that I was throwing in the telegram, that the Weaving Spiders welcome telegram. I think I left some notes in there. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't even know there was one of those. I need to add myself to that thing.
Oh yeah, you do, Sean. Definitely. I'm liking Telegram a lot more.
Yeah, I'm on a whole bunch of groups, but I just mute them all, so then I almost never see them unless I go in there.
Oh right.
But I mean, I want to have access to the information, but I can't have all those. I already have so many notifications. It's stupid. I really need to go and manage down my notifications on a lot of these apps so that I'm not getting
onslaught.
Yeah, I do that
so
with
much stuff.
I do that with the Weaving Spiders group chat.
So here it is on my phone. Here's the chat, and here's this blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy. Right? Do you know who this guy is? This blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy named Oliver Damon will be the youngest person ever to fly to space. He's going with the Bozo brothers to space as an 18-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, and his name is
Damon?
Oliver Damon. Daemen. It says Demon was a participant in the auction and had secured a seat on the second flight. We moved him up when this seat on the first flight became available. A Blue Origin spokesperson told CNN Business, "We're not disclosing how much he paid." A source familiar with the matter said Demon's spot was purchased for him by his father, Joe's Demon, who is the founder and CEO of Somerset Capital Partners, an investment firm in the Netherlands. So Blue Origin is sending up an 18-year-old blue-eyed, blonde-haired boy on their rocket ship. And I started thinking about, well, this name is really bizarre. So Oliver, the name Oliver, Oliver, meaning true, ancestral relic, meaning a true ancestral relic, like of a certain bloodline or of a certain master race, perhaps. And his last name, Daimon or Damon, is a guardian or supporter for a place, person, group, or activity. So this totally scientific business, this Blue Origin, Jeff Amazon's company, is sending an 18-year-old virginal blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy as their good luck charm on this rocket ship trip that they're going to take. So in Latin, daemon or demon, Daemon, pronounced demon, that's a tutelary deity, which is from the ancient Greek demon, meaning a dispenser, right? So literally a true ancestral relic, perfect gene specimen, dispensing his genes, his seed, his semen on a Blue Origin, Blue Balls rocket ship flight, right?
You got it. Dun, dun, dun.
And to pair it, they're having the youngest man and the oldest woman, whose name is Wally Funk. He's 82 years old.
Is this from The Onion?
Nope.
This is from CNN, and this is all in the Weaving Spiders Welcome chat. So
I see it in there.
Bezos,
But this is
here's Jeff Bezos, and this is Wally Funk, and they're going to space in 2 days. They're gonna fly up into space. So this is
In
just
2 days, they're doing this?
yeah.
Well, let's
So
have some fun. I'm starting to run out of steam here, just it's getting late, but I'm gonna have some fun here. Let's go real quick. So would you spell the young man's name again for me, please?
Oliver, Oliver.
Oh, I gotta get to the anagrammer. Just one moment, please. So it's Oliver. Oliver.
Demon, Daemen.
Okay, let's see what we get for him first here. So for remedial oven, remained vole. I don't know what vole means.
It's like a mole, but it doesn't have a tail, or it has a tail. It's like a tailed mole.
Vile demeanor, evil demeanor,
Yeah.
enamored veil,
Yeah.
enamored vile, vile enamored, enamored live, renamed olive, lime endeavor. Let's see, remove denial. That's interesting. Remove denial. Hey, you guys wake up that
That
space is
is
fake
right.
yet? Did you remove your denial yet with your Oliver demon? I mean, and obviously this goes on. It gave me 20,000 plus results, so obviously I'm not going to read all of them.
Right.
And a veined morel, a veined morel. That's true. That's scary.
Let's be clear. That's a penis-shaped
mushroom. That's right. A veined morel is a
veins. Okay.
Yeah, with veins. So that's implying it's nice and hard. It could fly if it had to.
Right. We've been ripping on space and space tourism.
I say that's pretty good results for that one. Now, what was the old lady's name, please? The crone. We've got the prince. What was the crone's name?
Wally Funk.
Wally. Wally Funk. F-U-N-K.
Yeah, it's spelled plain, just like it sounds. Wally Funk.
Yeah.
Oh, and now there's only 6 answers. Now that's interesting, right? We got 22,000 results, and believe me, that's not all of the results for that other man's name. That's just what this thing generated. This only has 6 answers. Yeah. Wall funky, lawn fluky, all like a wood all, flunky, law flunky.
There it is.
Y'all flunk, YWAWL flunk, y'all flunk. If you believe this shit, y'all flunk. Are you hearing me speak plainly to you right now during the Weaving Spiders episode near the end of the show? Y'all flunk if you believe that this has anything to do with some vacuum that does not exist outside of a sphere that does not fly. Ladies and gentlemen, please wake the fuck up. Okay, thank you. And the last one was okay. Now further, I didn't even notice this. Walk, fly, new. That's the last one. Walk, fly, in you.
New.
Tripping, right? Straight tripping.
Man.
Now, if we want to take all of this stuff that if we just take 10 or 20 out of the other one and take these, and we want to run them all into the numerology calculators, we can fuck ourselves over all the way to breakfast,
Stuff never ends.
Send them all to Marty Leeds and be like, bro, would you help me out real quick?
Hey, fix this. Fill in all these holes, would you?
Fix it.
Mary Wallace Funk. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. But this Oliver Demon.
So she had a more full name.
Yeah.
Her nickname's Wally Funk.
Right, but in the headlines for all the stories.
Yeah, it says Wally Funk.
Wally Funk. Yeah.
And it makes me think of a stinky fish too, walleye funk.
Yes.
I was thinking somebody in the back of P-Funk, like dressed as a robot.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
He's a member of the Funkadelic that we all envy enough that we would take his job if we could. I'll be Wally Funk.
Yeah, I'll be Wally Funk. Oh, hell yeah, man. Get up and stand in a diaper and do heroin. I'm in.
Rainbow braids in your hair and smoke some crack.
So there you are.
The
I see in the
prostitute.
chat now. I posted the archive link to the Jeff Bezos flight with the 18-year-old Oliver Demon. It's from
The
CNN.
Oliver.
You'll see. Yeah. So if you want to
Well, when
join
you said that, Alan, I thought all of her, like her entire demon.
that's part of it too, right? Because it's a New Shepard rocket.
Yeah.
Yep. Sheeping, fleecing the sheep who want to go space tourism.
Yeah.
There's spent how much they're supposedly bidding unseen amounts of money to be able to go land
Yeah.
for
They're
5
just
seconds
doing
of weightless gravity.
right. Exactly. They're just doing a vomit comet for billions.
Yep, yep. Incredible.
Scam.
And I think the better special effects, fakeness, and all the illusions, the better ones are all done in deep underwater rigs that really move. I think they've got torsion and velocity underwater that really creates this illusion of water floating, the water staying in the air longer and appearing to be weightless. I think that there's stuff there that you can get footage of all the vomit comet stuff because it's kind of more the basic bitch shit. But if you start looking at some of the footage of what they're doing with submarines and experimenting, and then correlate that to the dive pools that coincidentally have the identical rockets, or space station stuff in there, and you put it together, that if they have underneath there machinery, whatever it is, whether it's motors or whether it's a big mechanical thing, that under deep water where the entire the whole architecture of how physics works is changed in a way that we're not allowed to know. We don't really know what happens. We're not down there, and it moves and does stuff. And so then you get these effects because you're playing with
inner space effects. It has to deal with changing in consciousness is what they're doing.
Yeah.
Is Jodie Foster in the movie Contact?
Yeah, the Contact just gives the whole thing away.
Yeah.
And I wanted to tell you, I forgot I was going to talk about this, and I know it's getting late, but we went to the IMAX last night and watched Black Widow, and I highly recommend that if you have opportunity to go see it in the theater, to go do it. Not because it's just a good movie, which it is. It's a pretty damn good comic book movie, but it is absolutely steeped in all of the most in vogue conspiracy stuff in a very subtle and articulate way. And I don't want to say more than that because it's new enough that if people are watching this, it could screw it up, and I'm not trying to be a spoiler jerk. If it was 2 years old, I wouldn't care. I just blurted it all out, but it's worth it if you can afford it and you have the time to go check it out, because guys like you guys and people listening to this show, you'll see and understand and perceive and enjoy a movie on a level that it just, other people aren't seeing it because they just don't know, because they're not nerds like this doing this weird stuff. It's a trip. I'm almost tempted to go and watch it twice in the IMAX theater, which is unheard of. I don't do that. I go to the IMAX twice for the same movie. That's just stupid. But it's a trip. That Black Widow movie is far out. It's funny too. It's really well made comedy at the same time. It's really funny. Like they do a good job of switching gears between it being a really serious like action adventure comic book movie and then fading it off into like some lighthearted funny comedy. Did you guys watch the Ragnarok movie?
Love it. My favorite.
Yeah. So the Ragnarok is like they went completely almost slapstick over the top of the comedy, and a lot of people really didn't like it. Like I enjoyed it, but I was like, wow, they didn't like pull into seriousness hardly at all. It was just like goofy. Like even at the very end, Hulk is trying to attack Hela or whatever, the demon that she manifests, and they're like, dude, you got to stop. The world's over. We got to get out of here. Like it's pretty corny. But they have that vibe in this Black Widow movie, but they also draw it back into dead serious action adventure comic book plot. And then as the plot lightens up and the violence goes away and the action goes away, it gets really, really funny, like deeply intellectually and articulately funny. And then goes back to being dead serious and like you have to go do the mission again. I was impressed. I'm very critical of movies. I don't really like movies. I watched quite a few.
Loki on Disney Plus.
Nope. Oh God, it's terrible, man. It's absolutely atrocious.
So bad?
I hate it. It's like it's trying to be Doctor Who when Doctor Who was cool. But
that sounds scary. Yeah,
it's a little rough.
All that stuff, Netflix and Disney Plus, to me, it's like if you had to get bootleg Garbage Pail Kids cards. And you were into it, like to me, that's like if they're not even real Garbage Pail Kids cards, I don't want them. And I probably don't want. you know, because that's how I see they produce all that stuff so fast. They're chunking it out. I could imagine.
Every year there's a new generation of 13-year-olds who know nothing, and then they
Yeah.
tune into Disney Plus, and it's brand new to them.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. That's too bad that it's too bad that we have to not only watch them feed the children physical garbage, but also psychic garbage too.
Exactly.
Bear witness to it. And then we have to also overhear them talking about it on the bus or standing at the corner of the street, you know, about how great it is. It was bad enough when they thought Green Day was good. I don't know what to think now.
That's great. That's a great exit. That's a great exit. I'm gonna head to bed.
Yeah, I
Sean,
think I should too.
Really good to.
Yeah, I was glad
Good
to
to
meet
meet
you.
you.
We'll get on to you too, Gordy. Nice to meet you. Nice to
Yeah.
finally talk to you a little bit more, Alan. Maybe we'll jump on a phone call sometime or
There'll
something.
be so much more. This is just the beginning of
Yeah.
Of a long awaited fateful moment.
Oh, it's gonna go absolutely insane. I just needed to get some strength and energy back, and now I need to get organized. And we're gonna. I mean, if I have a reputation for being anything, it's stubborn.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have had people randomly attacking me, but I find it humorous at best. You know.
Well, you're publicly on the record, showing your face, not afraid of anything. If anybody else is out in the shadows hiding behind an anonymity, well, you know.
Yeah. Hi. Here we are.
Hi.
I go by my name. I'm SB Alger.
Yeah, join us on camera.
Even when the police were looking for us, everybody else had a code name in the radio. It'd say it's this guy and that guy with their code names, and I think it's Sean Alger too. You know, he's with them too. So it was no different when I was in actual mortal danger. You know, so
Yeah,
I wasn't scared then either. Unfortunately, I think something's wrong with me, but that's okay.
Yeah, probably.
Jim knows. Jim and I are close friends for a reason. Don't forget that. He's exactly the same way. Don't let him fool you by being quiet and introverted sometimes.
Yeah, don't tell him. All right. Good night, guys.
Yeah, have a good night. Or what we're supposed to say, all right, goodbye, or all right, bye. Yeah.
All right, bye.
All right, yeah, all right, bye.
Dunk on Green Day some more. Come on. Hey, Sean, before we go, I have one question that I usually ask people.
Sure.
Now, what's your favorite Christian band? And you don't have to answer this right away.
Stryper.
Okay.
Stryper, hands down, Stryper. I used to have a denim jacket with the Stryper patch on the back where it was like
stripes. We are healed.
Yeah. I was trying to think of now a favorite song. I'd have to go look because I haven't listened to Stryper, but I went to I never saw Stryper live, but I saw Petra.
This means rock. System.
Stand in the Gap.
Yep.
And there was more. I just don't remember any of it because once you get away from that stuff, it's just like any other really bad brainwashing material. You go, oh crap, I should probably avoid that from now on.
Hey, do you want to know what my favorite song is?
Yes.
Crack Spider.
Nice.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider.
Mr. Crack Spider.
The active ingredient in marijuana.
All right, I guess I got to turn off my camera.
The active ingredient in marijuana.
Crack Spider. Nice spider. Hey, Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected, but the spider's behavior was. The spider. Crack Spider. The web structure was not affected.
It was a hammock. The spider didn't build. It was a hammock. The spider didn't build. It was a hammock. The spider didn't build a web. It was a hammock.
The spider can't go in 100 centimeters of the
It was
web.
a hammock.
The spider can't go in 100 centimeters of the
It was
web.
a hammock. It was a hammock.
Cane spider, the crack cocaine spider, the crack cocaine spider, the cane spider, the crack.
It was a hammock.
The spider can't go in 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over.
It built a hammock. It built.
The captain its ass. Then came up behind it and popped the captain its ass. The crack cocaine spider figured building tips was for suckers. Waited till the captain its spider was exhausted and came up behind it and popped the captain its ass. The captain its ass. Then came up behind it and popped the captain its ass. The captain its ass. Then came up behind it until the captain spider was exhausted. The crack cocaine spider figured building abs. The crack cocaine spider figured building abs was 4 suckers.
Crack spider.
Marijuana spider.
When winter came, the
Marijuana spider ended up crack spider. As the crack spider
when winter
did.
came, the marijuana spider had no place to live. It ended up in the crack as the crack spider's bitch.